Time for the 49ers Rush Podcast. And here's your host, John Chapman.
What is going on, faithful? Are you ready? It is day 2 of the NFL draft. Can the Niners continue the trade back frenzy that's taking place? We're going to be here all day. As long as the 49ers have picks left for today, we will be here. And with me, whenever I say we, I mean the man, Ant from 49ers Cutback. How we doing, Ant?
Yeah, I'm doing good and excited for the draft. It's been there's an energy surrounding the 49ers right now. You know, I clicked on KMBR, listened to the radio a little bit. I just wanted to kind of get a feel, you know, and I think that there's a lot of optimism about what the 49ers are doing and whether they're going to move back. And I think that's what makes it exciting. That's why when they traded back yesterday, it was like, all right, like into the, beginning of the second round, what are they going to do now? Because I think more options are available to them. But yeah, it's fun. I think fans are kind of feeling that. Of course, they missed on Omar Cooper Jr. for some of the fan base. That was disappointing. They missed on Kalen Rutledge for some. But I'm sitting here like there's still a lot of really good players available. And the 49ers are going to get some today. And I think that that's exciting. John, we went from a potential 1 pick yesterday to 3 today. That's a lot better than the 1 we were supposed to get.
Yeah, and, the 49ers are technically on the clock. They had the first pick of today's draft, number 33 overall. But whenever they traded out of 27, these are the players that went afterwards. And when the 49ers or any team in the NFL trades, if you trade up, you love a player. If you pick them where you're slated to draft, then you like a player. But if you trade back, you're kind of settling on a player. And the players that went 27, Chris Johnson, Caleb Lomu, Peter Woods, Omar Cooper Jr., Keldrick Faulk, Jadarian Price. All those guys, maybe they were on the 49ers board, but they weren't really in love with any of them. And whenever you look at whoever they do pick, whether it's at 33 or they trade back, there's a lot more to this. Like, hey, they're kind of settling on what's available. And they talked about this in their press conference where it was, look, we've got a bunch of guys kind of clumped together. So we kept falling back. And will that continue? Because, man, Tom Pelissero, a lot of people have been out there going through trades that the 49ers might not be done. They still might be trading down again. So, Ant, talk to me just a little bit because there's player trades that have been rumored around. There's 3 players. And then there's also draft pick trades. So which ones kind of fancy you the most?
I think I really enjoy the picks, moving back and getting more picks. I think the Kayvon Thibodeau one, I think that one's interesting because you have to take on money. And he's in the last year of his contract. What do you want to give up for Kayvon Thibodeau? And why wouldn't you go a different route? Maybe with someone that's been a little bit more productive that you could get in free agency where you don't have to give up a draft pick. So that one I'm not really entertaining too much. The Brian Thomas one, if the 49ers were dropping all the way to 56 and Brian Thomas was somehow going to be a part of that deal, I think that one's interesting. We talked about this a little bit on air yesterday. It was, hey, there'd be 3 years of control for Brian Thomas Jr. Is that worth it? And now it is in the second round. If you're going to give up a second round pick, potentially, you're only going to get 4 years of control for a wide receiver you take right now. So now that starts making sense value wise. Brian Thomas would be the number 1 player on pretty much everyone's board right now if it came to wide receiver. So that one is interesting. But yeah, I love the Browns potentially being involved at 39. Could they go to 42? The Dolphins are picking at 43. I think there's a lot of interesting parts to this. And John, I think when we look at the board right now, pretty much from now to about 50 to 55, there's probably a ton of players that people like. A good 5 to 6 at least that you love. You probably are going to land on somebody that you really like.
Yeah, so let's just go through kind of the big board. Still so many players, and you're kind of in this range. And we said this entire draft process, like there's not a lot of difference between these guys, what you're going to get here and what you're going to get at 58. Yeah, 33 and 58, there's 25 picks in between. That's great, but they're similar. Here are some names on my board. Denzel Boston, the wide receiver, definitely a little bit slower, but he's a true X. You got Cassius Howell, the edge rusher. He's incredible. The stats, the film's great, just tiny arms. Jermod McCoy, amazing corner, would have went top 15. Major injuries. Avion Terrell, great, amazing tape. One of the most 49ers cornerbacks if there ever was one. He's slow. Chris Brazel II, man, elite athletic profile, doesn't run the full route tree. He's got some immaturity like issues. Like you can go on and on and on. It's the but portion of the draft. And this is where the 49ers and all their meetings and all the kind of, getting to know whatever these players kind of gives you a little bit of an advantage, perhaps. It may be a disadvantage as well, because you've got to project. These are not surefire picks any longer in this draft. You've got to be able to find a way to, all right, this guy's fallen, but we kind of like him because of this. So let's go over your big board and some of the guys that you still have available that you think kind of our best case scenario. I did not mention Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I did not mention Chase Bisontis. They're definitely in play. So let's go over your big board, Ant.
Yeah, those are some guys that are, if you're looking at the top guys when it comes to safety, I actually have AJ Halsey ahead of Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. And I like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, but I like Halsey a little bit more. I think he is a playmaker in a strong safety body. That's the best way to describe him. He's a linebacker as far as the way that he plays sometimes, but he's just physical. And I think he's got better coverage skills than people would think. So he would be one of the guys that I think would be interesting. I've talked about the fact that I think that, D'Angelo Pons is one of the better players in this draft. And I think now you're starting to get value for D'Angelo Pons. If he would have been in the first round, you have you talked about the but there is about, but the height, he's just not tall enough. He's not big enough. Well, in the second round, you start throwing those things out the door. Just remember the 49ers drafted Aaron Banks and everyone said, but he's not very fast. And he proved a lot of people wrong for a short period of time. So this is kind of where you look at that. So I think he would be a cornerback that would be interesting. There's the two defensive tackles, that I kind of think could go here. You got Caden McDonald, Christian Miller. I'm not as huge on the 49ers going defensive tackle here. I think the way that they've kind of worked through with Chris Kasarik, they've met with a lot of guys that are going to be more in the fourth round, day 3, penetrating defensive ends. I think that's what they're valuing. So I'm not sure that those guys make sense. You brought up Cassius Howell, and I think the defensive ends are in play today for the 49ers. Cassius Howell, R. Mason Thomas, Gabe Yakis, Romello Height, the top guys on my board still. Height, that's going to be a question. Is it 58? Could it be 90? I seen that Brian Peacock said, hey, Romello Height at 90. I didn't think he would be there at 90. I thought he's kind of like a 70 to 80 guy, but there's always a chance that he's there. But you're right. Chase Bisontis is in the mix too. I think he's the best guard on the board. And then after that, I would go with Caleb Tiernan. And a lot of people would say Caleb Tiernan is a tackle, not with 32-inch arms. I think he's a guard in the NFL. I think that's what the 49ers would see him as. I think he needs to move inside. He would be another guy at the top of my list.
I like Tiernan. I like Tiernan a lot. Right here, Yatsik, he says, JC, is the depth of edge still better than at wide receiver? So if I'm just looking at first and second round grade players, for the wide receiver position, I have Boston, Chris Brazel, Chris Bell, very much in play, and Skylar Bell. So I have 4 wide receivers with first or second round grades. The edge position, I've got TJ Parker, R. Mason Thomas, Gabe Yakis, DDS, and Zion Young. So I have 5. So, and then once you get past that, the third round wide receivers, there are plenty. There are so many third round wide receivers. So there's a lot of that and kind of what that looks like. You're going to be able to get a guy now that the Niners have maneuvered around the board. So again, today they have pick 33, which they're on the clock now. They have pick 58, which they've had and that's their original second round tender. But now they have pick 90 in the third round because you weren't going to pick from 58 all the way to like, what was it? Like 127. It was a while. Like you were not picking for a long freaking time. Well, now you don't have to wait as long. It's just kind of a full calendar, whatever, full rotation, 32 teams. That's going to make this board a little bit easier to finesse in the fact of you don't have to predict 2 rounds deep what's going to be there. You're going to be like, look, you've got 3 picks on day 2. Originally slated just 1. You walked into this draft yesterday before the draft started with pick 58 and all of day 2. Now you have 3. You didn't get your first round pick. You traded back, but you collected a lot of capital and you were able to add. You turned a 4th round pick into a 3rd and a 5th rounder. That's just good business as long as the player pans out. And so like that's kind of there. But back to Yatsik's question, where do you see the depth at with the draft board currently, wide receiver or edge? Because again, I bet pretty big that these would be a wide receiver or edge would be the first pick for the 49ers. I'm less confident about that now doing to the 2 trade backs, but we'll see here. What's your take just on the depth at those 2 positions?
Yeah, I think there's still a tremendous amount of depth at both, and probably why they were very comfortable moving back. Because you look at the wide receivers, I got Chris Brazzell, Denzel Boston, Chris Bell, and Jeremy Bernard. I got those guys as my top 4, that are available. And then you get into kind of those guys right after that, Skylar Bell, Antonio Williams, Ted Hurst. And then you said just a ton of guys after that would make sense for the 49ers. I think maybe pick 90. You start thinking about if they do something else at 58, Zachariah Branch. I know he had the little off the field issue, but you need a return guy. That's something that, I think.
Did you read that police report? It's pretty comical.
Yeah, it is.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I kind of might bump him up in my stock just a little bit after that. Like I was like, oh, okay. Like it was just Officer Farva out there just causing problems. Anyway. He
was like, get off the sidewalk right now. Yeah.
Meow. Yeah. It's only 7. It's only 7. Some people are like, what the hell are they talking about? Anyway, Super Troopers reference.
Yeah, got to get a liter of cola. But yeah, there's so many edge rushers too. We talked about Cassius Howell a ton, but now R. Mason Thomas has got to be in the mix as well. Hyper athletic coming off the edge. I like him. You want a more complete defensive end. Gabe Yakus, you brought him up earlier. I think that he's in the mix. Then that's when you get to Joshua Joseph. And I don't know how you feel about Zion Young. I looked on Twitter a little bit today. Lots of conversation about Zion Young. I moved him down my board because of all the off-the-field issues that I was hearing. I don't even know if the 49ers have him on the board, but he's a talented guy too, and I think he's kind of in the mix for somebody here in the second, early 3rd round.
Yeah, you look at Zion Young, much more complete kind of defensive end, 21 years old. He was arrested with the DUI, DWI, and speeding at 1:40 in the morning. Also had an aggravated assault charge in 2023. Got in a post-game fight in the tunnel with the fan after the Michigan game. And so, is this just a dude that, the DUI is one thing. It's bad decision-making for sure. But, why didn't he play at Georgia if that's what he's doing? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? So you got to kind of wrestle with that. How you're going to do that? But he's a fun player, super tight-hipped. I did not like his tape near as much as a couple of the other edge guys, but definitely a good player. I was kind of shocked at his testing. He came out, ran a 4.7. His acceleration was not what I thought it was going to be. The way he plays is burst and speed, and then he got up there and tested. I have a 3 on the speed and a 4 on the acceleration scale, and I was just like, this is what I thought he was going to bring to the table. So you've got the question mark of, all right, off the field stuff, but now you have the question mark of just speed and burst. He's 6'6", 262. That's ideal build. But you put him next to Gabe Yakus, who they're similar height, similar arm length, similar weight, similar all those things. Dude, I take Gabe Yakus in a heartbeat, and you don't even have to worry about the off-the-field stuff. And he's got a better athletic profile. And I think the tape is a little more consistent, too. I would be upset. Let's change the conversation to this, Ant. Is there anything that the Niners could do at this pick after the double trade back that would kind of upset you, albeit anything short of a kicker or a punter? But, is there anybody or a position where if they went like this, you'd be like, yeah, I don't really get it. I think this was a waste.
I think if they went like Mike Washington, the running back, from Arkansas, I think that one would be kind of like, a little bit puzzling. I know you want to get more speed and athleticism, in influence into your offense and infusing your offense. But I wouldn't like that pick. I think that would probably be one. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's the only one that came to mind. Because if you draft a safety, and we've talked about AJ Halsey or Emmanuel McNeil Warren, at least those guys are coming in to compete, and you're getting a good player. So I don't think that those ones would be puzzling. I don't think cornerback, you could always improve. Why not bring in competition at the position? I just think it's like running back wouldn't make sense. Tight end, if you went like a Eli Stowers all of a sudden out of nowhere, I think that one would be shocking. And I don't think they're going to do that. I think it's going to be wide receiver, edge, interior offensive line, and then the possibility of safety. I think those are the four most likely. And then, I do think that they're interested in running back, but I think it's going to be a day 3 guy. And that's what kind of I'm hoping that they do. They wait till round 4 to go ahead and get their running back.
It's one of the worst running back draft classes that I can remember. And you had 2 go in the first round. And shout out to man, I can't say this. YUG, I'm just going to say that. If you follow the NFC West trends, it's a quarterback or a running back. You look at the NFC West, all 3 other teams took picks. You had the best player available pick in Jeremiah Love for the Cardinals, which I thought was asinine. Their best position group heading into the draft was running back. Their best depth was running back. And what do? They go draft the highest running back in the past decade. And already Jeremiah Love is $20 million guaranteed more than the next running back in the NFL. I thought it was one of the worst picks ever. He's a damn good player, but when best player available goes wrong, you should be able to just have somebody say, hey, man, we have needs at every other position. This is the one position that we are not bad at compared to the rest of the NFL. Let's go through these. Tell me what you thought about the Cardinals pick and Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, I thought that was a little high, especially we talk about positional value all the time. And that's one of the things you brought it up. They're going to pay him, at the wazoo. And what do they got? They don't really have a great quarterback in Jacoby Brissett. They got some weapons on the outside, but those guys haven't really worked out either. They've got a really good tight end in Trey McBride. But then you look at the offensive line. What is Jeremiah Love going to run behind? They haven't really improved that enough for him. So I think that you got LaFleur looking at Jeremiah Love and saying, hey, I got myself my own Christian McCaffrey type weapon. I'm going to use him to open things up for the rest of my football team. And that's great. The problem is he doesn't have the rest of the pieces around Christian McCaffrey like the 49ers did when they got him. So I think that that's a big problem for the Cardinals. And, Jeremiah Love's a good player. I don't see him making a huge impact, especially early on without weapons around him.
Man, you look at Elijah Wilkerson's their right tackle starter, Isaiah Adams right guard, Froholt their center, Isaac Samalo, who I like, but his plays going down at left guard. Kendrick Bourne is a starting wide receiver for them. Like, they have needs all across their offense, and we didn't even touch the defense. Like, it's just a bad team. I thought that this was batshit crazy. And then, sticking with that theme, let's talk the freaking Rams. I don't know how much of the press conference everybody's seen, but Sean McVay definitely was not. We were happier about the pick than Sean McVay was. There's no doubt about that. They go get Ty Simpson. I don't know, man. It's just hilarious to me. I just think it was a terrible pick.
Yeah, Sean McVay's presser is phenomenal. He hides nothing, right? I mean, this dude couldn't hide the frustration on his face. It was so good. I love seeing that. It was good to see Sean McVay a little frustrated, and I love seeing the smirk from John Lynch. And Kyle Shanahan was kind of, you could tell, trying to hide it, but they were excited about that pick of Ty Simpson. And maybe it'll end up working out, but I don't think it's going to. I think that was just a real reach. I'm glad the Rams did it because, they could have added a real playmaker that made things tough for Seattle and San Francisco this season. That is a championship caliber football team, and they did not help themselves.
No.
They would have been better off talking Jimmy Garoppolo out of retirement and having him come back to be a backup than to draft Ty Simpson. Stetson Bennett is in the mix still, according to Sean McVay. That doesn't really seeing a lot of, I don't know. That one was probably the most baffling of all the picks that was done.
It was my favorite pick. It was my favorite draft pick by far. I give it an A+. Shout out to Shilota. I hope I said that appropriately for the super chat. He says, hey, cheers from Brazil. Man, everybody, wherever you're watching, we did this yesterday. Let's do our roll call. Where are you tuning in right now? And if you're in the Bay Area, as specific as possible would be great. But where are you watching this? We've got a little over 1,000 people in the chat right now, which I really, really appreciate you guys. I know those numbers are going to grow. We are still 11 minutes out from the draft starting. But when the Niners traded up for pick 33, we had to bump up our time so we could get together and kind of, get all the conversation out before they're on the clock. But back to Shalota in the super chat. He says that McVay day one interview was hilarious. I think the Niners did great from a salary cap perspective and off draft value. What do you guys think of the Niners take Emmanuel McNeill-Warren? How would you feel about that pick if they took him right here at 33?
I'm not in love with that pick, but I don't hate it either. I'm kind of okay as long as that means Raheem Morris is signing off, right? And he did a really good job last year with the Atlanta Falcons of finding 2 young players in Xavier Watts, and then from Oklahoma, I just went blank on the name. The guy with another guy with short arms. But
are you talking R. Mason Thomas?
No, I'm talking the safety, Billy Bowman, that they drafted last year. Yeah, another guy that, he's pretty solid, what they got there in Atlanta. So I think if you see him take a safety right here, he's vetted him. But I would be a little surprised if it was Emmanuel McNeill-Warren. I know a lot of people are making the comparisons to Nick Emmanwori. I was one of the biggest Nick Emmanwori guys last year, and I don't see the same player when I look at Emmanuel McNeill-Warren. I think their similarities are that they're really tall, they're really fast. And really, Emmanwori is a lot more athletic and fast than you get from Emmanuel McNeill-Warren. So I don't really get that comparison a whole lot. I would prefer Halsey in this selection to Emmanuel McNeill-Warren. But hey, we'll see what the 49ers do if they go safety. They're looking to improve the position. John Lynch didn't sound like that was a possibility last night when he said they really liked the position, but they were always willing to bring someone in to compete.
Yeah, I like that. And, we need to round out this conversation. We haven't talked about the Seattle Seahawks. They picked dead last, talked nonstop about trading back. They weren't able to. They took Jadarian Price, running back. So you got 2 running backs and a quarterback going so far, in the entire division of the NFC West. What were your thoughts just on Jadarian Price going to the Seattle Seahawks at pick 32?
And I think he's a really good player, and they definitely needed to replace Kenneth Walker. Zach Charbonnet was injured towards the end of the year, so an investment in running back makes sense. But first round, I think that, a lot of people talk about, hey, all these teams go best player available and all that. I don't think Jadarian Price was the best player available. Seattle Seahawks definitely drafted for need. So it is a little bit of a reach, but they're also going to be drafting at the end of the second round. It's not like they could, get a guy. Jadarian Price probably wouldn't have been there when they were drafted again. So they had to go ahead and take him now, but I don't think they wanted to. I think they wanted to be in that 35 to 45 range with a trade back and then take him then. So that's good news for the 49ers. Seattle wasn't able to acquire an extra pick and had to take their guy a little bit early.
Dude, it's pretty cool going through all these names. Hey, man, we've got places. It's crazy. Germany, Brazil, Philippines, England, Wales, Scotland, and Arkansas, which is up there on the list with all those other ones. I love this. This is so cool. And for the people overseas, right here, Tobias, he's watching in Sweden. It's already 1 a.m. there. So, yeah, man, we respect the commitment. And if you are somebody that was overseas, stayed up all morning to watch the draft yesterday, and you didn't even walk away with the pick, that is a badge of courage that you get to wear now, which I'm super pumped about. And right here, Lukey, appreciate you, man. He says, Schefter said 49ers had talked throughout the day about trading the first pick of round 2, number 33 overall selection. So far, no offer has been enticing enough. What are your thoughts if you were in charge? We're about to be on the clock here in about 7 minutes out. Let's go ahead and put on our predictive hats. I want 2 answers, Ant. What would you do? And what do you think the 49ers will do on the board at 33? You can talk trade back. You can talk whatever it is that you're kind of feeling here.
Yeah, I think if the right trade back was available, that's what I would be entertaining. And, I kind of brought this up last night. I'd be willing to go back into the early 40s because of the way that the board is played out for the right draft compensation. And that's really where you're going to get the most value is with a little bit further drop back. And I think that they could still get a really good edge rusher there. We talked about R. Mason Thomas. Well, he might be available at that point. Maybe you don't go with Cassius Howell, but you could get an R. Mason Thomas. And I do think if they were going to go ahead and select, which I think they might end up selecting, I don't know if they're going to get the trade they're looking for. I think it could be an edge player, but I'm not sure it's going to be Cassius Howell. I think that the fact that they passed on him last night makes me think that they weren't all in on that, and maybe it looks a little bit better now. But I think that, there could be an edge player that goes right now.
Yeah, there you go. And, just kind of refreshing, this is the 49ers, top 30 visits list. The only one that's a possible target here at 33 probably is Denzel Boston. That's still there. Omar Cooper gone, KC gone, Caden Proctor gone, Caleb Lomu gone, Ihanachor gone, Lawrence gone. And I said this on Twitter earlier. I think the Dallas Cowboys selection of Malachi Lawrence prompted the 49ers to trade out. I think if Lawrence would have been there at 27, I think they would have turned the card in. But you got sniped a little bit by the Cowboys there. And so now you're looking at guys that they have had their top 30 visit with that are, day two guys, Romello Height, Malik Muhammad, my favorite player in this draft, Chris Brazel, Tyler Onyedem, Chris McKett, a little bit later for some of these other guys. Deshawn Barham, he could sneak up here. Alex Harkey, way too early for him. But those names are names to keep in mind as we go throughout day 2 and day 3, because every single year they get one or two of these guys. No doubt about it. But the only two names that are kind of in range right now, again, is probably going to be Denzel Boston, and Chris Brazel. Is this too early for Romello Height, Malik Muhammad, Deshawn Barham? Is it too early for them?
I think it's too early for those guys. I do. I think that those guys were always looked at targets kind of later on in the second round. That's why trading back a little bit more. I mean, if you do like Denzel Boston and Chris Brazel, I don't know how different they are on the 49ers board, but if you like both of these guys, well, a small little trade back, you could probably still pick up one of them. And we've seen the 49ers, they wanted to potentially trade back when they drafted Ricky Pearsall. They couldn't work that out to be able to take him. This time they did. So if they did like a Chris Brazel, for instance, they traded back now. Now they could say, hey, yeah, we wanted to get into a better position. We got draft capital, and now they drafted him. I'm super high on Brazel, so it wouldn't hurt my feelings any if they went ahead and drafted him at 33. But I do think that would be an interesting pick, because the consensus is not that Chris Brazel is a pick worthy of that. A lot of people have put this guy at the end of round 2, some even between rounds 3 and 4, depending on who's watching him. He's one of the toughest evaluations, and I think 49er fans are split on what they feel about Chris Brazel.
You and I love the tape. It's the off the field stuff. It's the immaturity. It's the lack of the route tree. It's really hard. But the 49ers have drafted players in that scheme. Jordan Watkins, he played the same role, the outside wide receiver in that same, RPO, Art Briles, air raid, convert, whatever you want to call it. I don't even know. Is there like the Briles tree? What do we even call that shitty ass offense? I hate it. It's my least favorite offense to watch. Do you know what it's called? Is there a term for it?
I don't know. Yeah, I honestly don't know what it is. It's interesting about Chris Brazel. You almost had to go back to his Tulane film. Then you got to see a little bit extra when it came to the route running and some things like that. But he's definitely a lot more explosive than he was in 2023. So it's interesting. But yeah, I don't like the Briles offense a whole lot. You get so many guys walking around on the backside of plays. So you get a lot of questions about effort. It's not about effort. This is what they're told to do. This is just the scheme. And that's unfortunate, but that's why I think a lot of teams aren't holding it against these players that are coming out.
And I think you saw too, watching Jordan Watkins tape, they literally tell their wide receivers, you're taking this play off. You're taking and so they'll snap the ball and you'll see them turn and just start walking back to the huddle. They tell them to do that because you're going to be going deep the next play. So it's just kind of weird. It's a very weird offense. Now, as we are about to start the clock, I do want to let everybody know watching live, we do not tip picks here. So if, as the 49ers are going to start off, red hot, they're going to be on the clock at 33, still no trade back or anything that has been announced yet. But try to stay with us, and I'll be announcing each pick as they come through. And so, I'll do this. I'll do the hand wave if it's in the middle of the most important conversation point ever, just so that I can try to keep us on pace and timing tempo with what's announced. So if your TV's before us or after us, we'll pause us or pause the TV so you can sync it up. That's going to lead to a much better draft experience for you. And if you are just man, if somebody tips this Niners pick, I'm going to be so upset. Just minimize the chat or cover up the chat or whatever. And then you don't have to worry about it, because that's what I do. So as soon as they announce the 49ers are on the clock, I'm minimizing the chat. so that nobody can kind of ruin it. And people are just throwing in predictions. So just because somebody says like Chase Basantis or Emmanuel Pregnon, like that doesn't mean that they knew that. That's their guess. So just trying to make sure we kind of create a safe spot for everybody to have the best draft. That's what we're here for, is to have a good time. So anyway, all that is there. Any other tips, Ant, for how to make this draft experience more entertaining, more fun, more positive as we move forward today? Because we're going to be here for like 3 hours.
Yeah, I think it's just, don't get too up or down, with the way the 49ers move up and down the board or the picks that they make. Take a second, process, and just try to figure it out. And I think that's one of the things that makes it easier. You don't want to go on the roller coaster ride of extreme highs or extreme lows. Just take it as it comes and enjoy it. But either way, you're gonna add new players today, and I think that's exciting. So we can kind of start looking at who the 49ers are adding and what they're going to provide this football team, whether it's defensively or offensively, and then it starts kicking into high gear, X's and O's wise. Okay, we're going to use this guy this way and that guy that way, and it starts breeding competition as well, which I love. And so, yeah, that's kind of the approach to take. So it might not be your guy, but it's the 49ers guy, and let's see if we can come around to the idea of how good that guy is or how good they're not. And I think that it'll be okay. It'll be fun.
Yeah, and that's the way, like, you're getting new added talent to your team that you get to cheer for over the course of 4 to 5 years, maybe longer. It's a big deal. And so celebrate that. This is a life-changing moment for those. Even if they pick somebody that you don't like, and maybe I'm talking to myself here, let's try to focus on the positive and, let's dive into the tape. Let's figure this out. And if you want to know what these players are going to look like for the 49ers, the best place to do that is Ant's Patreon. Patreon.com/49ers cutback. He's going to have film breakdowns up. I'm going to have film breakdowns up on the 49ersrush.com under the 49ers player breakdown tab. Like, that's there. So we're going to get you. We're going to cover it for you. And so if you want to support us, that's probably the two best ways, the 49ersrush.com or my Patreon channel or Ant's Patreon channel, 49ers cutback. So everybody go check that out. Kimbro, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you guys for another night of coverage. Let's freaking go. Goodell is at the podium. We're getting everybody hyped there. Man, did you see that crowd that was there? It was off the charts, man. It's crazy. I love the crowd. It's huge.
I love that they're moving it around every year now. Just like new people get to kind of check it out. You got the people that travel all over the place, which is great, but I love that it's different environments for different teams. And yeah, I think it makes it fun. And of course, it's a moneymaker for the NFL, but it's exciting that so many fans get excited about the draft. There was a day, right, where they were just like in some conference room, basically. And now it's like this big spectacle. Pretty fun.
I've been out there before. It's rough because you finally get like a cool spot, and then you got to pee because you're drinking beer, and then you lose your spot and you lose your friends for 3 hours. It's just kind of like the cell phone network crashes. There's so many people you can't even text. It's cool. It's a fun experience, but yeah, the best spot is to get the bar closest to the action. And you can kind of participate that way. But now we've got tweets out from Rappaport, Schefter, and Garofolo saying it's expected that the Niners are going to stay and pick. That is the expectation. Neither have said it's official, but Garofolo says seemed. Schefter said planned, and Ian said with trade options on the table, likely. So you're getting in all of those kind of, I don't know if you used to play like Mad Libs back whenever you were a kid. It's like, not certain for sure, but the 49ers about to be on the clock. You've got and also round 2 and 3, this is when all of the old players get to announce the picks. And so you're going to be seeing a whole bunch of kind of former NFL greats and mostly NFL players tied to Pittsburgh. And so with that, the 49ers are on the clock. We've got 7 minutes per pick. As if yesterday didn't go fast enough, it's even less for this one. The 49ers are on the clock. So if you are one of those people that just hates people that tip or whatever else, or, whatever, minimize the chat now. Enjoy this next 7 minutes. And here's the question that I want to pose to you from A. He says, what pick improves this team the most right now?
I think there's actually 3 positions that could improve this team right now. I think when you look at the designated pass rusher or an edge player, they definitely still have a need for that. Now, with all the financial, space that they've created cap-wise, they could also address this outside of the draft. So I don't want to say it's all tied into the draft, but I think that would make a lot of sense. You have a need at offensive guard, and now that you're in the second round, positional value, you throw it out the window. We've seen them draft Aaron Banks. I think that they could go with Chase Bisontis or somebody, and that would make a lot of sense for this team. And then there's safety. You do need to improve the safety room. Now, I think when you have 3 guys on rookie contracts and 2 of those guys you've gotten over the last couple of years, I think it's a little bit tougher to kind of add somebody in this space. I would rather have a veteran that comes in more of a Deshaun Gibson type player, but I do think safety's in the mix as well. I'm going to go ahead and say interior offensive line, wide receiver, and edge could all help this team right now.
Yeah, I like those. The speed rusher, you need the left guard spot, you need the safety spot. Like those are the 3 where you could see the biggest immediate increase. But wide receiver, I don't know if I'm one of the few, but I feel like wide receivers rotate for the 49ers. And so even though you have your 3 starters out there are a lot of rotations in there. So that 4th wide receiver, the 5th wide receiver, get that 20 to 25 snaps plus the long term. That's why the Caleb Lomu pick kind of was so frustrating, because he could only play left tackle and you never rotate that position. You rotate edge rusher, you rotate wide receivers. You do not rotate safeties. They just don't do that. And so, they just showed a real quick clip of the war room. Seems like everybody's just kind of sitting around. I think that they've made their decision. Nobody was on the phone. They're just all kind of lackadaisical chilling there. I think that the 49ers seem to be making this pick with 4.5 minutes left on the clock, Ann. So prediction time. I'm sticking with Denzel Boston or Cassius Howell. That's who I want. That is who I would like to take. There's probably about 25 names, though, and that I'd be okay with because of the double trade back. You've given yourself some grace, some elasticity, to use the economics term, because now you're not so pigeonholed because you have a 3rd, you have a 5th, you have more darts to throw. But I'm going to go Denzel Boston, Cassius Howell. Those would be my 2. I know I sound like a broken record. Who is your kind of go-to that you got right here?
Yeah, I don't know if they'd pull the trigger on my guy, Chris Brazzell. I would love that pick for the 49ers. I just think that he's – they would have to be sold on what he is off the field, right? They would have had to meet with him and feel comfortable with him. I think Chase Bisontis is in the mix right here. I really do. I think that there's a chance they go offensive guard. If they were really high on Caleb Rutledge, it could be Chase Bisontis. And then I think it's an edge, but I'm not sold on Cassius Howell at this point. The fact that they were willing to pass on him before, I don't know what makes you all of a sudden in love with him in the second round if you didn't really like him in the first round. So I think it could be edge, but I think that you got to throw R. Mason Thomas kind of into the mix and maybe even Gabe Yakis. We'll see what happens, but I think that those are some guys I'm targeting. If I had to pick one guy for this, I'll go ahead and I'll say Chase Bisontis, but I have been wrong going with offensive line in the second round before, and I'm sure it'll happen again.
You are as consistent as the sun, and I freaking appreciate it so much. I tweeted out this morning that watch the 49ers do some crazy, off the wall pick that nobody saw coming, and I wouldn't be shocked. And I think that you could kind of stomach it after the double trade back. But it's what I think outside of like running back or quarterback, I would be pretty much cool with what they're doing here. So yeah, we'll see it. Once we've done this before, like there's going to be a point in this draft where we get up there and you got to talk yourself into why you like this pick or justify the pick. It's kind of what happens. And the further you get away from the top 5, you have to do that more and more and more. As we were going through the big board, like almost every single player that is available in this draft at this point, you could poke holes in their game. The rush crush, we came up with 13 players that I really, really like and enjoy and are my favorite players of this draft still. Yeah, but like that's just what it is. So once you're here, it's kind of beauty in the eye of the beholder. And the 49ers, this is well attested to. It is proven. They have the most unique board of any team in the NFL. The pick is in. So the 49ers are not trading back. Those of you who have waited and waited and waited for, the 49ers to go get their whatever pick, it is there and it is taking place. So John Lynch is on the phone. My assumption is he is talking to whomever they are picking and just did the whole handed the phone over to Kyle Shanahan. So like we'll get the audio from that phone call at a later time. But the pick is in. And is it Andy Lee who's announcing the pick for the 49ers? Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think I did see Andy Lee was going to be making one of the picks. I didn't remember if it was going to be this one or if it was going to be like pick 58. I think it was supposed to be 58 originally.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah, Andy Lee doing it. Hey, good punter for a while.
Great punter. Yeah, played for a long, long time for us. I think at some point he paid for almost like half, like the entire NFC West. But yeah, he's been out there for a while. I will say this: if they draft a kicker or a punter at any point in this segment, prepare for F-bombs and anger and probably a broken camera or two. I'm just letting you know. Oh, there's Nick. I see my boy Nick and Lee Gallen on the freaking NFL Network. I love it. With the Iron Man mask on. Shout out to Nick, the Godfather, Lee Gallen, Flackers. Paul Hope, I know you're somewhere smiling right now, man. Hope everything with the family's okay. We love you guys, you and Tracy. Just want to let you know we're praying for you. But man, yeah, the 49ers pick is in. They are represented out there well. Saw lots of familiar faces that I always see out at the 49ers Rush road trips, all those things. So the pick is in. Roger Goodell is I think that's Goodell. No, it's not. It is good old Andy Lee. Here we go. Pick number 33. The first pick in the second round of the 2026 NFL Draft. Oh, I freaking love it. I don't like a punter announcing it, but I do like Andy Lee. I'm kind of back and forth on that one. He's hyping up the crowd. Sorry, building the suspense as if we haven't had enough with the double trade back, but the 49ers are about to get their player. Oh, I'm so excited, man. I freaking love this. This is incredible. This is why we're fans, man. This is why we watch the draft. Deshawn Stribbling, wide receiver.
Okay.
This is a rush crush player. This is way early, but size, speed, strong hands. Holy freaking cow. The 49ers got a rush crush. This is a trip, man.
Yeah, he's one of Ant's elite too. So we doubled up on getting a guy that the 49ers were going to love. And you know what's interesting, John? I know that you were big on him. I seen it on Twitter. I was big on him as well. This dude was supposed to be in the 4th round. And once you start watching the film, you're like, there's no way he's going to be a 4th rounder. But I did not think he was going to be the first pick of the 2nd round. Holy cow. I like the player, though. I like the player a lot. I just don't know if I like him at 33. Crazy. But hey.
Oh, my gosh, man. I had a high 3rd round grade on him. But this was one of my rush crush players. And whenever I said, like, they always go crazy and their board is completely different. Wow. Just wow. Here's my draft write-up of him in our 49ers Rush draft book. This dude, 6'2", 207, 10-inch hands, 31 and 5/8-inch arms. He ran a 4.3, 1.53, 10-yard split. Like, these are the ratings. He has over 3,000 snaps. Experience. He took over the job of Jordan Watkins. So he transferred in. He was not teammates with Jordan Watkins. He took over that role. Trey Harris and Jordan Watkins left. And so he played at, he played at 3 separate conferences. He's at Washington State for 2 years. Then he transferred to Oklahoma State. Then he transferred to Ole Miss. Played well in all 3 conferences. Did really, really well. Listen to the traits. I rate 1 through 10 every single player. Experience is a 10. Versatility 6. Speed 9. Acceleration 8. Production 4. Blocking 10. Yak yardage, yards after catch, 9. Oh, what were your thoughts? Go through your film, kind of tell us about the newest 49ers wide receiver, Deshawn Stribbling. I've been going after wide receiver, and I've been saying they're going to do it. Here we go, Deshawn Stribbling. It's early, but wow.
Yeah, I think wide receiver makes sense. I just don't think that anyone expected it to be this wide receiver. But we talked about it. They do this. They did this with Ricky Pearsall, a guy that was thought to be lower down on the board and comes up. But what are we getting with Deshawn Stribbling? I mean, you're getting a really fast guy who does eat a lot of cushion. With his vertical routes, he tracks the ball well down the field. He can do that. He's also a very good intermediate route runner, which I think is going to be big within the 49ers system. But with all things, right, what is the vision for Deshawn Stribbling? It's a guy that early can run that power slot role if you need him to. A big physical body, 6'2", 207 pounds, but with more speed than a guy like Jauan Jennings. So he's got the ability to threaten a team vertical up the middle of the seam if you put him there. And you talked about a rotation earlier. Well, now you've got Christian Kirk. He can play the Z. You can play Demarcus Robinson, but now you have Stribbling to play that power slot as well. And he's the eventual replacement for Mike Evans out on the outside. So they did get that guy. They just went with somebody, unlike Denzel Boston, that had the speed to threaten people vertically down the field. He's nasty. He's a good blocker. I think that this was as far as a player, it's a very solid pick. If it was 58, nobody would bat an eye. But because it's 33, there's going to be a lot of question marks about why the 49ers took him this high.
Yeah, and yeah, this is 100% a reach. Like we liked him. Both Ant and I both liked him. But you look at the consensus big board, and you could say, like, well, what the hell does that mean? Would he have been there? Deshawn Stribbling was number 85 on the consensus big board. Very, very similar to, I think I had the late 60s for Ricky Pearsall. So like even further back. And I had very similar grades to Pearsall and Deshawn. Chase Besantis just went the pick after us. Sorry, I missed that, to the Arizona Cardinals. That's a pretty good pick for them. They are not focusing on, they're going running back and guard to start their rebuild, but hey, not a bad pick there at 34. Yeah, here is Dane Brugler's from The Athletic and the Beast. This is his Deshawn Stribbling, which he had a second-round grade on him. Overall, Stribbling isn't the most well-rounded in terms of his route success. He's a big-bodied athlete with strong ball skills and a pro mindset. He has the talent and competitive toughness to settle into a wide receiver 2 or 3 role for an NFL offense. Definitely an X. And you're talking about, this is a high A-plus athlete in a Jauan Jennings type body. 6'2", 210 that runs a 4.3. And the blocking on him, man, I remember just doing the tape on him, which, again, Ole Miss is weird because they tell him to take plays off. But, I put plays so hard, fights for every yard, catches everything if the ball's around. He's a snagger. And so, like, you see the hands pluck consistently, natural pass catcher, where, like, 10-inch hands. He's got huge hands. He's got some mitts. He'll snatch the ball out of the air consistently. Not a lot of wiggle. Like, this is not a Ricky Pearsall kind of, Brandon Ayuk, sinking his hits at the top of the route. That's not what it is. It's much more of a Mike Evans type guy. And speed. Like, let me pull up just the athletic profile of Deshawn Stribbling. I mean, this dude here, Elijah Surratt, Jalen Polk, Romeo Dobbs, Emiko Egbuka, Sammy Watkins, Jalen McMillan. These are all the athletic comps that are out there. I went with Romeo Dobbs as the athletic comp and a faster Jauan Jennings as the play style because he's so physical, even at Ole Miss, which they don't even do that. Now, the Bills are on the clock here. They're announcing their pick 35, TJ Parker, edge off the board. TJ Parker, edge off the board. Man, I want to get to the chat because the chat's really, really upset. Talk to the people, Ant, that are upset. Let's approach this. Let's look through their eyes how this is so much of a reach, because it is. This is a major reach. But kind of talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that where they drafted him is always going to be the concern. Maybe the 49ers have intel that we don't know about, the same way they did Ricky Pearsall, that they didn't believe that he was going to make it to 58, so they needed to go ahead and take him now. But I do think that it's okay to call it a reach. Now, he's got to live up to this draft pick, and the 49ers, of course, they have a vision for him, and that's always one of the things that I think people don't really understand when they look at a draft pick, as what is the vision? And you brought up the Jauan Jennings comparisons. Well, you're replacing Jauan Jennings. You can't pay him $15 million anymore to do what he did. Well, now you can find a player that can do it for a lot cheaper. and he's got a little bit more athleticism. And I think that adds to what the 49ers are able to do, especially with creating separation for players underneath. This is going to help Ricky Pearsall. This is going to help, Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle, as he's going to be able to kind of drive some people up the field. And what do we want to do? We want to get a better run game. Well, you need a guy that can block. Yes, you also need a guy that can threaten teams vertically, and he can do that because the film shows a guy that can threaten when it comes to eating up cushion of these cornerbacks. So I think that was a smart move for them. He's not small. He's big and physical. He's fast. So I think that those are the things that they're looking at. I think it's just the shocking part is they took him as the first pick of the second round. But, this is kind of what they do. They find their guys, and they don't care what anyone else's board. They don't care about consensus boards. They care about what they say. They're convicted on their players, and they were convicted on Deshawn Stribbling, so they went ahead and took him at 33, weren't willing to take a trade back, which makes me think that there was somebody that was coming up that they thought might take him within the next 5 or so picks.
Yeah, and I mean, again, they had conversations for 17 hours to trade back. They just like this guy. And man, born in Hawaii, was a 3-star kind of prep and fought his way up through multiple things. Like, that is the thing. So if I'm trying to sell you on Deshawn Stribbling, it's experience, it's athletic profile, it's size, and it's just catch everything. Like, you look at what the 49ers just went through with Juwan Jennings, who we all love. Dude had the second most interceptions when targeted, and that was Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. Think about all the passes off of his hands. Deebo Samuel, same thing, drop rate. Was top 10 in drop rate again last year with the Commanders. You're going and getting these guys that catch the damn ball when it's close. And you have an accurate quarterback, one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, he's got a couple that are just kind of crazy. But this is somebody that, and again, somebody asked about his injury history. He had a broken wrist in 2023 and missed half the season. That's it. And this is somebody that's played 3,000 plus snaps. This guy has 55 college starts. 55. Now, he's 23 years old. He's a little bit older. But what is the critique that we always have whenever Kyle Shanahan drafts wide receivers? They can't get on the damn field. They can't figure out the playbook. They can't, because playing in Kyle Shanahan's system, it's the most advanced for the wide receiver position out there. Well, this dude's been in not one, not two, but 3 major conferences on 3 separate teams. And again, they don't all run this, Art Briles offense, whatever, but he's got some experience in that. And now he gets to learn behind Mike Evans. And shoot, you have competition now. He could be a big slot. I don't think that you put him in Z, but you can do some reverse wide receiver screens with them. I think that this is an X wide receiver, which I value big time. This is a rush crush, one of my 13 favorite players in this draft. Is it early? Yes, it was. We got a trade, not with the 49ers. The Texans and the Raiders traded. So pick 36 and 117 goes to the Texans. Pick 38 and 91 goes to the Raiders. So just jump it up a couple spots, swap to 3 and a 4. Could have done that trade if you wanted to, but the 49ers chose to stay there. And we got a super chat, a question here. I'll let you take this one away, Ant.
Yeah, it says Watkins has yet to play. I think you might have popped the wrong one up there.
Yeah, I did. It's going quick. The chat's going quick.
Yeah, thanks so much for the super chat. 49er Joe 10 says, Ant, where did you get that hat? I think I just got it off like NFL Shop back in the day. I think it was actually like a couple years ago now that I've had this hat. Really love it, but I don't know if you could even get these anymore. I get questions about the hat all the time, and I haven't seen them anymore since. So, yeah, I love these ones. I wish they would bring them back. I'd probably buy a second one just so I had it. But yeah, no, I love the hat too.
Yeah, so I'm getting a lot of Kyle looked pissed in the war room. I think that's just the way Kyle looks now. That is just kind of what he is, sadly. But yeah, we'll see. Caden McDonald just went to the Texans. They traded up for Caden McDonald. So yeah, that's where that is. Congrats to him. He goes and gets paid. I freaking love it, man. I don't know, like. The thing I'm probably most upset about is now I have to go watch more Ole Miss tape, which I'm not excited about because I hate that damn offense, but that's okay. I am excited because I do like this guy. I really, really do like this guy. I'm super freaking stoked just for getting a player that I like. I think the 49ers got better. I think that he could rotate. He could help in right now. Deshawn Stribbling can. But with the long-term plan of him, being a starter for sure.
Yeah, I think that's what they're looking at too, is you've got to eventually have the replacement at X, right? And so you got a guy that can definitely do that. And I know a lot of people were talking about Jordan Watkins last year. There's a big difference between Jordan Watkins, who the 49ers drafted last year, and Deshawn Stribbling. Even though they went to the same school, these guys are not the same player. And they both are super fast, but Stribbling is doing it at a bigger body. He's more physical. He does things a little bit more different than Jordan Watkins. And so you're getting a guy that just plays so strong as John flexes again. You got to love that. But yeah, I think that this one is going to work out. And I know a lot of people are saying, hey, he's probably going to redshirt or whatever. I don't think this is a redshirt player. I think when you look at the 49ers roster, the 49ers want to be able to rotate wide receivers. They want to have guys that can make plays. And this dude has something that not all the other wide receivers on the team have, and that is that speed, but in a big body, right? Jacob Cowling is super small. He can't do things with his body physically that Deshawn Stribbling can do, but he's faster than Demarcus Robinson. He's faster than Ricky Pearsall. He's faster than Mike Evans. He is faster than Christian Kirk. You added a real speed threat to your team, but in a big physical body, and I like that part of it. I think the biggest thing is still going to be everyone's going to come back to, hey, you drafted him at 33, though, and then that's going to be it. But if somebody would have taken him before 58 and this was one of their guys that they were convicted on, well, then they were willing to kind of overdraft a little bit to get the guy and make sure they got the right guy.
Yeah. Drew, appreciate super chat. The 49ers process is flawed. The constant reaches. I don't want to hear about him not being ready to play. Well, that's kind of what they did this offseason is they addressed almost all their needs at premium positions. The only ones they didn't was left guard, safety, and then just the speed edge rusher, not the full-time rusher. Wide receiver is a premium position now. It is the third highest paid position in the NFL. It goes quarterback, edge, wide receiver. You saw Alex Pierce, Romeo Doubs, which this is Romeo Doubs. Like, that is my play style comp for him. He just got, what did Doubs get? Like, close to $20+ million per year. I don't even know the exact number, but like, this is a player that helps you now and long term. Is it a reach? Yes. Ant and I both said he was. What do you call? I call him Rush Crush. What do you call your guys?
Ant's elite.
Oh man, that's badass. Ant's that's clean. That's got some like Final Four type Dick Vitale. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Oh man, that's awesome.
He's a diaper dandy.
That's right, man. So like we both love this guy. And, I put out, like, I'll show this just on Twitter. Like, here, how do I zoom in on this? I'm a smart person. I can figure this out. But, like, I tweeted this out here. Let me see here. I can figure this out. Let me zoom in a little bit. Like, this, I tweeted this out. This was March 23rd. Is whenever I put this out. I can see the 49ers liking Deshawn Stribbling, unreal experience across 3 conferences, elite run blocking and speed, 0 fumbles, 2% drop rate, such a clean evaluation. Why are more people not talking about him? Like, he just checked boxes. And in a draft, and again, that was March that I put that out, a month before the draft, but in a draft where there's so many question marks, all these players, yeah, but. What is the yeah, but with Deshawn Stribbling? Consensus was lower on him. Athletic profile, elite. Experience, elite. Hands, elite. Maybe the production, like he never had that 1 year that was like all out. His best year was 2024 at Oklahoma State, 882 yards, 6 touchdowns. Like, he led the team in receiving yards. Then he transfers to Ole Miss, leads them in touchdowns receiving as well. Like, there's never been this kind of like, oh, Blitnikoff, award winner or 1,000 yards or double-digit touchdowns. But this dude had 5 touchdowns, 1 touchdown when he broke his wrist, 6 touchdowns, 23 career touchdowns, which is at the top of this draft class as far as production long-term. That's there. So again, I know I'm going to be guilty, but this was one of my favorite players. The Giants just took Colton Hood, cornerback, really good pick. Man, Tremont McCoy still out there, but I'm not done with this Deshawn Stribbling conversation. I want more, Ant. I want to know more just about how you are feeling now that he's there. What grade did you have on him?
Yeah, I had him as a 3rd-round grade. I had him as number 84 on my big board. I thought that was kind of a sweet spot for him. And you brought up, a March tweet. I did the same thing in March. I like wide receiver Deshawn Stribbling as a possible mid-round option for the 49ers. Big, physical, good hands, can run block, seems to be flying under the radar. Apparently not flying under the radar that much now. 49ers go pick 33. And I think that because I can see a vision for him, I'm not having a hard time grasping it. I think it's, when you look at the roster, a lot of times people are saying, hey, but this is like wide receiver 4 or 5. And I think that makes sense. But you play so many wide receivers during a game that you kind of get an understanding of how to use one of these chess pieces. But what I like about him is the body. You know what I mean? This isn't a small guy. This isn't a guy that's going to get moved off his spot. He's physical. He's going to bring an attitude. And I think the 49ers realized that part of their attitude was moving on in Jawan Jennings. That Jawan Jennings was an absolute dog in the wide receiver position, and they want to keep that going. And one of the things you're going to do if more teams are playing extra defensive backs, you can go to 3 tight end sets, or you can get these guys who are enforcers to play wide receiver that can go handle nickel corners. And you know what? You got a matchup now, and Nick Emenwari, you get to mess with Deshawn Stribbling every single time, right? Stribbling is going to go out there and get physical with you in the run game, and the 49ers are trying to find that. So you get the mixture of the blocking with the speed, and I think that is something that's unique to just, a few wide receivers in this draft. You don't usually have the guys who are big physical and have the speed, and I like that the 49ers kind of went with a top-end speed guy to go along with the physicality.
Yeah, and right here, Super Chat, Jordan, appreciate you, man. He says, you can't take him at 33, you just can't. 58, maybe. The double trade back is huge. I think that is key. We had the position right. They wanted speed. They wanted size. And again, like, you look at the way free agency has happened, and you look at, I'm pulling up Romeo Doubs' contract now because Romeo Doubs has not had a stellar NFL career by any stretch. But this dude goes out there and got, 4-year, $68 million deal. That's why you do this. You go get Doubs. You don't pay him. You got 2 wide receivers in free agency, both on discount deals. Mike Evans took less to come here. Christian Kirk took less to come here. He steps in right there. And it's a reach, guys. Like, you're talking to 2 people that loved him. Ants Elite and Rush Crush, double check. There's a Venn diagram. It's got 2 players in it, probably. That's it. JC Davis, I bet you a JC Davis guy?
I'm not a JC Davis guy.
Well, we're going to fight later. I don't want to dive into that right now. Trey, appreciate the super chat. He says, is this a redshirt year? Ant, what are your thoughts?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to see an extensive
Traden Stukes just went. Sorry to the Raiders.
Nice. Yeah, they were going to go safety, right? It was going to, but think about it, Stukes over Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who a lot of people really loved. So that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a redshirt year. I think that you're not going to see him a ton, but I think you're going to see him, in the mix. I think Kyle's got an idea of how he wants to use him. And that's why I don't believe Kyle's upset. John Lynch has to make sure Kyle Shanahan feels comfortable with players that are going to work within his offense. And so Kyle definitely signed off on this. I'm guessing this is probably a Kyle guy, if it's truth be told.
Kyle picks the wide receivers,
right.
Not John Lynch, not the draft. No. Kyle picks them. So if Kyle looks upset, it's because he just got drunk last night or he got in a fight. No. Kyle is the decision maker there. I hope people understand that. It's a little different than Les Snead, who was there and hired Sean McVay. That is different. So Kyle's in charge.
And the thing is, I get that people are frustrated right now, right? We've spent, the better part of 3 months talking about Casey Concepcion, Omar Cooper Jr., Denzel Boston, all these guys, and then they go with Deshawn Stribbling. I think the thing that we know is that he's a 49er fit. And now we just got to hope that he lives up to what the 49ers believe he is. And now he's going to have to go prove it on the field. But you're right. This guy played in multiple college conferences and was successful everywhere he went. And I think that speaks volumes for who he is. So I like the player. I think we're all in consensus that we don't love it at 33. If this was pick 58, I could wrap my head around it a lot better. But I'm willing to take a step back and let this thing play out because I do think that he's a scheme fit, and I know that they got a really good plan. I don't think it's a redshirt year. I think you're going to see him out there making plays. I think he's going to fill a lot of that power slot role, which I think they desperately need.
Yeah. I'm going to Dane Brugler's The Beast right now. These are the strengths for Deshawn Stribbling. And shout out to Yasik. He says, does Stribbling remind Kyle of himself? Which Kyle one time said after was it Jordan Watkins? No, it was Ricky Pearsall. After he drafted, well, why'd you draft him? He's like, it kind of reminded me of myself back at his UT and Duke days. Here are the strengths listed by Dane Brugler for Deshawn Stribbling. Well-built frame, sculpted arms, torso, legs, clearly works on his body. Uses the jab step to evade press and enter his route. Quick to accelerate in a straight line, allowing him to stack corners vertically. That was another thing. Like, that's the Mike Evans #1 trait. Stacking corners vertically and having a big wide receiver body. That's what it is. That's what he brings. Steady hands away from his body. Had one drop in 2025 only. Competes with a physical mindset and plays strong on back shoulder targets. Brock Purdy's got to develop that because now you've got not one but two back shoulder target guys. Impossible to defend if you're a corner. You got to stay up on top and you got to break and come back underneath. That's one thing I want to see developed in this Shanahan system. Let's see. Ball tracking skills are a strength in his game. Willing blocker who makes an impact in the run game. Accountable with pro-ready mindset. This is a quote from an NFL scout. Quote, he's got that Hawaii chill, kind of quiet, but trains like he's a Marine. Priorities are in order. End quote. Served as a team captain this last year. His first time. Joins Ole Miss and becomes a team captain right off the bat. Productive at 3 different programs, combined for 10 catches, 218 yards in 2 games versus Georgia. That's NFL level talent that you're going against. You're talking back-to-back production in the 2 games against so many games that matter. So again, none of those are my words. That's Dane Brugler. But yeah, I want to go to this. We've got a couple more super chats that I really want to get into. But Azul, explain why you can't take him at 33. Well, you can. The Niners did. But, yeah, what would you say to this?
I don't know. There's probably no player that you can't take wherever you like them. And I think everyone's big board looks drastically different. You know what I mean? I think that especially the teams, they're going off scheme fit. They're going off, how players eval, how they fit within your locker room, right? What are they going to provide your team in the long run? And I think that there are some that are projection. I think this is a little bit of projection as well, because you see what's going to happen down the road. So I wouldn't say, even though you use the term reach, you're just talking about the consensus big board reach. This might not have been a reach for the 49ers at all. They might have him right in this range, which I think is perfectly okay, as a pick is going to happen, I think, pretty soon here from Cleveland.
Denzel Boston just went to Cleveland. So, yeah, the Browns, I mean, they drafted KC Concepcion and Denzel Boston. So that wide receiver room with Judy is kind of shaken out a little bit now from them. But, yeah, Denzel Boston, top player on my board, he is now off the clock. And, again, somebody that plays that X role, but he just didn't have the speed. And now you go get Deshawn Stribbling that runs a 4.3, which, 4.3 is 4.3. Pretty damn good. Kimbro says, JC Ant, mock the next pick. Let's focus forward, take a step back from Deshawn Stribbling. The 49ers are on the clock. We're at pick 39 right now. So we're about 20 picks away from where the 49ers. I'm going edge, and I'm going edge hard. I'm sticking to my conviction that wide receiver and edge were the 2 premium positions. Let's see here. Here's my edge board. R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell, Gabe Yakis, Danny Dennis Sutton, Zion Young, Derek Moore, Joshua Josephs, Romello Height, and a couple guys that I throw in kind of long shot, Kieron Crawford and I'll put Jashawn Barham in there as well. So I'm going edge. Who's going to be there at that point? Part of me wants to just say Romello Height, who they met with. I think I'm going to go Romello Height. That's probably who I'm going to put in there right now.
Yeah, actually, when I put out my mock yesterday, that's why I had going 58 was Romello Height. I thought the 49ers would go wide receiver. I had Casey Concepcion. Of course, he was off the board. And then I thought they would go Romello Height. I think that when you look at him, he's very much like Byron Young, who the Rams drafted when Raheem Morris was there. I think that there's a lot of similarities between them. We've seen what happens when he rushes opposite of a really good pass rusher and David Bailey. I think he can provide some juice off the edge. I do like that. I would like to throw out a little bit of a wild card. What if the 49ers went Caleb Tiernan at 58?
R. Mason Thomas just went off the board to the Chiefs.
Well, there you go. R. Mason Thomas gone. So Cassius Howe's arm length is a real problem for a lot of NFL teams. So the people that were wondering if arm length is an issue, it is. And that's another reason why Caleb Tiernan is not going to be a tackle probably in the NFL, right? He's going to play offensive guard. But I think if you're looking for competition, I would keep him kind of in the mix. I have him as the 61st best player on my board. They're picking 58. I think that'd be pretty close. So I would say edge is probably the most likely, but I don't want to throw out the chance of an offensive lineman, a Caleb Tiernan, a Jennings Dunker. I think Dunker probably a little bit further down. I think he had a lot of juice coming out of the Senior Bowl. I don't think that maintained. I think it fizzled a little bit.
There we go. Tommy in the most Tommy way ever. I love you, brother. Appreciate the super chat. Trash pick reach. Why can't they draft? Why? They haven't drafted the second most all-pro players in the NFL of any regime out there. But yeah, there's always these crazy ones. I said, even in my draft evaluation, this is a very high floor player. I don't think that this is like a bust type player. We'll have to see how it pans out. I'm going to ask the chat. I want you to put in your grade on a 0 to 10. 0 to 10, you use decimal points, whatever. How do you grade the 49ers trading back twice? You have to account for that. Trade back twice. You picked up a third and a fifth, and you got wide receiver Deshawn Stribbling. How do you grade the pick of Deshawn Stribbling? We got 5, 2, and I'm curious, your answer is 0. 0 minus, which doesn't make sense in the Arabic numeral sense, but I respect it. We've got a 9. We've got a couple high ones. 7s. We've got some high ones. Majority are pretty low. FFF 0. Yeah, I wonder how you feel, Doug. But we love you. And it's okay if you're pissed. 8.2, a minus 7, solid 6 to 6.5. What would you give it, Ant, if you were grading this one?
Yeah, I think I would give it a 7. I think you look at positional fit. I mean, as far as what the 49ers were looking for a wide receiver, he fits. I think it's just where they drafted him. And I don't know. I wish I had a glimpse of their big board. My guess is he was probably somewhere in that range. He was
Cassius Howell just went to the Bengals. Sorry.
So here we go. Run on edge rushers, by the way. So that's something to kind of watch now as R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell. And one thing, John, and I got to bring up this player. What about Jermod McCoy, who's still not getting drafted? What would you think if it got to 58 and he's still on the board? This is a guy with top 10 ability, but question marks about injury. Is that do you take a chance then on what could be a top flight cornerback?
He's completely off my board. I am completely not touching him with a 4th rounder. Now I could talk myself into it because he is so damn good and that tape in 2024 is so great. But man, with what I saw of the injury stuff and 450 days not being able to run after an ACL and like that knee, for a corner, I'm saying no. But the tape is incredible. He's a top 10 pick. And I felt the same way about Will Johnson last year. You remember Will Johnson? And it was like, dude, I didn't want nothing to do with him. Wayne loved him. He's a Michigan guy, and the tape was so good. But, man, with speed of concern, he, checked out of plays. He didn't like to, whatever. And then you've got, the Cardinals took him in the 2nd round. They did what you're saying, took the crazy value. He missed time his rookie year, didn't really excel, but he's a starter for him. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Because you're higher on him than I am.
Yeah, I like him. And that's one of the things that makes it tough. I wish I knew what the medical said, because I see in chat, people are talking about he's got degenerative cartilage and all that stuff. If that's the case, then yeah, you just take him off your board entirely. But if you feel like, hey, he's going to be back, he's going to have a long career, medical signed off on him, I think it gets enticing. I think the fact that he's still falling is what made it interesting for me, that the medical must be really bad. If the medical's not right, I'm out. But if it's anywhere near close, I'm in.
Christian Miller, defensive tackle, just went to the Saints at pick 42. That is the third defensive tackle off the board. Very, very clean player. Very similar to an Alfred Collins type, and it's about right where he went. I think it was pick 42 last year. So like that's the type that goes there. It's just what it is. He was my 49th player on my big board, and he goes pick 42. So you've got Miami, the 49ers still about 15 picks out before they go again. And we've got a question. I got a lot of super chats I got to get to, but right here, Nathan. And what are you drinking in those mason jars, man?
Yeah, I got water in one of them because you always have to have water when you record for a long period of time. I actually have an extra water bottle just in case. And the other one, I'm just sipping on a little Diet Dr. Pepper. I got that going too. Just kind of nothing crazy. Just, simple soda and water.
There you go, my man. Mason jars, you never know. Got that moonshine. I know you ain't. James, appreciate the super chat. He says, this is the thing from a scout. Okay, I like this. Quote, hey, boss, the world says we get this dude 4 rounds later. Maybe we get a glaring need who is a perfect scheme fit. What do you think? Shanahan, you're fired. I think now Deshawn Stribbling is a scout's pick, though. Scouts prefer the athletic profile. Coaches prefer the tape. I don't know. Like, maybe we missed it, but I don't have a lot of red flags. Like, I could go down here. Here's the wide receivers that were available. Now, I knew wide receiver was going to be a priority. That's why I bet all that money on it. Denzel Boston, slow. Chris Brazel, off the field, doesn't run advanced route tree. Chris Brazel, ACL. Skylar Bell, man, not really he's older. I don't think there's a lot of issues with his tape. Jeremy Bernard, low ceiling. Great player, but just low ceiling. Ted Hurst hasn't played against anybody. Bryce Lance, limited, elite athletic profile, level of competition, that's there. Like you can go through the wide receivers and have knocks on them. I struggle with the negative for Deshawn Stribbling. Like, and it might not work out. It might not. Lack of wiggle, that's probably the biggest issue. Is like, man, hasn't had a dominant year where he took over and not a lot of wiggle. But that's just not how he wins. Mike Evans doesn't have wiggle either. Like, at all. Like, that's just not what he does. Mike Evans has no yards after the catch ability. Deshawn Stribbling does. Blocks well. Big frame. Speed elite. But yeah, I get it, James. It's frustrating seeing this. Like, I get it. I get it. I really do. Right here. Butter, appreciate the super chat. I love Kyle. He needs to get locked into the closet during this draft. Where do you think Kyle fits in the decision-making process of draft picks?
I think that he signs off on every pick that they're going to make. I don't think that any pick happens without Kyle Shanahan saying that, yeah, this is the pick. I think when you were bringing up what the scouts were talking about earlier about, the things that he had, all the physical traits a scout is going to love. And of course, also the things he does off the field. I'm sure Ole Miss said a lot of great things about him. And then the film really matches. I think this is one that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are going to say, we had consensus on this guy. And I think that that's where they came to. This was a consensus pick. I think if you did have one drawback you brought up, it's the fluidity in the hips. It's the ability, to make some things happen a little bit. It's a little tight sometimes, where some of the other guys, weren't that. But, Denzel Boston's the same sort of thing. He's a little tight. That's why he can't create as much separation. But Kyle doesn't worry about that as much because he creates separation with his route concepts. But Stribbling can do it with his body. He's physical, but he has the speed. And I think that's one thing that we got to remember is he has that speed to threaten people vertical. And that is going to create some.
We got to trade. 49ers traded D. Winters. The Cowboys are acquiring D. Winters from the 49ers. We do not know what they're getting. They're not on the clock. We don't know what it is. But the 49ers have traded. I love that. Dude, the Niners, I'm loving this freaking draft. D. Winters, I was so tired of. We talked so much about his dirty eyes and how he could never sink his read to his feet. It was always wrong. It was always in the wrong place. And so, yeah, the 49ers had traded linebacker D. Winters. They had 7 linebackers. Like, how could they, like, it's a mess. Cowboys draft didn't go the way they wanted. Sonny Styles, he didn't fall to them. I wonder what now. Let's see here. Let's look at the picks that Dallas has. Let me refresh my draft pick trade chart. Probably going to be like a 4th or 5th rounder. My guess is Dallas Cowboys were like, look, we're going to be taking a linebacker here soon, or you trade us our guy. My guess is going to be for their 5th rounder, pick 152. That's my guess. Man, might be a 7th rounder, pick 218. I don't think it's for one of their 4th rounders. My guess is for a 5th. I hope for a 4th. But my guess is D. Winters for pick 152 from the Dallas Cowboys. But again, I'm just, spitballing here. What are your thoughts initially just on trading D. Winters in that linebacker depth chart?
Yeah, I thought it was going to happen that they were going to trade a linebacker. I didn't think it was going to happen in the draft. I thought it would happen post, the training camp, just in case. But I mean, if you're going to get value for one of your guys, 49ers needed to add draft picks again. And D. Winters is probably without a spot. This is probably a good sign.
Here we go. So Jacob Rodriguez just went off the clock at pick 43. So, yeah, okay. The linebacker the Cowboys wanted that have been linked to and mock drafted to nonstop is gone to the Dolphins at 43. I love Jacob Rodriguez. He was a rush crush guy. They're going to build their entire defense around him. Fun player. But, sorry. Keep going, Ant. I apologize.
Oh, no. I'm glad you brought that in because that's probably the exact reason why Dallas pulled the trigger on making this trade. And the 49ers, this must be a good sign for Nick Martin, or at least, overall what they believe that he can be, because D. Winters would have been the day one replacement for Drake Greenlaw if something happened and Greenlaw wasn't healthy or whatever. So now it kind of changes the depth chart. And now you got Nick Martin, a part of that mix to go along with Fred Warner. You still got Tatum Bethune. I like this linebacker room a lot. I think they've got a lot of talent. Luke Gifford, and Garrett Wallow, special teams guys. So 6 strong. Don't count out the 49ers now going linebacker later on in this draft as well. I think that there's a potential now that they've made a move with D. Winters. They could actually draft one.
Man, I'm very thankful for this. One, you got the wide receiver, you got the trade backs, and now you're trading away D. Winters, who is like by far one of my least favorite players in this draft. And we've got another trade with the Lions. I don't know who it's with. The Lions traded up. I think maybe they just hit the wrong button on ESPN. So pick 44, the pick is up right here. Big Toe, thanks for the super chat. Stump arm defenders are being taken now. This is kind of where it is. This is this part of the draft where you're going to see a lot of position value. This was the trade. So Lions get pick 44, Jets get pick 50, and pick 208. 208. Man, I'm so pumped about D. Winters being gone. I think it's best for him too. He wasn't going to play. So who's your starting Sam? Obviously Fred Warner and Drake Greenlaw, but now you've got Nick Martin, you got Tatum Bethune, you've got Luke Gifford, you've got Garrett Wallow, all competing. You still have 6 linebackers. Derek Moore, edge, just went to the Lions, who they traded up for. Michigan guy stays in Michigan. Yeah,
and Jordan Schultz did update and said it is a 5th-round pick going to the 49ers for D. Winters. Extremely good value for D. Winters. So, John, you were all over that one. Good call. And, I think Tatum Bethune would probably be the leader in the clubhouse to be the starting Sam linebacker. But I would love to see Nick Martin, because you're talking about athleticism personified in that guy. That guy is a freak. He gets downhill quick. And I think you would have a different attitude playing the run when you've got Nick Martin out there with Drake Greenlaw and Fred Warner. You talk about a grouping that's going to be a problem for Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love and those guys dealing with that. So I hope it's Nick Martin, but I do have a lot of faith in Tatum Bethune playing that Sam backer role. He's built for it. And so I think the 49ers now are looking in a position where they have 2 young guys that can still play that role while still having the depth of Gifford and Wallow, who should be depth pieces and special teams help. So the linebacker room is looking really good. And how about the 49ers now have 2 5th-round picks? So day 3 just got a lot longer when it comes to what the 49ers are going to be doing.
Dude, I love that trade. So I cannot believe that they got that. I really, really can't. That is huge. So, yeah, they picked up pick number 152. This is for Matt Mayoko. Dallas Cowboys. So D Winters straight up. So now you've got 8 picks in this draft. Came in with 6. John Litt said, we got to create a way to get more picks. You traded back twice in the first round. Had a huge reach for Deshawn Stribbling, but a player Ant and I both love. Then you trade D Winters for a 5th rounder. Man, you are getting value. And now D Winters, he's going to go start for the Cowboys. He'll be a starting backer there. It's good for him. I am very, very thankful for this. This is a win-win-win. Win. Shout out to Bathroom Adventure for the super chat. You are the man. I heard Rams wanted him. Talking about, I assume you're talking to Deshawn Stribbling. Yeah, it makes sense right there. Ronald, appreciate the super chat, my man. Sup, Ant and John, love both y'all shows. I hope this wide receiver works out. I think we could have got him later. Wish we would have gotten Howell. Yeah, man, no wide receivers have really gone off the board since the 49ers picked. Am I wrong on that?
Boston.
Just Denzel Boston. He kind of went off the board. But if we're looking at this, kind of where things are, a lot of defensive players. Man, a lot of defensive players. Goodness. There's been 3 offensive players out of 12 picks. That's it. So 9 defenders, 3 offensive players. The 49ers started off, and now the 49ers are sitting there at, pick 58. They're 12 picks back. The pick is in for the Ravens right now. We're looking good. Man, appreciate you, Ronald. Thank you so much. Tommy, my man, trade Tig for a bag of wet pretzels. You don't have the crazy depth in that safety room that you do the linebacker room. I don't know of any other position that had the depth that linebackers had. Maybe outside corner, but not really. Is there a position that comes to mind where it's just like, man, you got a lot of guys in that room. How do you sort it out? Linebacker was the one.
Yeah, linebacker was the way that they built it in the offseason. Dre Greenlaw, I think, was not expected. So when it came to fruition, they already had brought back Garrett Wallow. They wanted to bring back Luke Gifford. And then you had a lot of young guys that you had invested in. So, yeah, that was the one position you had a surplus. If you got a 5th round pick for D Winters, though, it's not out of the question. You could get like a 6th round pick for Jair Brown, that somebody would like him. I just don't think the 49ers are going to trade from the safety position. I think you're correct. They feel like they need to add to this room, not subtract from this room and then add on. So I think that Jair Brown's going to be on this team in 2026.
Yeah. And right here, John Ant from Maria, like with how shallow this draft is, do you see us having some good options in the 5th round? Like, that's the thing. That 5th round pick was pick 152. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said they have close to 200 draftable guys. So, yes, I'm looking at my 5th round grades. Like, man, here, I'll pull up just kind of where the guys that they've met with. Alex Hockey, the guard, tight end Michael Trigg, linebacker Kendall Daniels, wide receiver Caleb Douglas, safety Cole Wisniewski. Like, just off of guys they met with, those are now players that are in play that pardon my, you would have had to have reached like crazy, which the Niners have no problem doing, obviously. But now you don't have to. Now you get to sit back. There were 13 roster spots open heading into draft weekend. You had 6 draft picks, and then you're going to add 7 more undrafted free agents. Well, now you're up to 8 draft picks and 6 is my number. My numbers might be off a little bit. But anyway, so it was, 6 and 7 to 8 and 5. There we go. I'm smart.
Yeah.
Hooked on Phonics worked for me. But now you're just getting more concentrated players that you're picking, and you're just decreasing the priority free agent draft pool that you're going to bring in. So right now, 8 draft picks and 5 priority free agents is what you have room for. Now, actually more because you traded away D Winters. So that opened up another spot in and of itself. So now you're up to adding 14 players onto this roster. Right here, Isaac, appreciate the super chats. Niners fans should just go on vacation during draft week. I disagree. This is entertainment, man. Are you not entertained? Player trades, back-to-back, trading out of the first round. Like, man, dude, this is, I'm having a good time, man. What about you?
Oh, yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's not like, and that's the thing, is like, even with Deshawn Stribbling, like, I like the player a lot. So it wasn't like it didn't hurt me that we got Deshawn Stribbling. In fact, I like Deshawn Stribbling. I've been trying to figure out in mock drafts how to get him on the 49ers. I just thought he was going to go in the third round, and coming in this weekend, there was nobody there, right? Nobody at the end of, you didn't have a pick there. So now they do. And, John Lynch has been a maestro in this one, moving up and down and getting extra picks, and they're not having to sign so many priority free agents now. Now they have guys that they can draft. And I like that, and Hugh had brought up in the chat, potentially they could take one, that back end fifth, that 179, and put it with the fourth and move up if they really like somebody in the fourth round. It gives them, versatility to kind of move if they need to. Now, I'd love to see them make all those picks because I do think that they need, to add players to this team. But, they got a pretty good idea how many people are actually going to be able to make the 53-man roster too. But I'm enjoying it. I'm excited about what's going on. Finger up. Got it.
Ravens just took edge Zion Johnson. Back-to-back years getting an edge with the checkered past. Man, the Ravens do not care. There's just certain teams that don't care what you do off the field. They took Mike Green last year at this exact same point in the second round. This is just what they do. And so, they just don't care. Or they feel very, very comfortable, but I'm going to go with don't care. There's just, the Chiefs, the Cowboys, the Ravens, the Browns. There's just a handful of teams that just, we don't care about what you do off the field. The Ravens are definitely one of those. But I'm watching these edge guys. They're flying off the board. The second round has just been full of defensive players. My edge players I got: Gabe Akis, Danny Dennis Sutton, Joshua Josephs, Romello Height, Nadame Tucker, Anthony Lucas, Mikhail Kamara, Keyron Crawford, Jayshon Barham. There's still a lot there. There's going to be an edge guy there, but this edge pool is about to be void once the second round's over. You can't wait till the third round. Maybe get somebody like a Trey Moore. He's got that burst. He's one of the fastest players in the draft. But anyway, I don't know. So just overall thoughts of the second round so far, and how you feel it's gone from just a wide vantage point and kind of what everything looks like.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see, teams kind of lock in on needs. You look at the Raiders, going with trading Stukes. They needed a safety. That was one of the biggest things that they needed. And then you started getting players that had a lot of potential, but they have questions. And, a guy like Cassius Hal comes off the board. And we've seen the run now on edge rushers, right? I mean, if you look at the second round and what happened with edge rushers, it started with TJ Parker. And then after that, it was R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Hal. And now Derek Moore and Zion Young have been the last two picks. And this is what happens sometimes. And so now that, me saying Romello Height yesterday at pick 58, it doesn't seem like it's that far-fetched. Romello Height might need to be the pick, or you miss out on edge, which it could also be the 49ers knew something like this could happen. And that's why they freed up more money. Maybe they go a different angle and it's not a draft pick. But you're right about, go ahead, finger up. Got it.
Oh, Bucks linebacker Josiah Trotter.
Ooh.
That is a reach. Trotter was awesome, but I had a 5th round grade on him just because he's a 1980s style linebacker that I don't think can do everything that you want to do in today's NFL. But I mean, he's a run thumper. There's no doubt about it. That's the lowest player by 2 rounds. I've not had a 4th round player go off the board. I have not had a 5th round player until now. Josiah, did you like him more? Was I just way off?
No, I didn't. I had him way down the board too. So we are in concert. In fact, I was scrolling because I had to look for him. I was like, wait a second. I don't remember where. Oh, there he is. And I mean, this one was a little surprising for me. I thought he was getting a little bit more juice nationally than I thought he was going to. I figure it's because he's a little bit of a legacy and all that. But yeah, I think that one, this is the biggest reach of the draft so far. Oh, except for maybe the quarterback yesterday.
I like that. Real quick, guys, we're going to take just a quick moment. I just want to say, if you are traveling to any 49ers game this year, come party with us, 49ers Rush Road Trip. But even more special than that, if you're going to Australia, we have full travel packages together. Here are your details.
49ers Rush Road Trip is going down under. The 49ers and Rams play in Australia to open up the 2026 season, and we got you covered. We are now taking deposits in a partnership with X Hospitality and True Fan Travel. All you have to do is go to 49ersrushroadtrip.com, and you can sign up right there and get your deposit in. It's $499 deposit, but here's the kicker. Fully refundable all the way until the end of May, which that's going to give you several weeks after the official announce of the schedule. But we're trying to build this out and make sure that we have spots for everybody that is serious about going. So, however, if we fill up our spots and you didn't get your deposit in, then I hate to say it, probably not going to be able to travel with us. We're covering direct flights from San Francisco all the way to Melbourne. We've got 4-star hotels. We're all going to be staying together. I can't announce that until the NFL announces. They've got a lot of red tape on that. Game tickets, which is going to be very difficult to get game tickets for this international game. It's the first game ever in Australia. We got you. We got transportation to and from the game. We have all-inclusive tailgate before the game. We have a rally the day before the game with a former player. We'll announce that later. We're going to the wildlife refuge. We've got wine tasting and dinners covered. We've got you. So go to 49ersrushroadtrip.com. Go ahead and check it out. Make sure you like it. And again, if you're one of those people that's like, I'm not coming from San Francisco, we have non-flight options. So if you just want to meet us there, that is there as well. If you want to stay longer than the 7 days that we're going, you do the non-flight option, fly out on your own. You join us for the week of the game. We have everything covered. Everybody is.
All right. So check us out there, 49ersrushroadtrip.com. Jeremy Bernard just went. The Steelers traded up for him. Finally get some more offensive guys off the board there. Now you kind of want wide receivers to get drafted so that guys can fall. I know Jeremy Bernard, he's like the most Steelers wide receiver that ever existed, just does all the dirty work. That is there for sure. We got some more super chats. I appreciate you guys. We're getting through all of them. Breaking 80. Thank you. Hola, gents. Thanks for hosting this. I think the Niners signed Bosa and or Batonio if they don't draft edge left guard today or tomorrow. There's room. You know, we didn't even talk about the Osa Odigizua restructure, adding another $12 million to salary cap space this year. They have the room. What are your thoughts if for some reason they don't address one of these main needs? Left guard, safety, speed edge rusher, bringing in a veteran established kind of player.
Yeah, I think that it's a smart move. You know, I mean, you go into this and you try to get all the players that you can to fill holes, but you can't always do that. So if you don't have a draft pick available, don't force it. Don't draft somebody, you know, way out of the way just to make sure you get somebody. And maybe spend a little bit of money. And they did free up enough money that I think if they wanted to sign Joey Bosa, they could. Now, depending on which capologist you look at, the 49ers have somewhere between $42 and $68 million in cap space. It's all over.
Enough for me and Ant. That's about it.
That's about it. So, I mean, even if you go on the low end, you know, around $40 million, they've got enough for a move if they need to make it. And is it Joel Bitonio? Is it Joey Bosa? Could it be somebody else? I think at least you have that versatility.
Yeah, I think that is there. Well said. Right here, super chat from Gravy. He says, Stribbling, is he part of a B. Thomas trade? I doubt it. I really don't think so. Very similar player in the fact that they both are this X downfield speed vertical. And even though they play the same position, they play very differently. You have one of them, B. Thomas is a slinky, thin rail, doesn't block very much. He's more of a finesse downfield threat. Stribling's much more of a power forward kind of player. I think Sean Kemp, man, like he's built. This is a dude that spends time in the weight room. I think if there was going to be a trade for Brian Thomas, that ship has sailed with this pick personally. Like now you have 3 X's on your roster. You've got Mike Evans, you've got Stribbling, you've got Jordan Watkins. I think that the Brian Thomas Jr. trade idea, that ship has sailed. Thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen now. It was going to take a lot of value to get Brian Thomas, and I don't think anyone's in on that now. And Jacksonville's not picking until 56 again. So I don't think that there's any value to make that move for Brian Thomas. And, you know, you look at, and I don't want to say Deshawn Stribbling is this guy, but his body type and stuff reminds me of A.J. Brown. I mean, that's kind of the body type. Of him, you know, that's what you're getting. And that's sort of the way he plays X is similar to AJ Brown. He's not going to, kill you with a bunch of quick moves getting out of his break. But if he beats you on a slant, it could be to the house. And that's exactly why the 49ers like him. He's got home run ability. And he does have more of a route tree than some of the other guys who have been big and physical, than, in the league before. So I do like him. I think it's a solid move for the 49ers.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think that's well said. Like, and you said we're going with this AJ Brown. He wore the same number and the same uniform. Like, this is Deshawn Stribbling. Like, you can kind of look. This is from the website with Dustin Baker, Vikings territory. Like, this is a well put together individual that, again, like, whenever you watch him, you're just like, okay, this dude. And he wins that way. It matches his play strength. Sometimes you see these guys like DK Metcalf that's, built like Tarzan but plays like Jane. Like, he's a finesse wide receiver that gets bumped off his route. You don't see that with Deshawn Stribbling. He plays through forcible contact consistently and delivers that. He was my third highest rated run blocker of all the wide receivers. And I know somebody's like, man, you're talking run blocking with wide receivers. Who gives a damn? It matters in the 49ers offense. You got to think about Juwan Jennings. You got to think about those guys that bring it run blocking, because it's paramount. And if you don't block, you don't play for Kyle Shanahan. You're not going to have that issue here at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You're now getting the blocker that you want and that you covet with the vertical speed. That's the one thing I think that's the big takeaway from this. Juwan Jennings didn't have that vertical speed to threaten anyone. So when he played X receiver, teams didn't really worry about him taking the top off the defense. That's why Seattle could sit in kind of the intermediate route with their safeties. They never had to worry about anything vertical. That changes now when you got Mike Evans, first of all, because Mike Evans is a threat with his body physically. But now you get another guy that can threaten with the vertical threat of speed. That's going to open things up for over the middle. Ricky Pearsall can have a field day if the 49ers get these guys out there together. And I think that's one of the key things. Now, he's got to stay healthy, but they got insurance. Christian Kirk can come in and play that role of Z if they need it. They've done a really good job of finding insurance to make sure they don't run into a bad situation where they don't have the guys that can execute when they need it.
And like, you go back to the playoff games, you had no downfield vertical threat. Teams stacked the box and they just took away the run game. Like, you didn't have anybody that could take the top off. Now you got Mike Evans. Now you got Christian Kirk. Now you got Deshawn Stribbling. And Avion Terrell, wow, just went to the Falcons. He's going to be playing with his brother. Look at that, the Terrell brothers for Atlanta. That's kind of cool. You don't get to see that a lot today. And, Avion Terrell was the second highest player on my board. I think very, very good corner, very, very good tape. It's just, man, whenever that speed came in at his pro day and the injury, it was just like, man, this dude is slow. But that's pretty cool. Jack, what's up, man? Appreciate the super chat, my good friend here. Good thing the genius had 17 hours to overthink it. Who needs a speed pass rusher when you could have a redshirt wide receiver that took 52 spots too early? Jack is gonna Jack, and I love it, man. Hey, a lot of people are going to be upset. And, if we were clickbait guys, we could rile y'all up and get the pitchforks ready and all that kind of stuff. Let's go. But I'm sorry, the film and the notes, if you're one of those people that's just like, I just don't want busts, I'm tired of busts, this dude has one of the highest floors in the draft. He's done it not once, not twice, but 3 separate schools, 3 separate conferences, 3 separate levels of competition. He had success everywhere he went. Now, is this going to be a 1,000-yard receiver and 10 touchdown guy in the NFL? I don't know. Definitely not for the first 2 years while Mike Evans is here. But, man, he's a chess piece. When was the last? I mean, the 49ers don't have 1,000-yard wide receivers very often. I think you had Brandon Ayuk, you had Debo. That's it. Each of them had 1 year. Obviously, George Kittle, but he's the tight end guy. Yeah, I don't know. I'll continue to push back on that. Jared, appreciate super chat. John, my friend, I just need you to read this, nothing more. Okay, here we go. At pick 58, I'm hoping the 49ers take the best available kicker or punter, end quote. He said not to say anything else, so I'm just going to divert to you, Ant. Ant, take it away.
Not going to happen. Sorry, Jared. But, I would love to see John's response, if that happened. We'd probably get the whole stream taken down. It would go crazy all of a sudden. But yeah, luckily we don't have to worry about anything like that happening, and I don't expect them to take a special teams player unless it's a return guy, which I think is in the mix at some point, probably once you get to like round 3. But with them taking a wide receiver, do they have space for another one of those guys? Is there a running back that could do that? Is it maybe one of the defensive backs that can handle it? I think that's something else they need to address. I don't think right now they have a legit guy minus Jacob Cowing, and I'm not sold on Jacob Cowing being the 49ers return guy. Maybe Jordan Watkins could do it, but I don't know. I kind of wanted them to be able to get someone. That's why I liked Casey Concepcion. I think he would have made sense because of that reason.
Yeah, I think Jordan James would be back there. I'm pretty sure he'll be one of the kick returners. I think Jordan Watkins, punt returner, Jacob Cowan, punt returner, kind of seeing where that goes. Dale DeMott, good friend. Eat, Sleep, Fantasy, my man. Appreciate the super sticker. Appreciate you, brother. Right here from Daddy Wolf. Thank you, man. We traded D Winters to the Cowgirls for a 5th. Dude, I'm so stoked about that. Like, that is just getting better, and getting cheaper. And so now you get another dart throw for a player that you found out last year did not fit. It just did not fit. And so it's good for D Winters. I absolutely love this. I like that more than the trade back in the first round. I am ecstatic. Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, just went to the Panthers. They're going to pair him next to Big O Brown. And, man, they're building up front. Lee Hunter, defensive tackle from Texas Tech, goes to the Panthers.
Yeah, I like Lee Hunter. I think that's a solid pick. I kind of had a 3rd-round grade on him. And so I think that probably because I was looking at the 49ers and what they were going to do, and Lee Hunter, to me, would have been a lot like CJ West, and I actually like CJ West a little bit more than Lee Hunter with his ability to get across the line of scrimmage and make things happen. A lack of production for Lee Hunter was kind of interesting for me, but yeah, they're pairing, some big bodies, and everybody's looking to stop the run and everybody's looking to get after the quarterback. And he's one of those guys that can do it.
Yeah. Right here. I like this. John, he says, you can't judge the picks until you see them in camp. You never know. You don't. And like sometimes, like Fred Warner, 3rd-round pick, that dude, you knew day one. You knew day one he was the guy. Sometimes you just know. Drake Greenlaw, you knew right off the bat that dude was the guy. Dominique Pooney, that dude, injuries, he got in the starting lineup, never left it, still hasn't. Sometimes those things come out. And like, I'll say this, probably the most clearest. I was out at training camp with Joe. Was it Joe Williams? Is that who Shanahan pounded the table for? Joe Williams?
Yeah.
And the dude was in the back. I remember this. It wasn't rookie minicamp. It wasn't even OTAs. It was started training camp. I was out there, and he kept pushing the running backs ahead of him. So it was his turn in the rotation, just going through the drills, and he kept, like, he would look to see if the coach was watching, and then he would push the next guy behind him to go in front of him. Like, it's like he didn't know they record practices. I was like, dude, this isn't, like, is he hurt? Like, what's going on? Like, you could just tell sometimes. You show up on the field, things happen or change. But I'll tell you this about Deshawn Stribbling. He showed up not once, not twice, but 3 times in 3 separate schools at 3 separate conferences and was the guy from day one. So, like, I like that. Now, the NFL's a whole different ball game for sure. But I'm pretty excited. Let's go over his PFF grades. Do with this what you will. His overall grade was a 75.9 last year. He had a 75 grade against man, 69 grade in the run game, and blocking was a 77.9. 10 missed tackles forced, 0 fumbles, 23 career receptions. And probably my favorite thing about him, we did 200 plus players, 1 through 10 on 49ers fit scale, 10 out of 10. And I think I only gave, let me see here. Let me search this. 49ers fit 10. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I think I had 16 10 out of 10 grades. And so he is one of them. So, like, I will say we kind of nailed that one just a little bit as far as just fit goes. Rush Crush, Ants Elite, trust the process. John and Kyle did great last year's draft. They've done great in the last 2 drafts. It's very easy to sit there and say, man, the Niners suck at drafting. You can't say that the last 2 years. You have so many solid contributors in back-to-back years that you plugged in.
Yeah. I mean, I think you look at the 49ers, too. They've had success when they feel like they have a consensus. That was one thing John Lynch talked about when they are consensus on a player, it usually works out. When they have guys that they're trying to decide, think about like Jacob Cowing, and they're trying to figure out which way they're going to go, or even a guy like D. Winters, they were trying to decide between him and Jalen Graham, and they ultimately, neither one of them really worked out. But when they have consensus, it works out. Guys like Fred Warner, and George Kittle and guys like that. So I'm not saying Deshawn Stribbling is going to be one of those guys, but what I am saying is he's a clean prospect who definitely fits what the 49ers like to do. He's a scheme fit, and he overall is a good individual. This is the kind of guy you want to plug into your system. He's good for culture. He's good for getting out there and playing hard and being physical, and he's got some size to him. And size and speed is never a bad thing. I think that he's going to be a really good fit. I think the only question mark for people is going to be where he was taken. And you know what? It doesn't matter if he goes out there and he plays well. If he plays well, all this goes away, and the 49ers look like they made a great pick. And I think the thing is, I like the player so much that I can overlook where they took him, because I think that he is a good player that fits.
Yeah, the fit is a big deal. There's no doubt about that. All right, we got the Jets. They are walking up, and man, we really haven't had enough time to spend, just because, man, we've been diving into kind of nothing but Niners, which I freaking love. The Jets had 3 first-round picks yesterday. They walked away with David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr. What are your overall assessments? 3 first-round picks. What do you think of those 3 players?
Well, they definitely decided that they were going to get some weapons for Geno Smith, apparently, which is, that's hilarious. But, you get, probably the best tight end in the draft in Kenyon Sadiq when you're talking about athleticism and that sort of thing. And then a playmaker at Omar Cooper Jr. They're definitely going to get some guys that can create and make some things happen. I'm a little surprised that they spent so much in a tight end and then a wide receiver and invested, because they even traded up as they go ahead.
Your boy D'Angelo Pons, they just drafted corner. You saw it. I know you're really, really big on him.
Yeah, I like him. I think that he's sticky. You know what I mean? And so I do think that this is a nice replacement. They traded away Sauce Gardner last year. But what is the idea for D'Angelo Pons? Are they going to have him play the nickel? They're going to have him play outside? I think he's a dynamite nickel as far as coverage. I don't know if he's physical enough, play in and play out. I mean, he plays tough, but, is he going to hold up? But I think that that's a good pick. This is my favorite pick that the Jets have made, so far over day 1 and day 2, because I think D'Angelo Pons is a legit NFL player. And all you want to do is go back and watch what he did against some of the better wide receivers, and he was really good. It didn't matter if they were bigger, faster, stronger. D'Angelo Pons was good.
Yeah, I like that. Right here, Breaking 80 of the Super Chat. Thank you, my friend. Prediction, Niners draft Barham at 58. It's the Sam Edge who doesn't leave the field, flips to edge on passing downs, would prefer 90, but that's not how we roll. No, if they like them, they go get them. There's no doubt about that. If they like them, they go get them. What would your thoughts be? How do you feel about Barham? Deshawn Barham, edge, kind of hybrid. He's kind of like the Arvell Reese for Michigan, right?
Yeah, I like him. I wasn't as in love with him as as some of the other people have been with him. I don't really love him, as the kind of that hybrid off ball / edge. I'd like to see him commit to one. I think he's probably better at the line of scrimmage than he is playing off ball linebacker with the depth. The 49ers don't really need a guy that's going to play off ball and then come up to the line of scrimmage. But I think that he's solid. I do think that he would potentially be there at 90. I think there's other guys ahead of him. So I would say that 58 might be early, but if he's a guy that they are sold on, then they'll definitely go that direction. I do think Edge is in the mix for that place. I think he's a good player. I'm not as high on him as probably, other people. I don't know how high you are on Barham.
Yeah, I struggled with him because he's that tweener. You know what I mean? Like, is he an off-ball guy? Is he a rush guy? And so I think for the 49ers, he would not be an off-ball guy. How do you think? If the Niners draft Deshawn Barham, he's a edge speed rusher only. I don't even think he'll ever go into that linebacker room. I just don't see it. Now, you could talk about, Raheem Morris and, what they did with Jalen Walker and kind of whatever. I don't think it's that. I think he would just be a speed off the edge guy only. But shoot, I know Crocker loved him. His burst is there. It's just, man, let's figure out what he can do well consistently and if he could play into that role. But that is a little bit of a search. Jake Golday Linebacker, Cincinnati, to the Vikings off the board. He was a fun player to watch.
Yeah, he is a lot of fun. Yeah, he's a lot of fun. I like him too. The length, you know what I mean? The size, the length, the speed. I think that was a pretty solid pick at linebacker. And it makes sense. I mean, when you look at what Minnesota's trying to do, they needed another guy. And I think Jay Golday's a solid one. I think when you look at some of the other linebackers that were available, I think a lot of teams, a lot of people are going to be surprised that you see Anthony Hill Jr. and CJ Allen and those guys still on the board. But once you see Golday play and the length and stuff that he plays with, he's very talented.
Dude, let's update. This is the NFL big board. Players still available. Man, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's still there. Like, everybody's like, dude, he's still there. Jamad McCoy, Anthony Hill Jr., I love him. I prefer him over Barsham big time, and I think he could play linebacker and edge, but whatever. Chris Brazel, Emmanuel Pregnon, Gabe Akis, Jalen Kilgore, Zachariah Brandt, Skylar Bell, Kyler Lewis, Max Clare, A.J. Hossey, C.J. Allen, Bud Clark, Jason Barham, Brandon Sisse, Connor Liu, Keontae Scott. I think Keontae Scott's on the short list for sure. And I'm going to come in and say this. My number one player this draft, and I'm just going to stick with 49ers 10 out of 10 guys. You know who I'm going to say, don't you? You already know.
I do.
Malik freaking Muhammad. Why not? Like, I want edge, and I think that's a bigger priority. But, like, Niners met with him. He's a perfect 10 out of 10. He's my number one player in the draft. What would your thoughts be if Malik Muhammad went to the 49ers? How would you feel about that?
I think it would be interesting just because of the investment they made in the offseason, with backup cornerbacks. They bring in Nate Hobbs, they bring in Jack Jones, and it feels like they're more reinforcing support around De'Amon Lenoir and Renardo Green. But, I mean, if you want competition, and maybe they want Renardo Green to have competition, that's the kind of move you make because, Malik Muhammad, he's a guy that out on the outside, he's sticky. And that's one of the things I love. I love those guys that are sticky, that drive on the football extremely well, get a lot of passes defended. And so I do think that he fits the 49ers athletic profile, but he also fits, I think, the new idea of where they're going, where it's less about these big boundary corners that are going to play zone coverage, but guys you can match up as well. And you can get more versatile with some of the zone concepts, but also man coverage on third and certain situations. So I do think that he would be a interesting pick. And if they went cornerback, I think in this area, that would be one of the players I think the 49ers would target if they decided to go corner.
Yeah, and a lot of people say they're going defense for sure. I think running back's on the short list. I think tight end is on the short list. I think left guard is on the short list. So those are the three offensive positions. Defensively, I could see him go edge. I could see him go defensive tackle. I could see him go corner. I could see him go safety. Anything but linebacker defensively, I think is a need. And, I had a question here, start from JP earlier in the chat. Shout out JP. He says, do you think they go running back before safety? These are two of the most devalued positions in the NFL. I think they're going to draft both of these, but the running back position sucks, man. I really hope. I would be the most upset if they took a running back like Mike Washington here. I'd be very upset. But, I mean, it's a need. It is a need. So what are your thoughts on JP's question?
Yeah, I think that you're going to get to a range probably in the third round, once they get to that pick 90. If they don't go safety, it might not be value to go safety in the fourth round. They might not get anybody that could step in and have a chance to play. So that might answer his question real quick by the end of the day. I think running back is also interesting, but the thing is like, who is that guy? Like I love Jonah Coleman. When they go Jonah Coleman in round 3, I don't think you go any earlier than that. And to me, he's the next guy. Like he's the next best running back on the list. I just don't know when that's going to be. I love Jonah Coleman if he's available in the 4th round. I'm not as huge of a fan of him at 90. I want it for him. I don't want it for the 49ers when it comes to value. So I would say they probably end up going running back in this draft. I'm not sure they're going safety. I haven't been convinced that they're even going to value the safety position.
Yeah, they only met with one, Cole Wisniewski, and he's like a linebacker. I'm not even sure he is a safety. He's big nickel more than anything. But throughout this whole process, kind of do with that what you will. Here we go. From 5-Star Hustler, appreciate the super chat. Love the Stribbling pick after watching the film. Guys, the film should tell you more than consensus boards or any of those things. Ant and I are going to have draft breakdown films up on Stribbling out the wazoo. It'll be up on the 49ersrush.com, my Patreon channel, which is in the link in the description of this video. And then also, Ant's going to have it up on his Patreon. If you've enjoyed your time with us, there's 4,000 people watching this right now. I'm so thankful and honored. I cannot believe you are spending time with us, and I'm so thankful. Support us. This is how we feed our families. So check it out. And also, I do have to announce we're going to be having a Jerry Rice Tier Zoom hangout on Monday at 5 p.m. I haven't posted the details yet, but all the subscribers to my Patreon, we get together on Zoom, and we're just going to talk through the draft once it's done. Monday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. So sign up. We got a 7-day free trial up over on our site. Ooh, Brandon Sisse just went cornerback. I was out on him. One of my least favorite players. I graded this thing. He just went to the Packers at pick 52. Were you higher on him than me? Because I kept watching him, and every time I did, I bumped him down.
Yeah, I had a late second-round grade on him. I didn't think that he was a player the 49ers would ultimately target. But, I didn't think he was a bad player either. So, this doesn't surprise me when you look at the scheme that the Green Bay Packers want to run. This is kind of a scheme fit for them. Makes sense. I was just out on him for the most part. He wasn't one that I was really enjoyed, but I did think he was a late second.
Yeah. Back to the second part of 5-Star Hustlers super chat. Kyle will scheme him open, and he will be an issue after the catch. Huge yak guy and a downfield threat. Like, that is the thing. Like, he's not the biggest separator, even though separation isn't an issue, but he's not like KC Concepcion or, any of those guys or Ricky Pearson. No. This is a much more down the field, vertical, stretch the field. Like, you've got to be worried about hitting deep and then the back shoulder fade. Now, he could do a lot of the yak stuff, but Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy are kind of moving away from that. That's not Brock Purdy's strength like it was Jimmy Garoppolo's. It's, find the open guy, get the guy the ball. And the biggest problem has been drops and contested catches that lead to interceptions. That's not what Stribbling does. He had one drop the entire year. Amazing hands. Oh, yeah, Pat McAfee walking out for the Colts at pick 53. We're 5 picks away from the 49ers being back on the board. I don't know. Trading back now for the 49ers kind of doesn't seem like you've added a third rounder and 2 fifths. Like, do you still keep adding picks?
I mean, if the right situation comes up, sure, right? It gives you firepower later. It all comes down to when you get to 58. Do you have 3-4 guys that you like? Maybe you trade back. I think it's interesting.
I like that. Right here, man. Shout out to Sean. Appreciate you, man, in the super chat. He says, for those of us who just got off work, John, can you read off your pre-draft write-up on the pick? Yeah, this is in the 49ers Rush draft book. Here's my film write-up on Deshawn Stribbling. Insane experience across multiple major conferences with over 3,000 snaps, most of any wide receiver in this class. Insane speed and size combo, A-plus blocker, and a yak guy. Should be getting more love. Was the true X at Ole Miss, but that offense is weird. I hate evaluating that offense. Plays so hard and fights for every yard. Catches everything, even after tipped passes. Natural hands pass catcher. Snatches the ball with his hands extended. Tight-hipped, not a lot of wiggle. Straight line, start-stop speed is elite. Only one that was better in this entire draft class was Chris Brazel, and then that Cincinnati freak dude. No issues going over the middle. Tough, stacks corners with the best of them. That was my Deshawn Stribbling film write-up. CJ Allen, linebacker, just went to the Colts as well. So catching you up there, Sean, thank you so much. CJ Allen, man, he fell quite a bit. And you want more linebackers going because the Niners just traded away D Winters for a 5th rounder, and that room is still packed tight. So you're wanting wide receivers. You're wanting linebackers. What other position? And quarterbacks and running backs? Like, I don't want running backs to go. I do not want them to take a running back.
Yeah, I mean, running back, there's just really no depth at it, right? I mean, Mike Washington, Jonah Coleman are kind of the next 2 guys for me. And then after that, you drop a little bit of space, probably day 3 guys for pretty much everybody else that's going to get drafted in this draft. So, yeah, I would love to see running backs go early. Somebody take Mike Washington off the board. I would be good with that. I think even some of the tight ends, I like some of the tight ends. I think the 49ers are going to take advantage of that, but I don't think it's going to be day 3 for tight ends.
Yeah, man, Oscar Delp, that would be the guy. And Max Clare, I like Max Clare. Just the injury history kind of pushes me off. I'm not a big Eli Stowers guy in the 49ers scheme. You've never seen Shanahan use that. Doesn't mean he couldn't. But again, if I'm looking through my Kyle Shanahan offensive scheme lens, Eli Stowers, man, refuses to block, converted quarterback, athlete for real, but it's like Brock Bowers only. And you can use that, but he's not Brock Bowers either. He's good, but man, I would take Oscar Delp. I'd take Max Clare. You just got to be comfortable with the injury history there. He's missed so much time. The Eagles are on the clock. Their pick is in. Craziness always happens. Brian Westbrook, one of the funnest running backs of all time. Talk about a perfect pairing with him and Andy Reid. Like, you got Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan. Like, that was perfect. Roger Craig, Bill Walsh, perfect. Brian Westbrook and Andy Reid. It's peanut butter jelly, right? Like, it's just perfect scheme fit.
Yeah, the guys fit, and that's the thing. You find these guys that are just fits, and yeah, he was one. Now, I think Westbrook was one of the funny ones when I watched the fan run into the pole as he's chasing the train. I think he was wearing the Westbrook jersey. That's why I always remember Brian Westbrook. That's just one of the best things. He's running and boom.
Eli Stowers, we just brought him up off the board to the Eagles. So they went and got, man, talk about overhauling. A.J. Brown's gone, by the way. They trade up for Mekhi Lemon, your guy. Then they get Eli Stowers as well. They signed Dallas Goedert to a 1-year deal. But, man, they're trying to surround Jalen Hurts with some pass-catching options with A.J. Brown going over to the Patriots. Bruzzini kind of confirmed that one.
Yeah, that whole story is crazy, by the way. But, yeah, they're getting weapons for Jalen Hurts. And I don't know what's going on with that. I think it's always interesting with Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles in general. It feels like him and Nick Sirianni are kind of hot and cold. And so I think that they needed to improve the offense. The offense couldn't get it done against the 49ers in the playoffs, and that was a makeshift 49ers defense. They were not a team that has they're not a championship caliber offense. They have a decent defense, but their offense is just not up to snuff, and they've got to get a lot better.
Ooh.
Nice of them to infuse a little bit of
a
help.
trade, not for the 49ers. The Patriots just traded up. So we've got a little trade action. There have been a lot of trades today. It really have been. I'm not seeing. Yeah, Chargers trade pick 55. Patriots give up 63, 131, 202. Man, the rare 3-for-1 trade up in the second round. That is a big one right there, man. Oof. They spend it. Can we talk about Jennings Dunker? We're getting a lot of comments. The mullet gets a lot of attention. You had Kittle talking about going and getting this guy. He's played right tackle, but I think do you see him as a tackle guard? He's got 33.5-inch arms. I think he's kind of just a tweener guy that could play right tackle, could play inside. What do you think about Jennings Dunker?
Yeah, I looked at him as an inside guy. I think when you look at his skill set, I think his lateral quickness and things are things that need to move inside. Now, his testing wasn't that great. This isn't the guy that tested well when it comes to getting the second level and fitting within the scheme. And I think that's why some people cooled on him. I think they looked at him at the Senior Bowl and it raised his stock. And then people really dug into the film and he started slowing down. But I think when you look at him, I mean, he's a good prospect. I think he's more of a late day 2 guy. I think if you got him somewhere between 75 and 100, you'd feel pretty comfortable with the pick. And I think that he's going to be a solid NFL pro, but I think he's more of an interior offensive lineman. He could play right tackle in the right scheme. I just don't know if he's a great scheme fit for the 49ers with the athleticism and how he moves in space. He looks like he's struggling a little bit. He's not the most gifted athlete in space, and that's what the 49ers need when they're looking for interior offensive linemen that can press the second level. And
that was my issue with Emmanuel Pregnon as well, who tested even worse than Jennings Dunker. Like, the athleticism's just not there. The tape is good. And Tyler Booker, there's a need in the NFL for guys like that. I'm not so sure the Niners covet that as much. Aaron Banks was about as extreme as it got, and they didn't like that. But Pregnon and McNeil Warren are still on the board. People were clamoring for them at pick 33. They're still there. But the 49ers, we're 3 picks away. And, Edge, I'm still sticking with Edge. And, Gabe Akis is my number 1. Danny Dennis Sutton, Joshua Josephs, Romello Height. But I'm going 10 out of 10 49ers fans. I'm sticking with this idea. Danny Dennis Sutton's a 10 out of 10. Romello Height's not a perfect 10 because of the run game, but he's really, really high on that list. And I'm going to stick with my man Malik Muhammad. It's down to those 3 for me. But yeah, Malik Muhammad's the perfect 10. Danny Dennis Sutton's a perfect 10. Those are my 10 out of 10 Niners fits. So now looking at, back to the meeting, they met with Romello Height. They met with Malik Muhammad. Tyler Onyedim, he's kind of in this role as well. Chris McClellan would be a reach, but I could see it. Jayshawn Barham, who we've talked about, could be here. What are your thoughts if you're predicting, 3 picks out?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw out 3 names that I think, and I'm gonna throw out a wild card as one of these 3 names because I just want to keep it interesting. I think Romello Height, I predicted that yesterday. I'm going to stick with Romello Height. I think he fits the bill as a designated pass rusher, and we've seen him produce 10 sacks last year at Texas Tech. I think that he's definitely a guy that's in the mix. And then I think you look at the offensive line. I brought up Caleb Tiernan earlier. They met with him. I think that that's a possibility. If you want to go the offensive guard now, he makes a lot of sense, and I think that he fits perfectly in the zone scheme. And then the wild card is one of my guys that I absolutely love. You went with your guy at corner. I'm going with my guy with a versatile weapon in the secondary, Jalen Kilgore, which people might think this is early for him.
You've been talking about him a lot.
I like him. And, I know a lot of people maybe don't like him. I love the versatility. When you have 10 passes defended in the SEC, the way that he played tight in coverage, nickel, deep third, deep half, I think that there's a possibility. And if the 49ers don't take him, don't be shocked if Seattle does.
Oh, yeah, he kind of fits what they do, and he'd be more on the back end. Shout out to Thomas. Appreciate the super chat. Look at that, the DKK. I don't even know what currency that is or how much money that is. I'm going to assume it's $1 million, and I'm very thankful for your generosity. I think it's Denmark, right? I think that's Denmark. Anyway, he says, pool party time at pick 58. John Lynch talked about how they would be Raheem Morris would throw a pool party if he got a player he loved during this draft. Kind of hoping we get that done. And so a defensive edge rusher would definitely get that going. The Patriots traded up to pick 55, the rare 3-for-1. So this is a player they absolutely love. Roger Goodell's up there. Gabe Akis. They traded up and got Gabe. Damn, that's a good pick. Got sniped. We got sniped. 2 picks away from the 49ers being on the board. I liked Gabe Akis.
Yeah. Gabe Akis he's a complete defensive end. He can play all 3 downs. I don't think he has the explosion, to be a designated pass rusher. But if you're looking for a guy that can win, can move inside, has some versatility, I think he's one of those guys. I wonder if he was too much like some of the other guys that the Niners had, but he's a really good, solid edge player. And I think he fits for sure.
There we go. The Niners are going to go guard or safety, talking Pregnon or Kilgore, then be signing Joey Bosa soon after the draft. If they don't get an edge rusher by the 3rd, yeah, you're going to be bringing in some free agent experienced players to get up there. It's just what it's going to be. Pick number 98 tonight, going to Minnesota for a Jonathan Grenard trade. Compensation pick. The Eagles traded for him. So the Eagles just traded for Jonathan Grenard. And so it gets a little bit more difficult with the free agent guys out there, Ezra. Now you're down to Kayvon Thibodeau or maybe somebody else that hasn't been brought up yet. But yeah, the Eagles, this is what they do, man. They always get those edge rushers. Jonathan Grenard was a captain for them. They give up a back-end 3rd rounder. That's basically what we gave up to get Osa. Osa's in his prime. How old is Jonathan Grenard? He's been around for a while, right?
Yeah, I don't remember how old he is. I think he's only 4 or 5 years, something like that, right?
Yeah, he came in 2020. Man, Pro Football Reference is my favorite site ever in the world, but now you have to confirm you're not a robot every time, and it pisses me off. He's 20. He's about to turn 29 this month. So, same age. That's a damn good trade. Basically, what we traded for Osa, they traded basically the same thing there for Jonathan Grenard. So Eagles always the most active team out there. They value those edge rushers, man. They get their guys. 3rd round pick. That's pretty damn cheap. It
Yeah,
kind of makes me mad.
It's the money. He's going to make 20 million and he wants 25. Go.
Oh, big reach. Nate Borkature, tight end, Texas
Ooh.
A&M off the board to the Jags. And the Jaguars have like 3 tight ends. They got that's crazy to me. Where did I even have Nate Borkature? I was low on him. Yeah, I remember I went through a couple of his tapes. This is the first player I don't even have ranked. I watched a couple. I watched like 20 snaps. I was like, dude, I don't think I'm going to have like a 6th, 7th round grade best on this guy. He goes to the 2nd round. Maybe I was way off. And I watched a lot of Texas A&M tape because almost their entire offense is getting drafted. And the thing is this, like they didn't develop anybody. Every single Texas A&M player on offense, and you could even say defensively last year as well, like no development. So like you're betting on the athlete and what they are. That's first player that I did not have graded off the board. What were your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I had a 5th round grade
Okay.
for him, but still, I mean that's pretty crazy. 2nd round, 5th round, that's a big difference. Interesting guy. I mean he was solid, but you're right. I mean, I did not see that pick coming, especially with a guy like Oscar Delp still on the board. Even like a Sam Roush, I mean, would have made sense a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
I love it. That's a great pick for us. Man, so the Bears pick is in, which means the 49ers are now on the clock. Both stations are on commercial. Right here, shout out to Craig. Appreciate the super chat. I'm hoping for Anthony Hill Jr. I love him. If you're going to use him as a blitzer, but man, that is the 49ers' best position out there. They have the depth. They just traded away a linebacker. You're going to add another one, but I love Anthony Hill Jr. Upside. If he would have put it together, you're talking Jalon Walker-esque. He hasn't put it together consistently. You watch his tape. I'm a Longhorn fan. You watch Anthony Hill at the end of the season, dude was playing as good as anybody. You watch his tape, the first 6 games, he was struggling big time, but freak blitzer that can kind of do it all. The Niners are on the clock. So just warning everybody, if you're watching this is time. Lower the chat. You don't want spoilers. Enjoy this process. If you want to throw in the chat who you want them to pick, that's cool. We're not tipping anything off. Please wait till we announce it. But again, my chat has been minimized and will be until the 49ers get their pick and or trade. But I don't think they trade back again. I think they've collected enough. I could be wrong there. Do you think the 49ers would trade back again?
I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to make a selection. I think when you look at the edge rushers, you kind of have a selection of a couple of guys you like in that area. So I think this might be where they go edge because I do think Romello Height and Joshua Josephs and Kayron Crawford are kind of, that designated pass rush type guys. So I think that it could be one of those guys right here. I know you like Dennis Sutton as well, another guy that's in the mix.
Yeah, I'm just going to call him DDS. He's a dentist as far as I know. It's just what it is. So, yeah, here we go. Both, and again, I think these next 2 picks are going to go kind of quick because both the networks are on break right now. We're at pick 57. I want Malik Muhammad, DDS, or Romello Height. Those would be the 3 that I'm hoping for. There's lots of guards there. There's AJ Hawsey. That's another stud. What about wide receiver? Is it possible that they would go wide receiver? Chris Brosel's still there. Would they double dip at that spot?
I mean, that would be kind of crazy to go with both 2nd round picks being wide receiver. I mean, but too. I'm looking at my board. Chris Bell is still there as well, right? Like he didn't get drafted either. You're talking about another playmaker in the open field, and he's coming off an injury. Those 2 guys are still, high up on the list. I mean, I don't think they would. I think they would go another position, but I mean, those guys are intriguing. And I think that Chris Bell's injury reasons, that's why he's still on the board because he's a solid player that probably should win already.
So the Eagles trade for Jonathan Gard was way more. They gave up a 2027 3rd rounder and a 3rd rounder this year. So they gave up 2 3rd rounders. This is the first time we've seen any 2027 capital used. Now they get back a 7th rounder. And the Vikings took some of the cap, but that's 2 3rd rounders. I was about to say, man, the Eagles got insane value right there. 2 3rd rounders, different story. That makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, I was like, damn, just 1 3rd rounder for an edge? That's crazy. It's 28. 2 3rd rounders, the first team to kind of vacated any 2027 draft capital besides the Cowboys. Man, that is a big in the Colts, which you don't want anything in common with the Colts and Cowboys when it's coming to personnel decisions. Those are two of the worst planners out there for sure. Yeah. Does that affect the way you see that trade at all?
No, I mean, I already thought that the financials behind it, I mean, this guy wants a contract extension. And so my belief is that you were going to have to pay him even more. And so that's why I didn't think you were going to get as much, as far as draft capital, because Grenard wants a new contract. But he's a good player and he's got a lot of upside. And we know that he'll fit that Philadelphia scheme and they need pass rush. So it makes sense. They swung and missed. They got Jalen Phillips for just a little bit last year. Now they're sending more draft capital out to pick up another edge rusher.
So now the Bears pick is in. They're picking twice, 57 and then 60. They took Dylan Thieneman in the first round. One of these has to be an offensive line pick. Maybe both of them. They could probably do inside and outside. But, wide receivers possibility as well. And as soon as this is announced, the 49ers are on the board, which I love. And again, I encourage everybody to minimize the chat just for a second. We'll see there. Oh, Jimbo Covert, the tackle.
Hey, John, you're going to see the 49ers traded.
49ers traded. They are off the board. They traded again with the Cleveland Browns. Look at this. They are freaking hot. They fell back from 58 to 70. Dude, I freaking love this. Wow, I did not expect them to do that again. From 58 to 70, that's 240. That's an 80-point jump. Let me look up the trade chart. So what does Cleveland have that's worth 80 points? 107. It's going to be 70 and 107. It's exact point match. So the 49ers are about to pick up another fourth. Dude, I love this. It hasn't been announced yet, but I'm guessing it's 70 and 107, which is almost an exact point for point. Dude, Niners, man, they are just, whew. We didn't think they were going to do it, but collecting picks. My assumption is this will bring them to 9 picks on the day, and they're just about to own the third, fourth, and fifth round. They have multiple picks there. They traded out of the second. It helps them with salary cap, whatever else. Dude, it fell back 12. That is a big fallback right there. There we go. It's official. Adam Schefter gave up pick 70 and 107. Also receiving pick 152.
Whoa.
So it's a 2 for 2. I like it less. So 58 and 152 for 70 and 107. So the 49ers paid a premium there because it was almost an exact. Now, wow. I really don't like that trade. Man, so yeah, they gave up 152. I don't like that at all. Did they have 152? Like, you're not even. That was the pick you just got for D Winners.
Yeah.
So you're basically trading a third rounder, man, a second and a fifth for a third and a fourth. Yeah, they lost on the point trade. Man, I don't know why they threw that fifth rounder in there. But you move that pick up from 152 to 107, so it jumps up 50 spots. I don't know. I think you sent too much. You sent a little bit too much there.
Yeah.
I don't like it. People are very upset. 152 is from the Cowboys. Yeah. They got fleeced by the Jets yesterday. That's 2 trades that are below value. Bad move, sick of this crap. People are upset. They blew their whole draft. I love it. I don't think that this was a positive trade. If it would have been straight up, then yeah, but throwing that extra fifth in there, which, man, I don't know. And it's not like, yeah, they overpaid big time to fall back, which means there's more guys that they didn't like or, a huge group here. They just got guys in this cluster. Sid, yeah, I'm with you. WTF. Yeah, I did not. I was cool with the trade whenever I didn't know it was a 2 for 2. It was a 2 for 1. Yeah, this trade is a bad trade, in my opinion. You gave up 58, 152. You got 70, 107. Don't like that. My guess is nobody wanted to trade up. And, man, so you fall back 12 to jump up 50. You didn't get value here.
Yeah, the only thing I could think is that they needed a pick to be in the 4th round around that range for a certain player that they're targeting. But you're right. The value-wise, I don't love that, right? I mean, maybe maybe the 179 would have been like, okay, that one, made more sense. 152, though, it's a little bit higher. Yeah, I liked it a lot more when you first read it off, and you were going through the value chart. It seemed like it was going to be a really nice trade back for the Niners, but I have a little bit more questions about it. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. I liked 9 picks better than 8, and right now that's not happening. So that's interesting.
Yeah. The Bears took Logan Jones, my number 1 center in this draft class, rush crush guy, and the Browns straight up for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. They waited for him to fall. They traded up and got him. And now you've got the Texans. They're on the clock. They're taking Marlon Klein, tight end, Michigan. So Logan Jones, center, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety, Marlon Klein, and the 49ers trading out of a round. They traded out of the first twice. They traded out of the second once. That is 4 trades on the day or on the weekend so far with the D Winters trade. And just kind of, I hate the trade and the fact that, man, you had value in that trade that you gave away D Winters. And maybe this is the better way to look at it if you're trying to enjoy this trade. You traded D Winters to jump up all the way to the 4th round now is essentially what that looks like. But that's me putting a little bit of sugarcoating on this. I not a big fan of that trade. The trade calendar, the trade calculator did me wrong. It served me quite nicely up until that point. But, there's 2 trades that the Niners did where they got extra value. No, let me take that back. There's 1 trade where they received value. There's 1 trade that was exactly spot on. And there's 2 trades where they lost value. But I talked about this the day before the draft, where if you want to trade back, you're not going to be getting value or extra. And that's kind of showed up. That showed up there. So yeah, I did not like that. So anyway, the 49ers are now, let's see, we're at pick 60. And we're about 8 picks out. Ant, how you doing break-wise? We are 2.5 hours strong and running. I would recommend one of us taking a break. Do you want me to step away first, then you come back?
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's do that. You go ahead and take your break, and then I'll see you back in a minute.
There we go. I'm high-fiving Ant's in control. If all hell breaks loose, I'm not going to be near as long as Chuck. So anyway, all right, Ant, it's all you, brother.
All right. Yeah, so right now we're sitting at pick 60. The Titans pick is in. The Rams are on the clock. And, I think that the Rams, because of the scheme fit we're getting here at the end of the 2nd round, they're going to be targeting some of the same players that the 49ers will. And there's a little bit of, a fall here now for the 49ers as they'll be going, to pick 70, which we weren't really expecting to happen. So it's going to be a little bit of a time period here before the 49ers pick. The Seahawks will be picking 64, and then there'll be 6 picks left. If we just look at the board of who's still available, you start getting an idea of some of what people were thinking about some of the top guys. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren just went off the board, and I think that you look at the safety position, and it just wasn't as valued after you got past Caleb Downs, and so I think that that's big. The number 1 player, at each position, I think it's interesting. You got AJ Halsey still there for safety. 49ers definitely could be looking at safety. You'll get defensive tackle. I think now it's in the mix with them falling into the 3rd round. You got guys like Grayson Halton, defensive tackle from Oklahoma, Caleb Proctor from Southeastern Louisiana. You started getting into John's guy like Zane Durant, Tyler Onyedim, who came in for a 30 visit. I think, he's another guy that's kind of in the mix and possible, for the 49ers. You still have Romello Height and Joshua Josephs as I try to click back and forth and see, who's going to be going. And then, you look at interior offensive line, and I brought up Caleb Tiernan earlier. That could be a place where he ends up going, is right around there. Emmanuel Pregnon, who a lot of people had going early 2nd round, he's still on the board. Jennings Dunker, now we're getting into Jennings Dunker range in the round 3. And so offensive tackles, no offensive tackles have been drafted in the 2nd round. There's a big gap. I think 3rd round offensive tackles could be potentially available. So 49ers are going to have some decisions to make. And I think that the board, probably is what caused them to jump back. They probably weren't in love when you looked at the players. Now, a lot of people, fans were definitely in love with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, and, he went. So I think that that's going to be frustrating. I did like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I would have really liked him at 58. I think that was a lot different than pick 33. But I don't think that they're potentially going to go safety right now, unless it was a guy like Jalen Kilgore, who I really like. I think versatility is the name of the game. A lot of people like Bud Clark. I think that he would be a possibility in round 3. So safety's there. I think it's still likely that now you're starting to talk defensive tackle becomes a real potential target for the 49ers. I don't think it was in round 2, but I think now that you've traded back into round 3, there is a chance that you go defensive tackle. And so we'll see if the 49ers end up pulling the trigger on a different position. But John, that was actually super fast. John,
quick,
broke
sneaky,
the sound barrier.
Quick,
sneaky, quick, breaking the sound barrier for how quick you were able to get out of there. But no, I was bringing up, John, that defensive tackle now becomes in the mix. I don't think it was in the second round, but I think now it's in the mix. As you got like guys like Grayson Halton and Caleb Proctor, and some of the guys like I brought up that you like, Zane Durant. Now, when you get to round 3, those guys are conversation points to add.
Anthony Hill Jr. just went to the Titans. That is a great fit, man. Oh, that's huge.
Saleh.
Yeah, Robert Saleh getting this guy, man. That is a damn good pick. Dude, I like the Titans draft so far.
He was a top 50 guy for me, so I liked him a lot too.
Oh, man, that's good. Yeah, so like you're talking about, the defensive tackles, the edge guys, all that. It's there, man. It is there, and it seems like the 49ers are just trying to cluster their picks in this third, fourth round. Just keep getting smaller and smaller in this little congested where they see the strength of this draft class is. And just, man, we're just going to freaking start dart throwing these dudes in this range. It kind of seems to be what they're doing.
Yeah, I think there are still some really good players on the board. It starts making some of the meetings with some of the guys they had, right? Like, you talked about Malik Muhammad earlier, right? Now, third round, tremendous value. You think about Tyler Onyedim, third round, potentially a lot of value there. So, and now even Chris Brazzell, now that he's still on the board, the beast was right? Third, fourth round, that's kind of the value that they saw from Dane Brugler. So all those guys were in that category. We just didn't know that that's where they were going to potentially go.
Yeah, and I mean, the off the field and medical, that's what I always go back to. Like, you and I, we do the research, we watch the tape. It's not the complete grade because we don't meet with these guys. We don't know what the medical checks are. The teams don't usually release that unless they're trying to dog a player. The Rams are on the clock. Tavon Austin is making the pick for them. They went quarterback, and probably the most shocking pick of this entire draft. And they go Max Clare, tight end. Why not? They just nothing but tight ends, man. They ran the 13 personnel. Dude, I can't believe they went with another tight end. Max Clare's a good pick. Now, he had one of the worst health grades of anybody I gave. He has missed time. I think it's in 5 consecutive seasons, like at least 4 games missed each season. But he's a damn good football player. Where were you at on Max Clare?
Yeah, Max Clare, I had a 4th round grade on him. But,
I had 3rd.
Third. Yeah, I had him at, 92 overall. So he's a top 100 guy for me. So it's not crazy reach, but yeah, I wasn't overly excited about him. That's how I felt about a lot of the tight ends, actually. I thought that the running back class was kind of, and the tight end class was kind of, average. I thought that there were some guys I really liked, and then a lot of mixed in that I just wasn't a huge fan of. They were one way or the other, either a really good pass catcher or a blocker, but no one that really had that kind of dual threat ability. Yeah,
this tight end class is rough. Like there's receiving guys, there's do it all guys, not many in between. And the one guy that is in between still on there, Oscar Delp. Like I would love the Niners to pull the trigger there. Again, another 10 out of 10 guy that I like. He just, exactly like Kittle was never used in the passing game. It wasn't his fault. Whenever he was used, he was incredible. Some of the best yards per catch, yards after the catch, like incredible athletic profile, crazy. Just
Georgia used him in that Charlie Warner role. And just he never got to play, but he's still there. Like that's the thing. The Niners are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks back. It's very easy with all the trade backs to just sit there and be like, man, what the hell? We don't have anything yet. You don't judge the draft by what you have at the end of the second round. You don't do that. You got to wait. And so we got to judge the finished project. And man, I'm sitting here looking at this board and I'm just like, okay, if you do take a running back now, I wouldn't like it, but hey, Katron Allen, Mike Washington Jr., Jonah Coleman, Emmitt Smith, Damon Claiborne, Nick Singleton, like there's guys there. Tight end, Oscar Delp, Sam Roush, Jack Indries, Justin Jolly. Dude, I'm in on that. Offensive tackle, Caleb Tino, Jennings Dunker, J.C. Davis. Nice. Center, Jake Slaughter, Bo Stevens, Brian Parker. I'm cool with that. Edge, DDS, Joshua Joseph, Romello Hart, Height, Dame Tucker, Keon Crawford, Jay-Sean Barham, defensive tackles. Is Caden McDonald still not picked? Did I miss him?
Yeah, he got drafted. Someone traded up earlier and got him.
I did not star him. My bad.
Yeah.
Grayson Halton, Dominique Orange, Darrell Jack, Zane Durant, Caleb Proctor, Skylar Gill, Howard, Xavier Harris. Like, there's still so many of these guys available, and now the 49ers are in a position to get several of them. And so, yeah, I didn't like that last trade back, giving up that fifth as well. I feel like you overpaid to trade back. But what I would say is if you guys are frustrated because you're not getting to unwrap your presents, let's just wait a little bit. Show some caution. Let's wait. Let's see what the finished project is, because they could still nail this draft with a lot of these picks that they have left if they get some guys that could contribute.
Yeah, I think that's the key. Who they fill these holes with is going to be the big difference. We talked about, the potential of a reach with Deshawn Stribbling. Well, maybe with the second round pick, they felt like that guy that they were really targeting was going to be available at 70. So it's kind of the opposite approach, but they need to hit, 70, 90, 107. Those picks are going to be very important for the 49ers, but they found value in that range last year. You're talking about CJ West. You're talking about Upton Stout. Like, those guys were impact players for the 49ers. And I think that's what they're thinking they're going to hit right here. And John, I'm going to go ahead and step out for a second, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Cool. I'm going to work through some of these super chats. You take your time, brother.
All right, good.
Sack Pike, freaking awesome tag right here. Thanks for the super chat, my friend. How many rookie wide receivers have seen meaningful play time in the Shanahan-Lynch era? My thing is, okay, so obviously Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and Dante Pettis. Now, you could also throw in Trent Taylor and Kendrick Bourne. A little bit different for Trent Taylor and Kendrick Bourne because, they were just now stepping into, a terrible team and you were looking for fits. But every first and second round wide receiver has gotten playing time. Deshawn Stribbling, they took at the top of the second round, pick 33. He's going to get playing time. Is he going to start? I don't think so. But I don't think that he could fight for that job at the slot position. But now you have the wide receiver depth chart is awesome, and it's fixed for today and tomorrow. You look at, Mike Evans, that's a 1 to 2 year deal, tops. Kirk, that's a 1 year deal. So, like, even the guys, you look at, Robinson, Darius Robinson, that's a 1 year deal. It's a 1 year deal. So you need guys to kind of step up. And now that he's going to be in the system, I don't think he's going to be a starting guy, but like, he's going to get in there because you rotate those guys. Wide receivers rotate. If this dude gets 20 to 25 snaps a game early on, but let's be honest, you're going to have missing time with Ricky Pearsall. You're going to have missing time with Mike Evans. You're going to have missing time with Christian Kirk. Oh, Davison Benison, cornerback, Ohio State, just went to the Bills. They traded up for him. He is off the board. But, if we're just looking historically, yeah, the red shirt program is very real, because you have to have the experience and understanding of the wide receiver position, which playing wide receiver for the 49ers is not easy. It's the most advanced. That's one of the reasons why I like Stribbling, because Deshawn Stribbling has as many snaps as anybody in this entire draft class at the wide receiver position for 3 separate schools, 3 separate systems, 3 separate conferences. Not saying it's going to be easy for him to adjust. I do think it's going to be easier for him to adjust as opposed to everything else that's out there and everybody else that's out there, because he has that experience. So we'll see there. I expect him to play. I really, really do. And so if you're asking which ones wide receivers have actually gotten playing time, Ayuk, first rounder, Debo, second rounder, Dante Pettis, second rounder. Dante Pettis didn't work out. But every first and second round wide receiver that Shanahan's taken has played meaningful snaps as a rookie, period. John, thanks for the super chat, man. I guess we only need depth this year. That's kind of the way it's looking. But where at on this roster are you getting competition like plug and play draft picks? Left guard, speed edge rusher, safety. That's yet to be determined because the 49ers still have time to address those. And you know, I know all the trades are going on and all this stuff, but goodness, it's a mess. And the draft pick trade tracker is off. It's not catching up to all these picks and all these moves, but we got to see where it is. The Chargers pick is in, have not announced that yet. But if you walk away from this draft with a bunch of contributors like you have the past 2 years, it's not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing. But yeah, it doesn't seem like they're going for top tier echelon talent, but I don't think that was available in this draft anyway. I really don't. Sean, appreciate you again, man. They have tried to trade back every pick. Do they not like anyone? Doesn't seem like they're in love with. I say this all the time. If you trade up for a player, you love them. You stay and pick, you like them. You trade back and get them, you settled on them. 49ers seem to be settling on everybody. Settled on Deshawn Stribbling twice. And now whatever player they get next, they also settled on once, right? One trade back. Maybe they're not done. Might trade back more. I'm going to laugh so hard if they trade back again. Everybody's going to be so pissed. John, thank you, man. If we can't get the guys we want, we won't draft anyone. And there is nothing you can do about it. There you go. That's one way to look at it. For sure. If the guys aren't there, you can't force us to turn in a card. We can just keep kicking the can down the road. But you're accumulating draft capital. You didn't on that last trade. That's why I dislike that trade. The first two trades, I get it. And then you got the D Winners trade I loved. But then you kind of pissed that trade away a little bit. I didn't like that. They're going to take somebody eventually. I can promise you that. The Chargers, here we go. Their pick at pick 63. They are going. They select Jake Slaughter. Man, they interior offensive lineman coming off the board. My top two interior centers are off the board. Emmanuel Pregnon's still there. Bo Stevens, Brian Parker the second, Sam Hecht, Trey Zune, still some quality centers. But they're going off the clock here in the second round. And now we're up. Seattle Seahawks are on the clock with the last pick of the second round. We're almost to the third round. Robbie, appreciate the super sticker here, man. You are incredible. And he came back with the super chat. And, man, twice. You the man. Getting ammo in the later rounds to grab Kittle and CMC 2.0. I like that. If the most Christian McCaffrey player in this draft, Eli Heidenreich, that's Rob Lauder's guy. Matt Barrows talked a lot about him as well out of Navy. And the most George Kittle guy in this is Oscar Delp. They are both still available. So, yeah, if that's your thought, hey, man, you walk out of this draft with those two guys, I would not be upset. I really would not be upset. There's still so many guys. Like, I'm looking at just my Rush Crush guys. This is the Rush Crush range. Third round. AJ Halsey, safety, LSU. Would love him. Malik Muhammad, we've talked about him enough. Zane Durant, Sky Gill Howard, the defensive tackles, love them. JC Davis. I like him way more than Ant does. Oscar Delp, Skylar Bell. I doubt they go wide receiver again. Like, those are my Rush Crush guys left in this range. The Niners have a chance to snag two of those guys. You already got one Rush Crush, which I love. Let's just keep stacking it. But you look at kind of where the 49ers are. You've got pick 58. Let me refresh this. I want to make sure this is accurate here. Just going through all the 49ers picks. They've traded so much. Yeah, here we go. I'm glad I refreshed it. You've got pick 70 and pick 90. this round. So you got 2 third-round picks. You had no third-round picks to start. Now you got 2. You have 4 fourth-rounders, which you had 4. You traded one of those away, and then you went and got it again, and then you got a 5th-rounder as well. So here are the picks that are left for the 49ers. The Seahawks pick is in. They're on commercial break on both channels, so they're not announcing that anytime soon. 49ers have 70, 90, 107, 127, 133, 139, 179. 2, 4, 6. You still got 7 picks. You have more picks now than you started. Still to come. 49ers walk out of here with 8 players. All right. We would have all been happy with that before the draft started. You would have said, man, 49ers going to walk out with 8 players, only had 6 players. Everybody wanted trade backs. Be careful what you wish for, because the Niners have given you not 1, not 2, 3 trade back situations so far. And it might not be done either. Glass City, thanks for the super chat, man. 49ers clearly think the value in this draft is rounds 3 and 4. It's where all my Rush Crush guys are. I would say in second, third round, but they said third round. They're out of that. Right here, is this the year the most we have traded in 49ers history? John Lynch tied the all-time record his first year as 49ers GM 2017, tied the most trades ever in NFL history for a draft. This one's getting close, especially if you throw in the D winners, you throw in the Oso Digizua, you throw in all those. Ant, you ready to come back in? I'm going to give you a thumbs up. Oh, the big man is back. My man. What's up, buddy? Not too much has happened. The Seahawks are on the clock. They're about to announce their pick. But yeah, right here, what do you think about this? Glass City's comment, the 49ers clearly think the value in this draft is rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think when you look at drafts in general, I know last year there was a tremendous amount of value in the third round. I remember you saying, I want to get as many picks as I can in the third round. And the 49ers used that on Nick Martin and Upton Stout, and then they were able to get CJ West in the early part of the 4th. And I think that a lot of times there is strength in certain positions, and especially where the 49ers are going to go. As you know, I seen who the Seahawks just picked. So when you announce that's going to be fun because a lot of people are wanting that player. But yeah, it's that time where, you get to see some of the people that are your favorites kind of go in this area. And the Seahawks are doing Seahawks things. That's just
Bud
what they
Clark,
do.
That was Wayne Breezy's favorite player. He talked about Bud Clark nonstop. But, dude, safety, I like A.J. Halsey better. I like Zakee Wheatley better. I like Jalen Kilgore better. Kamari Ramsey had a similar grade. Genesis Smith, I had a little bit below him. Like, there's still a lot of good safeties. But, yeah, Bud Clark, damn good safety player. They got a good one. No doubt about that.
Yeah, and they needed to kind of rebuild their secondary a little bit after offseason. The free agency definitely took some of their key players, but they stayed on par, right? Kind of these long, bigger players. And, I think you look at the middle part of this draft as I'm looking at my vertical big board, and I see that there's a lot of really talented players where the 49ers are about to pick. And I think that that's what they're looking at. They're seeing a tremendous amount of value in that range. And if you don't have that big of a difference in grade between a guy you would have got at 58 and a guy that you can get at 70 or multiple players, why not move back? That improves your position a little bit. I know that trade didn't work out numbers-wise. I didn't love that. But I get it, right? You're going to save a little bit in salary. There's a couple of things you can kind of take away from that. But I do think that you're right. They must value kind of this 3rd to 4th round range. And with them having 4 fourth-round picks originally, that's probably why they invested so much time in players that were going to go in that area.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to this list, their top 30 visits, guys that are still there: Romello Height, Malik Muhammad, Tyler Onyedem, Chris Brazel, Chris McClellan, Barham, Kobe Young, Alex Hockey, Michael Trigg, Caden Daniels, Caleb Douglas, and Cole Wisniewski. Like, still a lot of those guys that they've met with are still on the board there. And now we're into the 3rd round. So we are halfway done with day 2. We're 2 hours, 47 minutes in. I'm feeling pretty good. We got a break in right here. Does McCoy go undrafted free agent? I don't think he'll go undrafted, but the fall is on. This is somebody that people had, top 10, top 15. that health injury, I'm telling you, whenever I said, like, I'm throwing him off my board, I think a lot of teams did the same thing.
Yeah, they must have, and that's one of the keys is they get the in-depth of what the medical actually is. And it's even to the point where some of the top national reporters didn't have an idea of how bad this was. To see him fall the way that he's falling, he's probably going to be a late day 2, early day 3 pick. Usually that's what happens when you have these guys with big question marks. Someone in round 4 will all of a sudden pull the trigger on a player like that and just see if he could become a star player again. Maybe he'll come back health-wise, but I wouldn't say it's lining up good for him right now. And there's other guys too that have been tumbling down the board. Another guy at the wide receiver position, where you've got some injury concerns as well. That's still, on the board. And Chris Bell.
Yeah. I mean, that dude's tape, if he was healthy, it would have been a first rounder. Like, whatever you like about Omar Cooper, Chris Bell has it more. Like, it's just, dude, that ACL, how bad is that? At some point, he's going to come off this board. And so, like, here are all the players that I have medical issues or tags with the limited information I have. Chris Bell, Le'Veon Moss, Adam Randall, Dalen Bentley, the tight end, Eli Raridan, the tight end, Michael Trigg, the tight end, Niners met with him, Isaiah World, Dante Corleone, the defensive tackle, Devin Moore, and Jamon McCoy. Those are all my medical flags that I have. And so we'll see. All those guys are still kind of there. But, man, I go through every single player, all 200 plus that we graded, and try to dive into their injury history and catalog how many games they missed. Since, Kinlaw, Niners haven't really gone after those players.
Yeah, I think that's also a smart play. You don't want to run the risk of getting players that can't produce for you on the field. 49ers have been burned by that. I mean, and even with players that stayed primarily healthy in college, right? Just recently, you've had guys who played a lot of snaps, guys like Jacob Cowing and Ricky Pearsall, that have also had injury. So just because they stay healthy in college doesn't mean they're going to stay healthy in the pros.
Right.
49ers are doing their due diligence, so to make sure that doesn't happen, because you need guys who can produce. And one of the things is staying healthy. And so I think that the 49ers are definitely taking that into account. And I have no problem with it. If I had in-depth knowledge of the medical, I would probably make similar assessments, because I don't want guys who can't play. I want guys who are going to be out there on the field, even if they're not quite as good as the guy who's oft injured. I'd rather have the guy that's going to be out there playing and producing.
Yeah. Right here, Randy, our entire practice squad will be punters because not all 12 of them are going to make this team. Yeah, this is going to be a tough roster. The 49ers were able to retain every single player from last year's draft class. It was a big draft class, too. I think it was like 11 guys, 10 guys, whatever. They kept them all. They're still on the roster now. Probably not going to be the case whenever they do the 53-man cuts. But, if we're looking at a general overall consensus of this draft class, this roster is going to be as competitive as we can remember. Last year wasn't competitive at all. It was so easy to predict the 53. Ooh, Carson Beck just went to the Cardinals in the first overall pick of the 3rd round. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm so thankful the Rams and the Cardinals have taken quarterbacks. Dude, I had a 5th round grade on Carson Beck. Like, there's zero chance. Not zero chance. I don't want to say zero chance. There's not a lot of chance. The ceiling is there long term. They're going to be in the quarterback market again next year, as they're in full on tank mode. Like, I don't know. I think the Cardinals have had a horrible draft. I think it has been awful.
Yeah, Carson Beck, I had a 5th round grade on him as well. I just, I don't know. I don't see it. This isn't, to me, a franchise quarterback. And I love it. In fact, I have been a huge fan of what the NFC West has done. I mean, minus the Bud Clark pick by Seattle, I think. And Jadarian Price is a good player too. Like, Seattle's probably done the best of the NFC West so far, I would say. And so, but the Rams and Cardinals, like, yeah, you got a really good running back, but you're paying him out the wazoo. And then now you go with Carson Beck. Like, I don't know. I think that they're really struggling right now, and that's good. That's good for the 49ers. Cardinals stay down, and Rams don't get better.
Yeah, Cardinals got Jeremiah Love, one of the best player available picks ever. Great player, but your number one positional strength going into the draft was running back, and you took a top 3 guy. Chase Besantis, who's the left guard. That's good pick. I like that. And then you get a quarterback that's not even having an opportunity to be the long-term guy or the present guy. He'll start at some point this year, no doubt about it. But, like, I don't know, man. They're going to be in the quarterback sweepstakes again next year. So, yeah, I think that this was pretty rough, man. Shout out to the Cardinals. Cardinals going to Cardinals. I don't know what else to say. And Michael Bidwell, yikes, man. Just absolutely yikes. I don't know what to say. Like, it's funny because a lot of times we'll be doing like draft prep and shows and talking and, you know, speculation. People are like, you don't know, like, you guys, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then you see what these teams actually do sometimes. And it's like, man, like, you could trash us. That's cool. Like, warranted. I'm just a guy in my office screaming into a mic. I get it. I think we've done pretty well so far. I would take Ant and I's draft approach against what the Cardinals have done for the past 3 decades without even a hesitation. We have dominated them in what they do. The Colts dominated them in what they do. The Browns have had back-to-back good drafts. I had to pause there on the Browns. I like what they did last year, and I kind of like what they're doing this year.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good stuff happening with the Browns. I think they're going to turn some things around. Last year they went heavy on quarterback. Maybe one of those guys will finally work out. But I mean, they've got some good wide receivers. Go ahead.
Tyler Onyedim off the board to the Broncos at pick 66. This was one of the 49ers targets that they kept. Another Texas A&M guy, elite traits, not consistent film, but just hasn't been coached up well. He took over the role for Walter Nolan. A lot of guys liked him last year. But yeah, Tyler Onyedim, one of the guys the 49ers met with off the board. 49ers are now on the clock in 3 picks, so they're 3 picks behind.
Yeah, and Tyler Onyedim was one of my anti-elite guys, so he goes off the board. I liked him because I really liked the length. You know, that was one of the things I loved about an interior defensive lineman that has 34-inch arms, and you could see that on film. Like, he was able to do some things, and it was a position move. You know, he went from playing at Iowa State, where he played more of a 5-tech, to moving inside for Texas A&M. So there was a transition, and it felt like he could be a real penetrator and a problem. So that's a good pick. I liked him a lot, and I think I would have been talking about him when the 49ers came up. So at least that clears that up a little bit about one of the defensive tackles I think the 49ers would have been in on.
Yeah. Right here from Chew P. Wowies. Choopy, what's up? I appreciate it. Love the optimism, but it's time to kill the switch on Lynch. What does the past Super Bowl winning teams have? An amazing general manager that drafts very, very well. Man, I don't think John Lynch makes the decisions. I really, really don't. I think it's Kyle Shanahan. You remember, Keyron Crawford just went to the Raiders. That is another 49ers target in scheme fit. He's gone. But back to Choopy's comment here about like firing Lynch. Kyle Shanahan hired him. Kyle Shanahan doesn't fire anybody that's not named Steve Wilkes. Nobody else has ever been fired by him. And he loves John Lynch. John Lynch has had the chance to go to TV and make way more money, but he said he's not leaving till they win a Super Bowl. I don't think John Lynch is going anywhere. I don't think he's a bad drafter, but I don't think he's the definition CEO type guy. Probably team president is really his job title. It's just not that. Kyle Shanahan's the GM, in my opinion. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, I think you've built, or John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan together have built 2 teams that made it to a Super Bowl. Yeah, and I think that's the name of the game. I don't think it's John Lynch's fault that the 49ers didn't win in 2019 and 2023. I think they had the requisite talent to be able to win. They just didn't finish. And so I don't really go with that thought process that John Lynch needs to go, especially before he makes his second pick in the draft. I mean, they've made 1 selection so far. It's like, let this thing play out. Let's see what happens over the next, couple days. And then people can make more assessments about John Lynch. But the truth is, we're not going to know about this draft until we get into the season. These guys start playing, and probably for a couple years from now, what these guys end up being. And I think that's one of the keys. But let's not forget, last year's draft, it did produce a lot of players that are going to help this football team now and into the future.
Man, and so I kind of want to go back to that. Let's look real quick. As the Niners are 2 picks out, the Eagles pick is in. You look at just the team draft, like what the team drafted last year. Mikael Williams, dude, looked exactly like what you wanted until the ACL tear. Like, yeah, pass rush needs to get better, but he was awesome. Alfred Collins, amazing, shining bright points. Led the teams in forced fumbles, fumble recoveries. He's got to learn to win early and be more consistent, but flash plays, you're very happy with what you got. Nick Martin, biggest question mark. Injury, now different scheme a little bit. It's going to be a little different. Nick Martin's a question mark, but you just traded D Winters. So a little bit of faith there. Upton Stout, I think the best pick of the entire draft. He has proven to be close to a home run. We'll see if he can take that next step. CJ West, consistent. The injury derailed him early, but just a constant uptrend with him. Jordan Watkins looked great till the injury. Then could never climb the depth chart, and now you drafted his college replacement. I'm a little out on Jordan Watkins, if I want to be honest with you. Jordan James, I'm very stoked that he's the number 2 right now. If Shanahan goes running back here, we'll see what that is. Marquise Siegel, you should have played him over Jair Brown down the stretch. Let him take his lumps, but amazing special teamer at worst. Safety, we'll see. Curtis Rourke, man, he's the heir apparent to the number 2. The Canadian Cannon. We'll see what happens there. Connor Colby started week 1. Now he's guard depth. That's where he should be. And Junior Bergen, I really didn't like that pick. Slow kickoff returner. I don't think that can't play wide receiver. Didn't like that, but he's still on the team. So you're looking at the draft that they put together. That's a good draft. It's not a bad draft by any stretch. I don't care how you measure drafts after 1 year. Probably foolish to do so, even though I just did. There's no way you could say that is a quote-unquote bad. And I'm not saying anybody did say that was a bad draft, but last year was good.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, it has John Lynch had misses? Absolutely. I don't think you can, name a GM that hasn't had misses. Even the great Howie Roseman has misses. Bill Walsh had misses. But what we remember is the great players that they were able to get, and this team has had a lot of success in middle rounds, especially locating really good players. In fact, Hall of Fame caliber players in Fred Warner and George Kittle. And I know it's a what have you done for me lately situation. I just don't think that it's been a job that's warranted somebody getting fired. I think that they are in the mix every single year. They return back to the playoffs, even in what a lot of people considered a rebuilding season, and they've reloaded this offseason. So I am take a wait and see approach, and I'm okay with that. Now, one thing I did want to bring up, I think we all know why Deshawn Stribbling is the 49ers pick at 33. His uncle was Don the Rock Morocco, WWE wrestler from back in the day. Who didn't like the Rock, Don Morocco? I mean, that's just solid right there. That made me like him even more.
I know there's a very large WWE contingent. I don't know who that is. Is that the Rock's dad?
No, Don the Rock Morocco is actually from like the 70s, 80s wrestling.
Ooh,
and he was
Mark Bell just went Miami to the Eagles. That is a definite Eagles pick. Sorry, back to your thing. Sorry.
Yeah, no, he was back then. So he fought against other guys, Dino Bravo and those guys back in the day. But jacked up, I mean, rocked out, super big. In fact, the Jimmy Snuka off the top of the steel cage at Madison Square Garden was on Don the Rock Morocco, one of the most epic wrestling events ever. So, yeah.
I love it, man. Your knowledge is incredible. We need a WWE podcast. I'm just saying, man, you are a freaking stud. So the Niners are 2 picks away. You've got the Bears. Their pick is in. So technically the 49ers are on the clock. A lot of the names, I think edge is, I don't think the Niners have to attack a certain position here because they're on the clock again at 20 picks. But if I'm looking at edge, you got D.D. Smith, Joshua Josephs, Romello Height, Nadame Tucker, Anthony Lucas, Mikael Kamara. You still got Jayshawn Barham, who they've met with. I'm sticking with Malik Muhammad. This is my favorite player in the draft. There's offensive linemen. A lot of people are talking Jennings Dunker. I love J.C. Davis. I want one of my rush crush guys. We'll stay. Oscar Delt, J.C. Davis, Zane Durant, Skylar Gill Howard, Malik Muhammad. And shoot, we even got A.J. Halsey. He's still on the. There's a lot of guys that I really, really like. Look at this right here. Camstad, appreciate you. Who we take at 70 or trade? No trade. What percentage would you give the 49ers trading back? I'm going to say 25% chance they still trade back.
I was going to say 20%. So we're pretty close. Yeah. there's always a chance with, especially at this point. It seems like trade back. So I think they're going to make a pick here at 70. I'm going to go with Romello Height. I was there before. I'm going to stick with Romello Height. And if I wanted to be for sure wrong, I would have went with an offensive lineman. But I'm going to go with the defensive end.
I want Malik Muhammad. That's my prediction. But I'd be happy with Oscar Delp. But Romello, I'd be happy with a lot of the guys. That's the thing about this draft of where we are. There are guys available that, man, there's a lot of guys. And the fact that you're picking again at 20, Sam Roush just went to the Bears. Dude, they already have Colston Loveland and Commit. Dude, 13 personnel. It's now a thing. 13 personnel is not going anywhere. Do you think Kyle Shanahan will ever run it in the middle of the field? I don't think he will.
And not unless it's a short yardage situation where he's got 3 blocking tight ends.
No.
Yeah.
Everybody else doing it at passing, you know what I mean? And just hey, we're going to load up and run and or pass out of this. 49ers are on the clock right here at pick 70. And again, they're close with 20 more. So if you guys want to lower the chat or minimize the chat or whatever so that you don't get this tip, but don't expect a player to go here. And maybe once we don't expect it, that's where the player comes. But I would like to add another player, 49ers. Let's go. Let's get one done. But, man, there's a lot of talent. Running back would probably make me the most upset. Any position outside of that, quarterback, running back, I'd be like, But Garrett Nussmeier was my number 2 quarterback in this draft class. He's still there. The pick is in. The 49ers didn't trade back. The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. The pick is in. Ant, do you want to announce this pick? You haven't announced them. I've been the one announcing. Do you want to announce this pick?
Sure, I'll announce the pick.
All right.
Unless you see it before I do. If it doesn't come up in time for me, you go ahead and do it. But
I'm off the TV. I got the phone here, and so they're announcing it right now. Here we go. Andy Lee's up there. Oh, come on, baby. It's going to be somebody we've never heard of. Romello Height. Ooh. My man Ant. Woo.
There we go.
He's cooking. He's cooking.
There we go.
Talk to us about your man, Romello Height. The 49ers met with him. He's on the list. They get there. I said wide receiver, edge rusher, wide receiver. Talk to us about Romello, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. I was watching David Bailey film, and Romello Height would steal my attention. I like the way that he plays. He's got a little bit more length than a lot of the speed rushers that were kind of talked about for the 49ers, especially R. Mason Thomas and Cassius Howe. And then you get the ability to bend the corner. And I think that he really reminded me of players that have played for Raheem Morris in the past, especially Byron Young. And I liked Byron Young coming out of Tennessee. And I think that is a really solid player comp for what you're getting for Romello Height. He's going to be the designated pass rusher. They pair him with Mikael Williams now. And on third down, you've got a real threat coming in. Mikael Williams, Keon White, Osa Digizua, all those guys can come in from the inside. And now a 5-man pressure for the 49ers really fits with Romello Height coming into the mix. They're going in there. They're going to get after the quarterback. This was a Raheem Morris move. So guess what, everybody? Pool party is coming.
I love that, man. That pumps me up. Here's what I wrote. This is my film write-up on Romello Height. Undersized, but great speed and burst. Explosive lower body. Blitzes from everywhere and got most of his production on stunts. The 49ers do a lot of that. Sets linemen up with a crossover in space like a point guard. Like you see the hips and kind of like the juking move, whatever else. Unreal bend and burst consistently shows on tape. Like you said, you're watching David Bailey. And then you're just like, man, who's this guy over there? You're watching Onyedin. Man, who is this guy? Jacob Rodriguez. Man, who is this guy over here? Hands and hips work perfectly together in pass rush. Linemen whiff on him and getting hand contact consistently. Change of direction is off the charts. This is shifty. Bend is awesome. Like whenever I'm watching tape, like you just type what you see and you're like, okay, bend is there. Man, bend at every place. It's just like, damn. Bend. The film reminds me of an And One mixtape is what I wrote. Like the professor grew up in Dublin, Georgia. And so his dad's a Marine. You got to love that. He's got 5 sisters in his family. Like just positive check. He's already got his degree. And he was at USC before he went to Texas Tech. So he graduated from USC, then goes to transfer. His nickname is Mello. He did have a shoulder surgery that ended his season in 2022. Missed one game in 2023 with a minor injury. You're talking back-to-back seasons, haven't missed anything. My athletic comp is Will McDonald, the fourth, went in the first round, and Byron Young went in the second round. You got him top of the third round. I had a third-round grade. I had an 8 out of 10. And the main reason why I had an 8 out of 10 on the 49ers scale, the run grades. This is a pass rush only guy early. Like, I don't think that he's going to be playing anywhere outside of that at any point for the 49ers this season.
No, and you don't need him to, right? When you look at the 49ers build of what they got at the defensive line with Nick Bosa and Keon White, Mikael Williams, and Sam Okuwanu, you don't need a base down defensive end. You need somebody that can generate pressure. That's what Romello Height does. That's what the other three guys, I mean, Sam Okuwanu to a point, but besides Bosa, they don't generate pass rush the same way. Romello Height's going to bend the corner. He's going to get home. And that's why I really liked him as this fit. They needed to replace Bryce Huff. Romello Height is a cheaper option. And I think that's exactly what the 49ers are doing. And I'm not sure that Romello Height's any more than a one contract guy that they bring in and he plays on a cheap rate for the next, 4 years and does a pretty good job for this football team. And that's good enough. And I think that's what they're looking at. They don't want him to play the run. They want him to get after the quarterback. So when you see second and long, third and long, expect to see Romello Height on the field. And then the way that he does it on the inside is going to be interesting. Is it going to be Osa Odighizuwa, who's got pass rush ability? Is it going to be Keon White and Mikael Williams? Is it going to be a mixture, all three at once? It's going to be fun. What they're doing, though, is they're investing again in the defensive line. That's what you had to have. And they needed a designated pass rusher, and this was a good spot to get one.
Yeah, and for you guys, like, he graduated from USC, which, they've got whatever. Here's American pop culture. That was his degree. American pop culture. Like, I didn't even know. But he graduated back in 2024. This is the new NFL, right? Or the new NIL. You graduate, stay, and get paid. And Texas Tech bought that team just like Indiana did. Like, that's just the way that it goes. And so he's got a lot of that time. Was accepted to the Senior Bowl, all those things. He's 25 years old. The Niners drafted a 23-year-old 5-year player, and you drafted a 25-year-old 6-year player. So, like, they're getting guys. You talked about it being a one-contract deal. This dude's old. He's played in 50 games, 6 years, Auburn, USC, Georgia Tech, Texas Tech. This dude, again, like John Lynch talked about, like, those are all the schools that this dude went to. Auburn, USC, Georgia Tech, and Texas Tech. You're talking both the players the Niners have drafted played a ridiculous amount of football experience-wise, multiple schools, multiple conferences, older. These aren't redshirt players that you're bringing in. They're experienced guys that excel at what you're looking for.
Yeah, there's a vision for them, right? I mean, that's what you're doing. You're not just drafting guys. You're drafting players that you have an idea of what they're going to do within your system. And that's why Romello Height was one of Ant's elite. I mean, they're 2 for 2 right now.
Oh, my man.
Yeah, right now we're rolling on the Ant's elite. I love this pass rush moves. And you brought up some of the change of direction. He's going to make it difficult for some of the slower offensive tackles in this league. And I think that when you talk about stunts, with loops and things like that, with the athleticism, you're going to have Mikael Williams and Keon White on the inside. They are going to do some nasty things up front. And I think that that's going to help the back end as well. This move doesn't just help the defensive line and Nick Bosa. It helps the back end as well. And you're going to be able to finish. You need closers. You need guys who can finish. 10 sacks last year. This dude's a closer. So I love that move for the 49ers. And, hey, they finally pulled the trigger. What we thought they were going to have to do at 58, they did it at 70. So solid move for them.
Always be closing. Always. First prize gets a new Cadillac. Second prize gets a new steak knives. You know what third place gets? You get a new damn job because you're fired. You're fired. Anyway, sorry. That's about as good as Alec Baldwin, Glengarry, Gary Ross I could do. So the Commanders are up picking currently, and they take Antonio Williams, a wide receiver, which 49ers met with, but they already got their wide receiver. We are wanting more wide receivers to go off the board. Is that correct? Is that a fair thing to say? Because the Niners are picking shoot, they're back up again in about 15 picks, 17 picks. So like, man, Niners, this is kind of what they forced everything into this third, fourth, fifth round vortex. And so it's going to be a little bit of a tornado here of picks. And we'll be live again tomorrow. As long as the 49ers have picks on the clock, we'll be sticking around. So if you were with us yesterday for 3.5 hours, we were past 3-hour mark now. We'll be back tomorrow. Brian Carter 99 is going to be joining us with some of his day 3 sleepers. He specializes in that. Right here, we got a question. How many Ant Elites do you have? They're trying to figure out how selective you are. You can lie. Don't lie, but you could.
I have
lie.
15.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
It wasn't too far off yours. Yeah.
No, I had 13. If I would have had 15, Romello wouldn't have been one. I gave him an 8 out of 10 because of the run game. Right here we go. Put that coffee down. Coffee is for closers. Damn, my man Tommy. That is great. So many great scenes, man. The amount of actors in that movie, incredible. The Bengals pick is in. Dude, I'm pumped about Romello Height. I'm pretty excited. Now here are the positives from the Beast on Dane Brugler about Romello Height. Oh, Takario Davis just went. That was another Niner target to the Bengals. So, yeah, he was a guy that I thought had a chance to go for sure. Takario Davis out of Washington. So here are some of the positives of Romello Height from Dane Brugler's Athletic. I want to make sure I'm on the right profile. Here we go. Defined athletic muscle and has very low body fat in his frame. Same thing for Deshawn Stribbling. Age, same thing for Deshawn Stribbling. Experience, same thing for Deshawn Stribbling. Burst out of his stance with speed and a full tank. Active feet with slashing quickness across the faces of blockers. Access inside rush lanes very well. Showed semblance of pass rush plan to set up vertical setters. Flashes decent long arm move to create the pocket. He's undersized. He's 6'3", 240. He's got 32.25-inch hands. Not awful. Like, it's 2 inches more than Bain and Cassius Howell, right? Keeps hands alive. Has a chance of escaping the latch of blockers. That's what I was like, man, blockers miss on him a lot. Rangy from the backside, frequently makes plays far from a starting point, all-out effort, doesn't take days off, quickly earned respect in Lubbock with the way he worked. Productive final season, set career highs across the board. Here are the weaknesses, negatives. High cut, wiry frame, lacks ideal body mass for the position. You're not going to ask him to play the run. Needs to cut down on wasted movements. He needs coaching. But his job, rush the passer. You might put him out there in special teams. But Romello Height has a clearly defined path to, man, you're just going to rush the quarterback. That's all you're going to do. That's all you're going to do. Oscar Delp, tight end, just went off the board. One of my favorite players to the Saints. I'm a little upset about that, but that's okay. I am glad that the 49ers went wide receiver and edge to start. I thought that those were the two most valuable positions of need. Guard, safety, running back. I don't give, I care about them, but they're not premium. But is that where they should start to focus with the remainder of these picks?
Yeah, I think that you're getting into a point where offensive guard makes sense. I think that, safety, cornerback, those positions can make some sense now for the 49ers. You've addressed the big, or a couple of things you did. I don't think left guard is figured out, but I think that left guard could be figured out in the next pick, or it could be figured out in the first pick that they moved up, from 152 to 107. I think that could be a hotbed as well for some of those interior offensive linemen that are going to kind of be in the mix. If they don't go today, maybe they'll go there. So I think that they're positioned well to be able to go after a guard and still be able to get possibly another player that they really like kind of at pick 90. And I'm excited to see what they do. But I love the fact they've went offense with a need and defensive line with a need. And I know a lot of people will probably say wide receiver wasn't a need, but I think looking ahead at what you were losing from, losing out on Juwan Jennings, you're getting a guy that you feel can do that now until eventually he can do another role. So it's a now move and a later move. And so I think so far they're doing a good job.
I just put in his information on mockdraftable.com. Here are the two most similar current players in the NFL. Byron Young, right, with the Rams, and Boye Mafe, who was with Seattle, and now he's got, there is a role for this in the NFL. There's a role for it. And both those guys went second to third round. I think they both went second round. You got it in the third
Byron
round.
Young went 77 overall.
Oh, well, there we go. So exactly like that is what it is. This hyper speed burst pass rusher only that could adapt. Malachi Fields just went off the clock to the Giants at pick 74. Good pick. Here is the overall consensus write-up by Dane Brugler and the Beast on Romello Height. Overall, there aren't many edge rushers with Height's slender size profile who find sustained success in the NFL. But his twitchy get-off and rush movements can be weaponized by the right defensive play caller. He projects as a sub-down designated pass rusher in the NFL. Guess what? You've got, pool party time. Raheem Morris just did the same damn thing with Jalen Walker. He only has to do half that job. He got to do half of Jalen Walker's job. You ain't got to do the hard part. You just got to rush the passer part.
Yeah, and I think it's a good role if you can have a specialized player for it. And Mikael Williams provides the opportunity for them to have a guy like this. Make no mistake, if they don't have Mikael Williams, they're not able to do this. Would you love Mikael to be a 3-down defensive end that can rush with the bend and everything? Yes, but that's not what they envisioned. Remember, this is a team that's going back to what they built with Robert Saleh. When Robert Saleh came back last year, he put his fingerprints all over this defense. One of the things they did was get that guy who could play base down defensive end and then move in on obvious pass downs a la Eric Armstead, and then go get a guy like D Ford. Now, this isn't D Ford because now you've got Raheem Morris. So he's not bringing in a D Ford kind of guy. He's bringing in a Byron Young kind of guy, one of his guys, and he's doing the same sort of role. They got Osa Digizua. He's your DeForest Buckner penetrating defensive tackle. The 49ers aren't remaking the wheel. They're going back to what worked for them before with a little bit of changes here and there. And I think that's what everyone's got to remember. They have a unique plan, and that's what they're trying to build here. And I think Romello Height definitely fits what they're trying to do.
Man, I like the fits. Like, I like the positions. I like most of the trade backs. But, like, okay, let's play this game. What if they would have took Romello Height whenever they were on the clock at pick 58? You fell back 12 spots. You still got him. And you bumped that pick up from the 5th to the 4th round. Like, that's kind of what the Niners have been doing. Like, we know what we're going to do. So we're going to fall back, and we're just going to try to get better value later. And this is why we always talked about, like, you were predicting Romello Height at 58. I mean, you got him at 70. Nobody was predicting Deshawn Stribbling, so that's a different story. But now that we're collecting and it's coming to fruition a little bit, you're about to pick again, and shoot, I think you're on the clock here, pick 90, so you're 14 picks away. You have the Dolphins pick is in at pick 75. Man, it's coming to fruition. I love the players, the fit, and the positions. That's what I like. The reach, Romello Height's not a reach. Like, I don't think that he falls into that category. I'm trying to open up. Man, did I closed it? Oops, my bad. I'm trying to see what his consensus was, but I think I closed it. Yeah, my bad. No, here it is. So they changed their thing. So Romello Height was going pick 77. You got him. Which pick did you get him at?
70.
70? Yeah, that's not a reach. Getting a player at 70, that's 77th overall. Well, I had a 3rd round grade on him. What grade did you have on him?
I had a late second on him. I was just a huge fan. Yeah. That's why I thought 58 made sense for him. And so 70, it's not a reach. And what's funny is he was a consensus 77. Byron Young went 77. Like, it's just the kind of player that he is. And, there's plenty to not like about Romello Height. If you were going to look at him as a run stopper or something like that, he's not going to fit the bill. But that's what we've been talking about. That's why guys like Gabe Yakis and those guys, we loved them, but they didn't really make sense for what the 49ers were looking for with the current construction of this football team. And that's what they were looking for, a very specialized player. And I don't think it's a reach at all. I mean, no. This is a very solid move for them. And I felt like they did get now the trade. So the value's there a little bit more, especially if they address one of the positions they need. They get like an offensive guard at 107 that they feel could compete and start. Well, then there we go. Like, it's going to make a lot more sense.
Yeah, right here from Ron, he says, how do you think Height's compared to Huff? I would say Height's a much better athlete. When Huff came out, there was no testing. He was an undrafted free agent, wasn't even invited to the combine. He was kind of like, nobody knew who this guy was, exploded under Saleh and had like an incredible year or whatever. But like, no, Romello's a much better player. That was an undrafted free agent. Now, if you look at what Bryce Huff did in the NFL, not near as much effort. Like, Romello's an all-out gas guy. That's not really what Bryce Huff was. Bryce Huff was a technician with bend. The bend is probably the closest thing that's similar. The size is the closest thing that's similar. The athletic profile is not comparable at all. Like, it's funny because a lot of people would always reference Bryce Huff as like a speed edge rusher. He was slow. He had a good first step, but like, he was not a fast player. Ooh, Caleb Douglas, wide receiver. Niners met with him. That is a reach. That's another reach, right? Like, he is a 5th, 6th, 7th round guy. Man, Caleb Douglas off the board. That was a Niners target for sure. But what would you say about comparing Romello Height to Bryce Huff?
Yeah, I think their build is a little bit different. You look at Bryce Huff, even though he's a good athlete, like you said, he's not a great athlete. When you look at Romello Height, he changes direction a lot better. His kind of like inside outside move is very, very good. I think Bryce Huff was a guy who worked on himself and pushed himself to be as good as he could become. But I think Romello Height's got more athleticism and more talent to be able to produce. It's not the same body build, but I think that he's gonna surprise a lot of people with how quickly he's able to generate some pressure. And I'm interested to see what happens at training camp when you get Romello Height against Trent Williams. That speed. Is Romello Height going to be able to threaten Trent Williams and get him to overset in his slide? If not, Trent's going to eat him, right? But if he's going to be able to, those inside outside moves, change of direction, those are going to be problems for Colton McKivitz. Is that going to be a problem for Trent? I think that's going to be some fun warfare when they get to training camp, because Romello Height, he's going to threaten people. They're going to overset on their kick slide, and he's going to work inside. You guys just get ready for it. This is a GTFO guy in every sense of the word.
Well said. Hey, I like it, man. So that's there. We got a couple super chats. Let's jump in here. SF 49er fan, thank you. Biggest surprise fall so far in this draft. Man, Skylar Bell would be mine, because Jermon McCoy's injury, Chris Brosel's off the field, Chris Bell fall, that's injury. That's probably the biggest one. Skylar Bell had a clean athletic profile. Skylar Bell fits what the Niners are drafting: experience, multiple schools, lots of production, athleticism's there, whatever. Skylar Bell would be my biggest surprise so far.
I would say AJ Halsey for me. I thought that he was going to go kind of early round 2. The fact that he's still available, what I mean? He's not everyone's cup of tea, that's for sure. He's definitely built in more of a strong safety mold. But I thought that he would go, because he's a guy that can come up and hit you, but also make some plays. I would say that he's probably the one that I think has suffered the most. I didn't have any real concerns besides, just the fact that he's the type of player that he is.
Right. Yeah. Well said. Look at this. Sin, appreciate you so much. She says, thanks for informing us. Sin, you're incredible. You're literally the reason why we do this. Oh, Drew Aller just went to Pittsburgh. They get their quarterback. I like that pick. Garrett Nussmeier, that late health thing must have kicked that. But yeah, Sin, I just want to say thank you, man. We appreciate you so much, and just how kind you are. And that's why we do this. And we have our Zoom hangout this Monday, 5 p.m. This is where I get to hear from you guys. Go sign up to 49ersrush.com or our Patreon channel, Jerry Rice tier and above. We do a monthly Zoom hangout where we discuss various topics. We're going to be analyzing the draft. Plus, if you do sign up, we're going to have draft video breakdowns on Deshawn Stribbling. We're going to have them up on Romello Height. All the other, the Niners still have 6 picks left. I guess 5 picks left. But we're going to have those for you guys. So, Sin, appreciate you, just how kind you are. Quarterbacks going off the board. It's a big deal. Look at this, Yatsik. Yeah, the Zoom Hangouts are incredible, fun, and informative. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome. I like Drew Aller. I don't know how to say it. But he was a fun player. He's a fun player.
Yeah, I think that one is a pretty solid move for them, because it's like, they're not really looking for a starter. I think everyone kind of has an understanding that Aaron Rodgers is going to come back at some time, it feels like. But Drew Aller's a guy that you could build on for the future. And especially playing in Pittsburgh, you got to have a big arm. And this guy is talented. So he just got to get it all figured out. But I think that's a solid pick for them. I think that's good value here in round 3.
Who did it? Yeah, I Drew Alar. Like, yeah, I was like, the whole time you're watching him, you're just like, man, this is vintage Ben Roethlisberger. Like, guys falling off the shoulder pads because he's so big. His game doesn't quite translate. But the first thing I wrote for him was huge quarterback built in the mold of a 1980s style quarterback. Like, that's just what he is. And so, yeah, he's now there competing with Will Howard, who is the same thing. Will they sign, Aaron Rodgers? Probably, but they have a little bit of a semblance of a plan and competition behind them. We'll see. That's a huge upside pick. That I would say there in Pittsburgh. Now the 49ers were at pick 76, so we're 13 picks away from the 49ers being on the board. Let's open this conversation up and let's kind of focus. They've drafted a wide receiver. They've drafted an edge. Which positions and or players are we looking at 13 picks out? Because, man, safety is a legitimate position to target here. You talked about A.J. Halsey, but it's not just him. Zakee Wheatley, Jalen Kilgore, your guy, still there. Kamari Ramsey, Genesis Smith, Robert Spears-Jennings. Like, there are Keontae Scott, if you want to put – dude, I'm surprised Scott hasn't gone. He was getting – like late first round, early second round buzz with that athletic profile. I'm kind of shocked he's still there.
Yeah, I had a second round grade on Keontae Scott. I liked him. I thought that the coverage was good. I thought really him playing against the run from the nickel was his best trait. I mean, the dude was just coming up and playing physical. And talk about a blitzer. This dude is super fast off the edge. Go ahead.
Chris McClellan, a defensive tackle who the 49ers met with several times, just went to the Packers, pick 77. They were high on that kid.
Yeah, I think that was a good pick by Green Bay. And, Green Bay is doing a pretty decent job. And then that's a couple defensive tackles now that the 49ers probably would have been interested in. McClellan and Tyler Onyedim, who have went recently. So defensive tackle, if there starts to be a little bit of a wave, maybe the 49ers would have to go a little bit earlier. But I think when you look at the defensive tackles, they still have a lot of guys that would fit that role that they're looking for. Grayson Halton, Caleb Proctor, Zane Durant, I think all kind of fit what the 49ers are looking for. A little bit later, you got Conga, the defensive tackle from Louisville that, Chris Kasarik met with. So there's still plenty of guys there. But if there's a run on them, that might be interesting as far as guys that go. Also, I want to throw in there a corner that I really like, Chandler Rivers at some point. I think that you talk about sticky guys and the 49ers moving away from caring about height, and that sort of thing, just want sticky guys. Chandler Rivers is one of those guys, sticks his nose in there, gets physical. I think the Jack Jones thing kind of signals that as well. They're just looking for dudes that are going to be sticking to people, and he does it.
Yeah, the thing, whenever I think about 49ers corners, they want guys that make it hard on the quarterback. And so, don't give the quarterback an easy answer. And whenever you look at wide receivers, it's kind of the same thing. Like, they're looking for guys that separate vertically, Jordan Watkins, Deshawn Stribbling, or they're looking for guys that separate horizontally. And that's Jacob Cowing, Ricky Pearsall. And so it's kind of a mirror match approach to the wide receiver and cornerback position. Like, man, make it easy on the quarterback. Make it difficult on the on their quarterback. Easy on yours, difficult on theirs. So if you have guys like Chandler Rivers that just, kind of blanket Velcro, might not have the best ball skills, interceptions, but when you're watching the tape on him, you're just like, man, that's a tight ass window that they got to throw it through. And so if you do that enough, that's kind of where that's the evaluation point right there. Look at this. I'll let you read this one. This one's over on your channel. A lot of them have been on your channel, but I'll let you have this one.
Do you like Eli Heidenreich as a weapon and maybe a return guy? Is he a 49er fit? When would you pick him? Yeah, Eli Heidenreich is one of my guys. In fact, he's an anti-elite guy, which is always interesting. But no, I came up on this guy actually a long time ago. I was a huge fan of Eli Heidenreich, but with this caveat, I don't like him for the 49ers if he's going to play a slot receiver. I like him for the 49ers if he's going to be a running back. And the question is, did they see enough with him playing wing at Navy to provide the necessary intel that this guy could play running back? Because if they did, you're talking about a third down weapon initially, and then a versatile threat that could step in for Christian McCaffrey if you're looking for a guy that can step in and run routes out of the slot and provide some opportunities against linebackers for mismatches because he is a decent enough route runner to do that. So I like him. I think in the 4th round, there's a lot of potential there. The 49ers would have that 5th round pick still at 152. Eli Heidenreich right there would have made a lot of sense. He's not the number 1 running back I would choose for the 49ers. I would go with Jonah Coleman over Heidenreich because of he never fumbles and things like that we know the Bobby Turner likes. But when you're talking about a weapon, I like Eli Heidenreich in space against linebackers and safeties.
There we go. I love that answer right here. Is it Jolly time? Talking about Justin Jolly, NC State, tight end. He's smaller than the Niners go after usually, but 6'3", 241, had some hamstring issues, so you didn't get all the testing stuff. But man, he's a fun player. He doesn't block well, but versatility, experience, kind of does all these different things. He moves well, good burst. I really wish he would have tested, but he had a hamstring issue. My issue's the injuries. Sorry. My issue's the blocking. I apologize. I was reading the wrong section there. Not the best blocker, but very, very fun player.
Yeah, it's the question, right? Do you need a move tight end, right? You got your guy from Los Gatos, as a lot of people say. My wife's from San Jose, so it's Los Gatos. That's how she says it. But yeah, I mean, you got to move tight end. Do you need another one? That's the big question for the 49ers. How do they go? They don't normally get these kind of guys. I think they'd probably edge towards a guy that's a better blocker than a move tight end, but we'll see. And it doesn't mean that they have to address it in the draft either. There's still guys available as well. I think the one thing the 49ers miss the most is Charlie Warner when it comes to tight end. They wish they had Charlie Warner all over again. All these things would be gone. Luke Farrell would be out of here, and the 49ers would be feeling comfortable about tight end again.
Yeah, I like that. Right now, Pat McAfee's doing a literal magic trick up on the stage. Get that dude off the TV, please. But hey, man, more power to him. It's what it is. So the Colts are picking at pick 78. And yeah, I think Jake Tonjes is so similar to Justin Jolly. You just signed Tonjes to a 2-year deal. Will you ever let him play with Kittle? Man, I'd really like to see that at some point. I like Justin Jolly. I just think the redundancies a little bit, but hey, if you think he fits, AJ Halsey just went to the Colts. The Colts never do smart things. Damn it. That's one of the first ouch picks that's happened in a while. That's a rush crush off the board. And you know what's crazy? We didn't talk about this earlier. Manuel Pregnon's still there.
Yeah.
Nobody's picked him. That athletic profile was horrible, man. Tape was great, but golly, there have been 4 interior. There have not been a lot of guards taken. There's been 5 interior offensive linemen picked this whole draft. There's only been 7 offensive tackles. Guards and tackles are falling.
Yeah, I think there was a huge drop when you got past the first couple guys at each. For the offensive tackles, it was a little bit more robust early on in the draft, but then there was a huge drop off to kind of the 3rd round guys. And I think when you look at interior offensive line, that's how it is. I had a 3rd round grade on Emmanuel Pregnon. I didn't think he's a real 49ers fit. Even now, I mean, if the 49ers took him, I would be a little bit surprised, even if he fell to 90, just because of the athletic profile and how he fits the scheme. That's why I've been talking about guys like Caleb Tiernan and others. And a guy I like later who's a real fringe, whether he's a 49er fit, Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky. Athletic enough, but the lateral quickness is not quite where I love it for an interior offensive lineman, but the anchor is there. The physicality is there. It gives you kind of Aaron Banks feels without having that kind of athleticism. He's a little bit more athletic than Aaron Banks. So I think he's a little bit closer to a 49ers fit, and I like him. That's why I don't mind 107. I'm eyeing Jalen Farmer as a possibility to go there.
Oh, I like it. I like it. The Falcons are on the clock, pick 79. We're getting close. The tempo's good. Zachariah Branch, wide receiver. We like it when wide receivers go. Dude, that's a good pick. He might start for them. You're in fantasy football. That's a dude that, man, he stays. Georgia boy stays. From Niners Eno or Niners Zeno, I'm not quite sure, but you're awesome either which way. Thank you for the super chat. Do we use all 4 picks in the 4th round? He says, hello from Modesto. My man. What's up, buddy?
Ooh.
Not too far up the road. So, yeah, right now there's 6 picks left for the 49ers. They've got one more pick here in the 3rd round scheduled. You got to say that because they trade out. 4 picks in the 4th round and then 1 pick in the 5th round. So, man, the 49ers have picked twice, but they still have 6 picks, which is what you entered the draft with. Do you think that they use all 4 picks in the 4th round?
Yeah, I do. I think that they want to have a volume of picks. They'd rather go that direction than these priority free agents. I mean, I think that you want to make selections. We talked about earlier. They had 200 gradable players. Guys who are going to be drafted potentially. That's why I think they moved up a little bit too from the 5th round. More opportunities to get guys in that range, and I think that there's going to be some good players there. I think they're going to take those guys. And Modesto, about 30 minutes south of me, so been there a lot. Modesto's it's a pretty cool little town. Some things here and there that are fun. So I'm glad to see people from Modesto, the valley down in here. A lot of fun.
I love that. I'm going to share my screen real quick. The RAS score on a scale of 1 to 10 for Romello Height. This is out here. If I can, there we go. It comes across right here. He got an 8.84 RAS score. This relative athletic score, which is really, really cool. And you see the green, which is great. 40-yard dash, amazing. 20-yard split, great. 10-yard split, great. Vertical, great. Broad jump. It's the height and the weight that's the killer. But in this scheme, in this measurement, out of 2,257 defensive ends, he is the 263rd most athletic based on the relative athletic score. So to get a player of that athletic profile, the athleticism's there. It's just he doesn't have the body type, but the athletic profile is there. It's just he's missing a little bit of the body, and that's why he's not going to be a run guy. Oh, Jacoby Lane just went to the Ravens. Jacoby Lane. I like wide receivers getting drafted. Keep those wide receivers coming. I'm really shocked that more wide receivers haven't gone off the board.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a run. There was a lot of guys kind of in the 3rd round grade area. And so far, those guys are kind of falling a little bit. I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of run on wide receivers right now. I think you look at the last, couple picks, you had Zachariah Branch and Jacoby Lane. So Branch, he's a guy that changes the game, John, because of the kick and punt return ability. This is that right now field position is so huge. I think that that's going to be a big move for them. And then you just kind of get a guy also in space that can create some things. So I think that that's a lot of fun to see a guy like that. Jacoby Lane, I don't know. I wasn't as high on him as some people were.
I didn't like him at all.
Yeah. I had a 4th round grade on him. So, it's still kind of a range of where he would go.
Look at this. San Mateo, maybe everyone wanted Stribbling. Appreciate you guys. American Graffiti. That's what I'm talking about.
True.
Man, go get back in there. I need to watch that one again. We did some Glenn Ross, but man, I need to get American Graffiti back in it. That's what's up. Pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 81. Looks like they are going to commercial, so we're going to have a minute or two before we get to that. Let's talk. Let's dive into some more just what we know about these players. What do you take away from the similarities? Old, experienced, highly athletic. Like that seems to be the 3 things that tie Romello Height and Deshawn Stribbling together. They're both old, 23 and 25. They both have played a ridiculous amount of football. Both 3 separate schools and both very athletic. What am I missing? Are there any other similarities that you would tie between the two?
I don't think so. I think what you can tie is also similarities to players that have been on the roster, for the 49ers before. A certain player profile, right? You look at Stribbling and you kind of get Jawan Jennings as far as the big physical body. And then you look at Romello Height. He reminds not of someone that was a 49er, but of somebody that fit Raheem Morris's scheme. And I think that that's kind of what you're looking at now. And even if you go back to James Pierce Jr., you kind of had that long basketball frame as a guy that was going to bring, pressure off the edge, not exact profile, but just talking about that similarity. So the 49ers
Albert Regis, defensive tackle, Texas A&M went. He was not on my big board. I did not watch him. I feel bad about that.
Defensive tackle Albert Regis. Yeah. I did watch him. I did not have a draftable grade on him. So
there we go. Sorry about that, Jaguars. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to keep the things going back to what you were saying. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just, I'm looking at what they're doing, and I think that they don't really care about age. They want experience. They want guys who know how to do it at a high level that are refined. And that's why they're willing to get these guys who are well traveled, because they know that they're going to be able to jump right in and help your football team. These aren't projects. These aren't guys that you have to hope that they're going to be able to help your football team. They need guys who can help now. And I think that's exactly why they're going with some of these guys. And maybe why John Lynch might have been bluffing everybody. Akeem Messidor might have been on their radar at 25 years old when you think about a potential one-contract guy.
And he went right before the 49ers picked, I think, Malachi Lawrence. And I think, Akeem Messidor, those guys are there. Those guys are there. It's what it is. Yeah, and right here, Bobby, like Texas A&M has to be breaking records for most players picked. Geez, it's a lot, but man, they weren't that good. They didn't do anything in the playoffs. Like all the time, every A&M guy. I'm a Longhorn, so I'm very, very biased. But I wanted Cassius Howell. Like that was my guy. But every single player I watched was like, man, the coaches are not developing these guys. Amazing talent, amazing talented guys, just not developed across the board is what I felt like. And they didn't really do much. I know that they made it to the playoff, which is impressive, but they got smoked once they got in there. Not smoked, but anyway, Texas A&M sucks. It's what it is. Do you concur, Doctor?
Yeah, it's interesting. Texas A&M, it seems like the last couple of years they've put out some pretty talented guys, especially along the defensive front. But they're not a good football team. They just have a lot of talent. And so I think that's what, teams are looking at and plucking this talent. But even then, it's still, you want to find the guys who are more refined. And last year, you had a guy like Shamar Stewart had all the talent in the world. But the better edge player on that team was Nick Scorton. And so I think you saw that last year too. Nick Scorton did a pretty good job. Man,
Shamar Stewart was worse than we thought, and we thought he was bad. Like, I know a lot of people were like, man, get Shamar. Dude, he was awful. Walter Nolan injured, but flashed. We'll see. But anyway, stay away. Now, looking ahead, 2027, talking Texas A&M next year, Texas, they might have 4 of the top 15 picks. Everybody's talking about that draft. You've only seen one pick traded for 2027 value. That was the Eagles for that Jonathan Grenard trade. What are your thoughts whenever everybody says, man, next year's draft's going to be so much better? Are you reluctant to put stock in that, or does that affect the way that you act in this current draft?
I think it does to a point. I think you're not willing to part with next year's draft capital. I think you'd be willing to take it, even if it's a 6th or 7th round pick. I think you find tremendous value in that. So I do think you take it into account, but most of these teams are also looking at right now and saying, hey, we got to get better. So I think that there's the win now teams that are definitely willing to invest in this season without losing out on next year. And then there's the teams that, hey, they'll do whatever they can to kind of get draft capital for next season where they know there's going to be a lot more value. I don't think 2027 picks are going to get moved, though. I really don't. I think that most of the teams in the league know they need to make sure they have picks next year because they're going to be extremely valuable.
Yeah, I like that. Right here, Big Meech, appreciate the super chat. Where would you put Mikal in this year's draft class? Oh, top 10 for sure. I'm putting him ahead of Bain. I put him ahead of Monroe Freeling. Arvell Reese was 7. It's going to be close to there because there was just less speculation. Which Arvell Reese, where did he end up going in the draft? I think 6th, right? Is that where he went?
Did 5th, I think, to the Giants.
5th to the Giants? Yeah, that's right. Because that's where I would have put him. Dominique Orange, big citrus off the board to the Vikings. They always value those those big ODTs, man. They're drafting a bunch of them. That's our 2nd defensive tackle they've drafted this draft. Yeah, so I don't know. Where would you put Mikal Williams? I would have said probably 7th or 8th on the board for me, which I think I had him 15th last year.
Yeah, I think I would have put him. I might even have put him top 5 in this one. I think when I look at my board, I mean, there's a lot of talented players, but there were some question marks about some of those guys towards the top. What really was Arvell Reese and things like that. So I think I would have went probably top 5 for Mikael Williams, which shows the depth of last year's and also how top heavy it was. There was a lot of really good players in that draft last year.
There we go. Shout out to Marco. Appreciate the new subscription member. Aaron, John, who are your top 8 Dynasty Superflex players? Oh, the board is blowing up. Top 8? Man, Superflex, you got to start with quarterback. You got to go Josh Allen. You got to go Drake May. Probably would put in Lamar Jackson. Those would be my top 3 there. Running back wise, goodness, you got to go Bijan, Jamar Gibbs, and then wide receivers, Jamar Chase for sure. Got to put CD Lamb in there. Justin Jefferson still hanging around. Puka would be at the top of the list. That's probably, I think, probably my top 8. That's what I go there. You got anything you throw in there?
Nope. I'm going to leave it to you.
It's like, that ain't my jam, baby. That ain't my jam. That's not my bag, baby. That is not my bag. I love Superflex stuff, but that's just off the top of the head. Chris Brazel II, finally off the board in the 3rd round to the Panthers. Man, they are just taking a lot of players that I really, really like. That is man. I wouldn't mind the 49ers double dipping. Ted Hurst is there. Skylar Bell is there. I would not mind if the 49ers went another wide receiver. Yeah, I know it's a little overkill, but man, that's where the value is right now. Like, I don't have a lot of 2nd round grades left. Garrett Nussmeier, but he's got the health issue. Chris Bell, Skylar Bell, Emmanuel Pregnon, DDS, Malik Muhammad, Jermod McCoy. Those are my only 2nd round graded players left. Yeah, and the 49ers are 5 picks out. Ooh, look at this. James, appreciate the super chat here. We have officially entered Shanahan's 3rd round running back land. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Shanahan 3rd round running back realm. Which projected undrafted free agent running back are we taking at 90? I'm going to go, if they go running back, I'm going Claiborne. Damon Claiborne out of Wake Forest, which I have a 4th round grade. It's not enough of a projection, but Mike Washington Jr. is a Shanahan guy. Like, if he liked Isaac Guerrero, you're going to like Mike Washington Jr. He's way better. Still doesn't have elite vision or creative, but those would be the 2. Katron Allen would be my favorite, but he's not a do-it-all back. I just think he's really good. What are your thoughts here for the running back in the Kyle Shanahan realm?
I would go Jonah Coleman. I think Jonah Coleman, he does it. He does it all. You know what I mean? This is a guy that's just extremely balanced, good vision. He finishes in the red zone, 34 red zone touchdowns. He doesn't fumble the football, which we know Bobby Turner and Kyle Shanahan love. He can catch the ball in the backfield. I wouldn't say he's, got the ability to go out in the slot and run those things, but he can make some plays. He's a guy that cares about blocking and blocking for his quarterback. And he's just a bowling ball, and he just takes on physicality. He finishes. And so I think he's a guy that's more of a complete running back than some of the other guys. And one thing I like about him compared to most of the running backs is the vision. You got to have vision to play in the zone scheme. He's patient. Yeah, he's got enough explosion to be able to get the positive yards. Is he going to get caught from behind? Pretty much every single time. But he's a good running back.
Pretty much every time, yeah. Like, he doesn't have that burst. But, man, you look at Christian McCaffrey, like, there were no runaway plays for Christian McCaffrey last year, like, at all. And, yeah, he's another Central California kid. He grew up in Ant's backyard.
Stockton, yeah.
Yeah, no running backs, please. Don't really like any of them. I don't like this running back class either, but, like, I don't have any confidence in this running back room outside of CMC and Jordan James. I think Guerrero, I'm completely out on. You talk about Patrick Taylor Jr., cool, but, like, you want him as a number 5, back end roster guy, special teamer. That's about it. Like, you need running backs. I know we don't usually say that, but you need running backs. Last year, you had to trade during camp for one. How cool would it be if we had that 6th round pick right now? That'd be awesome. But you're getting a running back at some point in this draft. Now, maybe you wait and just get undrafted free agents. What about Nick Singleton? We haven't mentioned him, but he was highly sought after early on last year. Just didn't have the best year.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of guys like that that, have been a little inconsistent. So I think that the 49ers definitely could take a running back. I think it's most likely a 4th round pick, maybe even the 5th round pick now. kind of over there. I also think there's an outside chance they go veteran running back at some point. Najee Harris is still available, and I think that is a possibility for the 49ers at some point. I would prefer that they waited and potentially go 5th round or undrafted free agent, but I don't know if Kyle Shanahan could help himself, and we'll see. Hopefully they stick to the other positions, safety, interior offensive line, even other defensive tackle. They need a penetrating defensive tackle. I think 90, 107, they need to address those positions coming up.
Yeah, I would like that, but I'm to the point now where I'm just like, hey, I'm cool with anything besides kicker or punter. Like, I really would not be upset if you took a running back here. I don't think it'd be smart or wise, but the way the board has fallen, like, my grades at running back position, like I have 3rd round grades on Katron Allen and Mike Washington Jr. It's not a reach. And so, like, man, if you do that now, it's a little bit different than when you look at Ty Davis Price or any of those, like Isaac Garindo, like Joe Williams. It's a little bit different because you have a need there. And I don't think that it's a reach. But now if Shanahan goes out there and drafts Roman Hemby or Jam Miller, that'd be a little bit of a different story. But we'll see what happens there. But I would not be upset. Jonah Coleman, Emmett Johnson, Damon Claiborne, Katron Allen, Mike Washington, Nick Singleton. Wouldn't be upset if any of those names came off right here. But I still think you got to wait because, man, you got 4 picks tomorrow. One of those running backs is going to fall. There's only been 2 running backs drafted. 2 running back names have been called this whole draft. I mean, we're 84 picks in. 2 running backs? Like, when was the last time we've said that? This is a terrible running back class. There's just nothing there.
Yeah, there's not. I mean, and that was the first thing you noticed when you started watching these players was you didn't have complete running backs, so that was one of the real problems. Go ahead.
Ted Hurst off the board for the Bucks. He's going to step right into that Mike Evans role. That's a damn good pick. Yeah, that's a good pick. I'm glad when wide receivers get announced, but man, that was a really, really, really good pick. He's just going to step right into that Mike Evans role.
Yeah, Ted Hurst is a fun guy. I think once he got to the Senior Bowl, he kind of got on everyone's radar. He's got position versatility too. I mean, he's probably going to play X for the Bucks, but I mean, they could move him around. And this guy is another guy that's good on the move. You're talking about a guy that runs routes coming off motion really well. He's talented. He's big. He's fast. I think that's a really good pick for the Bucks.
Yeah, it was solid. I do want to take a quick second. The schedule for the 49ers year comes out here for everybody, really, in 3 weeks. When that schedule is announced, 49ersrushroadtrip.com, baby. We are going to be doing trips on the road, Australia and Mexico City. We have some travel packages for both those. Australia's up now. But for home games, we're going to be in Kansas City. We're going to be in Atlanta. We're going to be in Dallas 100%. I'm also hoping to add Seattle and Arizona, but that's once I get the wife's approval based on dates. But once that schedule comes out, the middle of May, head to 49ersrushroadtrip.com. Get your tickets for the day before party, all-inclusive tailgate. Kids are free to every event we ever do. But we always do an early bird special where tickets are just a little bit cheaper to kind of help us get our numbers figured out and all that stuff. So once that schedule comes out, make sure you come back with us, 49ersrushroadtrip.com. Man, this is the 7th year of us doing this, which is stupid. Yeah, and never would have thought I'd be a event planner, but it's what it is. Right here, Super Chat James, my man. Thank you, fellas, for the content yesterday and tonight. Enjoy listening to both of you. Keep up the good work. It's got to be offensive line here at 90. If Pregnon is there, wouldn't be mad if we go Muhammad, though. Hook him, my man. Hook him, baby. Hook him. I wouldn't mind O-line. I mean, I'm to the point now where I'm just like, dude, I don't mind anything. I have some preferences, but if you keep getting fits that you think are exact, like cookie cutter or whatever into your system, I like that. And you're 2 for 2 so far. So yeah, the reach for Stribbling was rough, but you traded back twice. Ooh, Dalen Everett, cornerback, Georgia, who Deshawn Stribbling ate his lunch, not once, but twice, just went off the board to the Steelers.
Yeah, it's interesting about Dalen Everett. I thought he was a good player, but I think this might be a little high for him. But he's got some talent. But if you look at the Georgia film, you talk about Stribbling beating him up. Chris Brazzell beat him up too.
Oh, he cooked him.
Yeah, those guys, they went off on him. So that's an interesting pick. You know what I really want to see them add? John, I want to see them add speed to the defense still. I know they need to go interior offensive line, but I want to continue to add speed to the defense. I want this defense to just get faster and better and able to close. So that's what I'm kind of looking at too as we go through these picks.
Look at this. You got a super chat right here, Ant. This one's yours.
Oh, wow. This comes from Chuck. Thanks so much, Chuck. Star49. You guys are the best. Ant, early start on my Venmo gifts. Happy to hear about the new baby. Go 49ers. Chuck is a Patreon guy. Chuck is one of the best ever. He gifts all the time. I appreciate Chuck. He's a gem. And I've even told Chuck before, you need any content from anything that I can do to make your experience better. And Chuck is just like, nope, just keep doing what you're doing. Chuck is one of the very best that there is. So thanks so much, Chuck. I really appreciate the gift.
You're the best of the best, Chuck. Appreciate you, man. Man, we got to trade. The Browns have traded so many times. They traded 3 picks, 105, 145, 206 to jump up to 86. They traded 3 picks. The Browns have been more trade heavy than the 49ers even. And they got Austin Barber. I think that is a great pick. This might start the run on offensive tackles and offensive linemen going. It had to happen at some point. I liked Barber. I'm not sure I liked him giving up 3 picks to move up and get him, but he's going to start at tackle for him.
Yeah, I mean, Austin Barber, they have so many holes on the offensive line. They needed to go offensive line, and Barber's a guy that's another scheme fit. And you're talking about a versatile player that can play left tackle, right tackle in the NFL, very athletic, good in space, zone scheme fit. So that's a really phenomenal pick for them. I think that I had him as my number 87 overall player. So this is kind of a really good value for them. I think they're getting a good player, but like you said, do you trade up give up that many picks? That's a lot to get a player like Austin Barber, but I do think he's a good, solid player.
Yeah, I mean, they gave up 105, 145, 206 to jump up to 86. So 2 fourths and a 6th rounder. The Dolphins are on the clock at pick 87. Their pick is in, which means you're 2 picks away from the 49ers being on the clock. And whenever you look at the 49ers draft capital, you're picking 90, 107, 127, 133, 139, 179. You're on the clock at 17 picks. Now, the draft's almost over for today, but if you trade back, I just don't see it. If you do trade back, that's cool. You might fall back a couple spots, pick up a 5th or a 6th rounder, which you still don't have a 6th or a 7th rounder, but I think the 49ers are probably going to be standing pat. But, again, we'll ask what percentage. Will Kekmerick, tight end out of Ohio State. I did not grade him. He was not one of my graded players, but doesn't mean he won't be awesome. 6'5", 260. So, yeah, we're 2 picks away from the Niners being on the board.
I did grade Kekmerick. He was my number 197. You're talking about a guy that does some versatile things. He's a blocking tight end. He can play a little bit of fullback. So he's kind of a fun guy. And so I think that makes a lot of sense, him going to the Dolphins and kind of how they're trying to rebuild their football team. So I like him overall. I thought he was a good talent. This is a little high for what I think, but I think they're probably thinking of the versatility of what he could add to their football team.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. So, yeah, I mean, tight ends are going, and you're looking, it's still a need for the 49ers. Jack injuries, that's a guy I've mocked to the 49ers a lot. Another Cal guy, Longhorn, Justin Jolly, Michael Trigg, who they met with, Eli Raridan, Joy Royer. There's some guys that are available. Bo Stevens, Brian Parker, Sam Hecht, Trey Zune. I love Trey Zune. He's an A&M guy. He played left tackle. I'd like him at center a lot. Is he too tall for Brock Purdy? He's pretty close to 6'6", but he's got good knee bend. I would like that. Obviously, Malik Muhammad, DDS would be huge. Man, Jayshon Barham, I don't think you go speed edge guy again. Keontae Scott, Keith Abney, Julian Neal, Damani Jack. Now we're in the space where there's a lot of guys on the board where you can grab and plug and play. And if you're one of those people that's like, man, there's needs. We have needs. This is where you're going to start addressing them, because you have 5 picks and the next kind of, 30, we're 40 picks. Like, this is going to be the meat and potatoes of the 49ers 2026 draft class. A lot of focus is going to be put on Deshawn Stribbling and Romello Hyde. I get it. These next 5 guys, this is what the draft class is going to kind of hang its hat on.
Yeah, and I think you're going to have some players that are interesting, especially if you're looking at interior offensive line. And I know that that's been a conversation point, and a lot of people were talking, Kalen Rutledge and Chase Pesontis and those guys. But where there was a lot of value was when you got to right here, the 3rd round, the early 4th round, where you could find guys who could still compete and start. When you look at guards, they're not valued the way that other positions are. So you can draft them in late day 2, early day 3, and they can come in and they can start and make an impact on your team. And you brought up some of those guys. You got guys like I brought up Jalen Farmer earlier. He's out there. You still got Jennings Dunker, and Caleb Tiernan. And then another guy that I like that I haven't brought up yet, Jude Bowery, the offensive tackle from Boston College. I think that he's another guy that has tremendous value. I think he could play inside. So I look at the interior offensive line as a position that the 49ers can still feel comfortable with the talent that's there. Now, unless there's a run on these guys all of a sudden, you're talking 90, 107. They have a really good shot to improve the offensive line with somebody that could compete and potentially start at left guard.
Yeah, I like that. And you shoot, the 49ers are real close. The pick is in for the Jags. The Bears are on the clock, and the Niners on deck, just sitting right there. Dude, I'm pumped. This is awesome. And man, we've been on air for 4 hours straight. Look at us. Freaking crazy. And y'all watching this whole time, y'all are crazy, and I love it. Right here, Robbie, thank you so much, man. He says, my boy Jamie says, Chapman and Ant make me want to be a catcher. I played catcher. I can't move, man. I played third base and catcher. Baseball was my thing. I didn't get hit nobody. Wasn't my thing in Texas. You mean tell me I can play football all the time and just hit people? That was easy for me. Josh, appreciate the super sticker, man. You are the man. Thank you, guys. The generosity is awesome. And Jalen Kilgore still sitting there. Ooh. Man. Yeah. People about to be upset, I think. And like what I mean by that is I'm ready to hear a name. We none of us have I didn't grade, right? I think that's about where we're about to be in the Shanahan world of craziness. But that's okay. That's okay. You got a lot of picks tomorrow, so don't go to bed upset. You got some players. Emmanuel Pregnon, finally off the board to the Jaguars at pick 88. Nobody saw that coming.
Yeah, Pregnon fell a lot farther than I think a lot of people thought that he was going to fall. I think for some of us, it wasn't a big surprise because I think he had to be a particular scheme to be a fit. And so, I mean, there you go. Now the Jaguars get a guy. They need interior offensive line. They need help. And so, I mean, I think now there's a lot of value for Emmanuel Pregnon. I didn't like him at the beginning of the second round for sure. But here in the middle of the third round, towards the end of the third round, it's pretty good value.
Hey, Keontae Scott is 24 and really fast. That's my thing that I'm looking at now. Who's old and really fast? Bryce Lance is 24 and really fast. So he already went wide receiver. Jeff Caldwell's 24. Already went wide receiver. I'm just trying to find these guys that are old. Demetrius Crownover, Texas A&M's 24. Not very fast. These old Alex Harkey, guard, 24. Yeah, the Niners met with him. Chris Adams, Nadame Tucker, but you already got that. Those are my really old. Let's see, are there any 25-year-old? Lewis Moore, he's 25. Akeem Mesidor and Romello Hyde. Those are the old guys. So, just throwing that out. So the pick is in. About to announce this for the Bears. The 49ers are on the clock. Go ahead and mute that chat so you don't get any spoilers or anything along those lines. You guys can just go dark here. The Bears selection at pick 89. Let's see here. Man, the Bears, dude, I feel like they've picked ahead of us this entire time, which I guess makes sense because they also Xavier Thomas, wide receiver. I did not have him graded.
From LSU?
Yeah, he was not on my thing. But now here we go. 49ers, last chance. Who do you think they pick? I'm going to go Malik Muhammad. I'm sticking with it. I'm hoping, I'm praying. Favorite player in the draft, cornerback, Texas. I would like that pick. I would be very, very happy with that pick.
I'm going to go Jalen Kilgore. I think that he is a versatile guy. Raheem Morris wants to run versatile things. I'm going to go with him, but I wouldn't be upset. I'm kind of with you with almost, any position. Defensive tackle, I think, is in the mix. Cornerback Chandler Rivers, I like him a lot. So those guys, but I think I'm going to sink in on Jalen Kilgore.
I like that. Here's my guys that I would love. JC Davis, Zane Durant, Skylar Gill Howard, Malik Muhammad. And yeah, I'll throw in, I like Jalen Kilgore. I like Saki Wheatley too. The pick is in. The 40. Oh, Nick's on the freaking thing again. They just got Nick on NFL Network in the Iron Man hat. I love it, dude. He hit it perfect timing. That is awesome. The Godfather, Nicholas Parra on NFL Network. I love it, man. I love that dude. They got him twice. That is awesome. So the pick is in. This is pick 90. This is the last pick for the 49ers today, probably. 4 picks tomorrow. Now, it's an early start. We will be going live right at draft time tomorrow. So we're not going to be going 30 minutes early like we did today because we got a little bit of time. But join us tomorrow for day 3 of draft coverage. So with the third round pick, 90th overall, Kaelon Black.
Ooh.
Kyle Shanahan, freaking running back. We called it. It was coming. Kaelon Black was not one of my graded players. Man, Kyle Shanahan going to Kyle Shanahan. To say that this is a reach is an understatement. Golly, Kyle Shanahan. He just can't help himself. It was a 5th round grade from Dane Brugler. Yeah, I don't know. This is you needed a running back. This is a terrible pick. Not saying it won't be great. This was way worse reach. Oh my God, this is terrible. What are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, I had a 4th round grade on Kaelon Black. So,
okay, cool.
138 though. So I like that's what I was saying. I thought 4th round made a lot more sense than right now. I'm not a huge fan. I think when you look at the value of what was on the board, they could have went a different position. I think this is also a really good look at what they think of Isaac Orendo. So they're moving in a different direction. And so Jordan James, Kaelon Black backing up Christian McCaffrey. Interesting. I guess I'll break into more of the Kaelon Black film and get into that.
Yeah, I don't like this pick at all. Here we go. Here's the overall kind of write-up. Black runs with light feet and punches above his weight class to consistently get more yards than expected. Once in NFL camp, his ability to prove himself as a pass catcher will be critical to carving out a part-time role. Short legs, second-level speed is average at best. I only saw 12 targets in his entire career. Never threw him the ball. And so, man, you had K-Trot Allen if you're going for this big-bodied 5'9", 211. He's built, and he's old. He's 25 years old. He's played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons. I was going after old and fast. It's what it is, man. Right here. Thank you for the excellent content. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate the super chat. It's like watching the draft with family. Love both you guys. It's mutual, my friend. It is mutual. Thank you so very much. Right here, Sack Pike. What the hell are we doing with these picks? He said WTF. Yeah, this was a dumbass pick. I'm sorry. Now, maybe he's awesome. I don't think that this affects the hierarchy of the depth chart for the top 2. I think it's Christian McCaffrey, then it's Jordan James, then Kaelon Black, who, man, you drafted a 25-year-old running back at least 1 round before, but hey, that's okay. Sell us on it. And what's the positive here, my friend?
Well, I think the positive is the fact that he's a 153 10-yard split guy. You know what I mean? This is a guy that's got that short area quickness. So he's going to be able to burst through these holes. I think watching him, he had some talent to him. He runs with a low pad level. There's some things like that you like. He's patient, lets things develop. That was one of the things I liked about Jonah Coleman was that he's patient. He packs a punch. He's 211 pounds on a 5'9" frame. So he's got a little bit of build to him, and we noticed that a little bit of a trend. Jordan James, kind of that same thing where you got these guys low to the ground that are kind of a little bit physical. But I think this one is interesting. I think you got a guy that's got to be patient. He's got to take his time. Not an explosive player, 4-4-5 guy. So 49ers not looking for that super explosion, the outside zone type game. That's not really what they're going for.
The very first non-combine invite. Way to go, Shanahan. The reach of reaches. Maybe he comes in and balls out and like consistent. That's kind of what I remember with this tape. And, he played at Indiana, so he's been a part of a winning program. And just strong runner, thick runner. It just a guy that just weighs on defenders consistently. By far my least favorite pick of this draft for the 49ers so far. It wasn't even one of my graded players. Like I knew who he was. Obviously, everybody knows who all the Indiana players are, and he had his highlights. But yeah, I just like he's a physical freak though, and he was on the freaks list. 415-pound bench press, 500-pound squat. Coming out of high school, those are some pretty impressive numbers. Muscled up for his size with defined bulk in his quads, midsection, and arms. He runs extremely hard. I felt it every hit, said Maryland's Jalen Husky when referencing Kalon Black. It's crazy reach. This one's pretty hard for me to sell, but you needed a running back. We talked about it before. This is crazy. Yeah, right here. Send another WTF pick, 100%.
Well, I think it's you look at the Bobby Turner things, the things that Kyle Shanahan and Bobby Turner look at, it's ball security as well. No fumbles last year at Indiana. One of the things that happens, he's a lateral quickness guy. He's a guy that can jump cut pretty well and stuff like that. So it definitely fits the mold of what they've been doing lately as far as drafting. I think they're also probably going to say he didn't carry the ball a lot, never had more than 186 carries in a season. So he's going to have a lot of tread on the tires, right? The way Isaac Rendo, they talked about that. I think that's something that they look at. And so he's going to be asked to come in and play a backup role initially. And this isn't something that's going to help this team right now. It's going to help in the future. At least that's what they're anticipating.
Yeah, it just gives you some depth at a position you didn't have depth. That's the positive. Was that James Madison for 4 seasons, transferred to Indiana, took the money, which is awesome. Good for him. Went to the national championship, was, in a split backfield. It's just, I don't know. Shanahan just can't help himself. And you got a position of need, so that's good because you did need another running back. You didn't have it. James, appreciate you, man. Over under 0 snaps for our new running back. Shanahan ain't going to use them the only way this dude sees the field, he's not even a returner. He's not going to be on kickoff return. The only way he sees the field is if Christian McCaffrey gets hurt, and then he'll be a number 2 guy behind Jordan James. Yeah, I don't see this dude getting playing time really. And what they're going to say, I can tell you what they're going to say. Well, it wasn't a great running back class, and we didn't have a lot of guys that we really liked. So the other positions, there are a lot of guys they like. So we kind of had to jump out and get them. This dude didn't even get invited to the combine on one of the weakest running back classes in the history of the draft for the past couple decades. Trey Zune went right off the board to the Raiders. That would have been a badass pick. The Cowboys are picking now. Yeah,
it's the Osa pick.
Yeah, this is the pick. Yeah, shoot. Would you rather have Kalon Black or Oso Odigizua?
Yeah.
I think everybody's going to answer in solidarity there. Yeah, Deshawn Barham. Yeah, I would have preferred a double dip over whatever. Cowboys having a little bit of a draft, man, if I want to be quite so to say so myself. Barham, damn good player. Yeah, I hate this pick, man. I absolutely the third running back off the board. You got the third running back, and he wasn't even a draft eligible player, not invited to the combine. Now, maybe he turns into something, and the book is not written, but this is. I'm seeing 6-round grades on this guy. Had a 5th, 6th round grade on the Beast. I don't know, man. This is a rough one. I'm a glass half full guy. It's going to be fun to dive into the tape. And every single running back's got fun tape. And the tape's going to be fun on him because he runs so damn hard. Yeah, right here. Larry Kruger loves this back. Yeah, and Larry loves 6th, 7th round guys. That's what this is. This is a 6th, 7th round guy any way you slice it, unless you talk to Kyle Shanahan. But Kyle Shanahan's got a history of these. Joe Williams, Ty Davis Price. Who's that OU guy that just did
Trey Sermon.
Trey Sermon. Who else am I missing? These guys. Elijah Mitchell. He was the one that panned out a little bit better than everybody else.
And he went in the 6th.
He went in the 6th. So yeah, that didn't really even fit this qualification. But yeah, hopefully it's not another one. You got to hit on one eventually. But man, we're going to look back at this and going to see Trey Zune off the board, and now the Rams are picking afterwards. Like, these picks are going to hit. Caden Trost, tackle.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I liked him too. Yeah, I say I liked him. He was all right. But yeah, this is frustrating for me, and I hate to go out on a down note. So let's wrap this up in the positive before we call this show, and we'll be back tomorrow. So whenever the draft starts in the morning, I think it starts at 9 a.m. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah,
I think so. 9 a.m. I'll double check before I set the show. We'll be up and at 'em 9 o'clock, and we'll be on as long as the 49ers have picks left. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, positives from today. The trade backs, you gained a bunch of draft capital that you got to use on a running back that nobody else would have drafted for 3 rounds. You drafted old players, 24, and 25-year-olds. You got 3 players, all of them old, well above drinking age, with a lot of experience, multiple schools, multiple transfers. The slowest guy is the running back, which is very rare, but he ran a 4.45 at his pro day. Indiana pro day, all those numbers hyperinflated, but he still put up a 4.45, which isn't bad. Yeah, right here, poor man's Jordan Mason, except Jordan Mason was undrafted free agent. You took this dude in the 3rd round. That's a stupid-ass pick, man. Gosh. I keep trying to be positive about it, but it's kind of hard to do that.
Remember when you said earlier it was going to be okay no matter what position they went with?
I don't know. Pick Sermon with Nico Collins on the board. Yeah, it's going to happen again. And maybe he becomes a guy, but like, he doesn't even, like, if you're trying to replace Christian McCaffrey, this dude has no receiving background at all. Like, at all. Dude had 4 receptions in back-to-back years. Like, this is and that's okay. That's okay. If you're going to use him as a short yardage guy and whatever else, Jordan James is the number 2. That's what this kind of looks like. Okay, let Caden Black come in, but dude, Kalen Black's going to be 27 his sophomore season. Like, the shelf life on running backs is like 28. This dude's going to run out of shelf life halfway through his rookie deal. I'm sorry. I can't hear. And I'm positive. And come on, man. Come on.
Yeah. I think it's interesting, that they went running back that kind of fits this mold, because Jordan James is a short yardage guy. I mean, if you look at what he did at Oregon, he was super successful in the red zone and in short yardage. So they're kind of doubling down on that. It's not a guy that Kyle Shanahan can say, oh, Christian McCaffrey's out of the game, this guy can step in and play that role. So I'm wondering what they're going to say, what the role they envision for him is, because I don't think they need a pure, guy that's going to be a short yardage guy. I think that they already have that. And even in short yardage, most of the time you want Christian McCaffrey on the field anyways because of what he does to the defense. So I don't know. Maybe this is the Patrick Taylor replacement. I'm trying to figure out exactly why they went with Kalen Black, but this is who it is. We're going to see what happens, especially when we get to training camp, and maybe he will impress us. Maybe they have a little bit more insight on what he can do in the passing game. Maybe he wasn't asked to do that at Indiana. He's going to get a little bit better. That's glass half full, because I don't know exactly, but they've got something that triggered them on they needed Kalen Black a part of their team, and I'm curious to know what that is.
Yeah, I have no idea. He's old. He hasn't caught anything. Yeah, I'm out on this one. But I want to be wrong. And so, like, that's the thing. Like, I want to be wrong. I want Kalen Black to be an absolute stud. And whenever you're on the team, that's when we're, like, pulling for you guys. Like, I want this dude to be a stud. I don't see it. I didn't see it. And we'll have to see. The Deshawn Stribbling was a value pick compared to this. The reach of all reach. This is a reach. Somebody said it's tacos and tequila time. I can't do a lot of tequila because we're going live. Chris Bell just went off the board. Dude, could you imagine if you got Chris Bell pick 94? Oh, no, Kalon Black. That's okay. All right, let's wrap this show up, my friend. We're going to be live early in the morning. There's a couple more picks, but I think it would be smart to end this show. And we've recorded for over 8 hours within the past 28 hours. And we'll be live tomorrow nonstop. So anything before we walk out of here, my friend?
Yeah, but I told everybody, get ready. Try not to get too up or down with these picks.
That's right.
Because I had a feeling this was going to happen. The good thing is the 49ers, as far as a couple of guys really fit what the 49ers wanted, especially Romello Height. I love that pick. I'm excited about Romello Height. Make sure to check out John's breakdown on Patreon of Kalon Black. I'm sure that's going to be very, very fun. So if you're going to sign up, he's got a 7-day free trial. Check it out. You could always cancel afterwards. But if you like his Kalon Black video, you'll stay on. And there are
going to be some curse words. I hope I love them. I hope I turn out and love it. Look at George. Appreciate super chat. Stay strong, faithful. That's why I say it. Look at this. Oscar Black gives me Garrison Hurst vibes. Oh, dude.
Ooh.
A man after my own heart. Man after my own heart.
I hope so.
Oh,
I would love that.
And for people being mad at John Lynch, dude, this is not a John Lynch pick. Not at all. This is 100% Kyle Shanahan. This is a Kyle Shanahan pick if there ever was one, right?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to offense, especially, and running back, like Bobby Turner and Kyle Shanahan have to sign off on these moves. So Bobby T, I guarantee, was in Kyle Shanahan's ear, like, hey, we need Kalon Black. We need this guy. So I think this is probably a Bobby Turner guy, actually. And Kyle Shanahan he's going to go with this guy, Bobby T. And they've had some success in the past, and they're going to roll with that. So, yeah, I mean, Raheem Morris has some input on defense, but make no mistake, Kyle Shanahan is signing off on every single one of these deals. He's not going to a presser looking like Sean McVay. It's just not happening.
Yeah, I appreciate all the kind words, everybody. Oh, man, I hate going out like this on today. I love the trades. I love that. Dude, there's 5 more players. So this pick is Eli Raridan just went tight end to the Patriots. I love the fact that there's 5 more additions coming. And this pick is going to get mixed in with a lot of other ones. And maybe Kalon Black is, a role player, special team stud. I'm sure the personality is off the charts. And that's probably why, they fell in love with the player, the person, which I could totally get because nobody's saying negative things about who he is. He's a grown-ass man, a 25-year-old running back, which is rare of itself. Somebody put in the chat, we're just trying to make the Rams feel better about themselves. But, yeah, it's tequila time. The wife isn't home. I'm not doing a breakdown tonight. I'm going to relax, kick my feet up, have some beer. I'm going to show up hungover tomorrow, and we're going to have a good time. It's what it is. And I just want to say I appreciate – we got a trade, but not the Niners. Pittsburgh just traded up. This has been fun, man. Any closing remarks one more time? Just I don't want to cut you off before you're done.
Oh, no, just I had a lot of fun. Looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be a blast, and we're going to ride this thing out and see what the 49ers do. It's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. Whew. It's good times. Love you guys. Absolute blast. And as always, stay strong, faithful. We out.